Has buff. Has buff now and chat has buff. 6 months already? Hassle. Time to throw XQL poggers. Poo poo.
Pew pew. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, folks. Boys, girls, MBs. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Sunday. Some might have already called this out immediately, but I'm a little tired today. Partially a little tired because I thought, you know, I'd get a full night's sleep in. You know what I mean? I think I slept in a little bit. Normally I wake up at like 7 on the dot, or 6, depending on if it's a weekday. And this morning I woke up at 7 again, and then I went back to sleep. Went back to sleep because I was tired. And then I was awoken to a call from a congressman who I will be having on the stream. No, not AOC. I will have AOC on as well this week, but no, Jamal Bowman is who I'm referencing.
Arjan, Pogo, it's our 3-month anniversary.
Trying to figure out what kind of games we're gonna play on stream. So I'm gonna need some help from you guys on that front as well, because he plays He loves. He has an Xbox. He does not play COD. He loves Jedi Fallen Order. Like, loves it. So
In there like swimwear.
maybe Fall Guys. That's a good one. Does Fall Guys on Xbox? We could do Fall Guys. Other problem is, of course, that it's not on Xbox. Popcorn Boy, you got some. Popcorn Boy is quick with it. Popcorn Boy wants me to look at Newsmax clips. That's crazy. Warzone, it might be too glitchy. No. A zoom background, some Jedi stuff. Yeah, he loves that. You're not usually an advice streamer, but how do you maintain motivation for, say, school when it starts to get tough? You're right. I'm not an advice streamer because the advice I'll give you is not good. You just gotta suck it the fuck up, make it fun for yourself any which way you can, while simultaneously recognizing that it gets better, because it does get better.
Do it.
Anyway, listen, guys, folks, it's Sunday Funday. So what that means is we're gonna be having some fun today, whether you want it or not. I mean, it's mandatory. Okay, we are just recognize this as though it's recognize it as the mandate. Okay, it's like gunpoint. We're gonna have fun.
Yo, my keep sucked.
Your voice is sexy as fuck right now. Thank you. I am currently not feeling too great. That's probably why it feels.
Sunday Funday has buff.
I have my sexy voice on. This is like when I sleep in. When I sleep for when I sleep in, I get sexy Corona voice. Just groggy. Similar to your Instagram voice.
Yesterday asking if
it's similar to my Instagram voice because
and I made, but you said you didn't want to watch a 7 minutes vid, so I'm just.
It's similar to my Instagram voice because my Instagram videos that I film in the morning. This is what I sound like in the mornings, and then throughout the day, my vocal cords start adjusting. It's funny you say this because back in the day when I used to stream, like maybe in the beginning, in the peak of COVID, people used to always make fun of me. It's like my pre-noon voice, basically. I present an alternative ad time song. It's still Irish as fuck. It's called The Brand New Combine Harvester by the Wurzels.
I drove my tractor through your haystack last night.
This song's terrible.
Found you through the YouTube clip channels, and now I feast on a balanced diet of leftist radicalization and buff gaming content. Thanks for all of the entertainment the last couple months.
Okay, when I say peak of COVID, I mean last peak of COVID. Right now is the second peak of COVID, or the third peak of COVID, or I guess just
Thanks
still
for
the peak
all the
of
streams,
COVID.
Hasan. I moved to the
It's
UK 2
just
months
the same
ago,
peak.
and I didn't meet a lot of people due to COVID, but thanks for keeping me company with our streams.
Black coffee, maybe 2 sugars, and I promise you, you'll always get that sexy voice. Is how my girlfriend secured that PS5 for me. Law, what? As you get older, your voice will slowly only become the sexy version. Hey, cool. I'm 29. I don't think that I'm gonna. I don't think my vocal cords are gonna get fucking different. Really sad video done by ABC about COVID in Oklahoma. Cry watching this shit. I don't want to watch that, man. It's fucking Sunday. My ear is ringing. I'm dying, dude. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to stop. I want to go to the rest of this year, to the end of this year, without taking a day off, if I can help it. But I'm at the end of my rope, I think.
You say sports is a fascist institution, but you play first-person shooters that promote war as a glory game. What do you have against sports? And the glorious Cleveland Browns. Love ya.
I'm joking when I say sports is a fascist institution, you fucking weirdo. Okay. Daycare is open and it's Sunday Funday, which means it's mandatory fun time. Get in now. www.twitch.tv.
Damn, devastated. I just
HasanAbi.
used my girlfriend's bathroom and the toilet seat was up. It's over, boys. You and live posting have been my only forms of socialization after I lost a lot of friends after transitioning. Keep up the great work, Hassel Trans Rights.
Okay. You literally stream every day and spend 5 hours of your 10-hour stream molding and grain intakes. Yeah, no shit, dude. You're tired. I am.
Hasan, please watch this video. Me and my friends made. I am so proud of it. Skip to 310.
Oh my god, this guy's back. He wants me to watch this video from yesterday. Dude, I watched it a little bit last night. Like, wait, is this video unavailable? I can't watch it. What the fuck? I watched it last night. Like, the stream is gonna make fun of it.
Hassle.
I'm telling you, like, they're gonna make fun of it. If you wanna, a video unavailable. Like, I'm telling you, like, I appreciate you, and I don't want you to.
Let's have fun today, chat.
They're not gonna be nice. Like, if you expect this group of animals to be nice to your creative art project, like, they're not gonna do it. I'm telling you right now. Now they really want to watch it, so just so they can. Anyway, during his sermon today, right-wing pastor George Pearson has literally flipped over a table to show. All right, let's take a look. It's time. Let's look at these fucking malding Trump freaks again. All right, let's get right into it, folks. Let's get right into it. We have a mission. Or thank you kindly.
Hey Arjan, thanks for all your hard work.
Or
this
what
year.
was it? We got a
all
job
been
to
feeling
do.
The COVID blues. I'm just glad you've made.
We
my
got a
November
job to
bearable.
do.
I
Bell.
believe in you. You can do it. That.
Of the people and the ballots. And what my eye was drawn to was
my sprinkler goes like
the tables. The tables.
And comes back like.
And what the Lord started to talk to me about was he went through and he overturned the tables. What are on those tables? ballots. Ballots. And what I could see was he was walking up and down those aisles, and he started turning over the tables. The tables are being turned over. Those tables are being turned over. The tables are being turned over. And he came to a table and he turned it over.
This is what happens when conservatives, due to like fears of being called gay or something, don't go into theater. Like there's so much repressed theater kid energy in them. You know what I mean? So the only way to get it out is by doing these sorts of like very strange things in areas where it just sounds weird or it looks weird. Like, oh, sick, dude.
Why does Jesus man have no front
Glory to the Lord. Oh, glory to God. Enough! Enough! Enough!
Yeah, dude. God is fighting the Democrats and their efforts to steal the election. I love that. Speaking of repressed theater kid energy that basically comes out in these very silly and very dramatic ways.
Now this is Poggers.
Steven Crowder, of course, folks. Earlier this morning, I found Steven Crowder's rebellious tweet. I have to read this to you. As for me and my household, we will celebrate Thanksgiving. We will have a house full of family, friends, and kin. We will give thanks together, pray together, and make merry with grateful and joyous hearts. This is now rebellion. Now, I mean, you're just killing your grandparents is not rebellion. I don't know why this Canadian man who is a couple weeks late to his actual Thanksgiving, because Canadian Thanksgiving already happened. Canada already experienced their spikes in COVID cases when they had their Canadian Thanksgiving. But I think he's just trying to LARP as an American again. So he wants to do American Thanksgiving, which is fine. I am an immigrant. I appreciate Thanksgiving. I think it's fun to be together with your family. And it's just, it is interesting to see Steven Crowder LARP this way. But what's not interesting or expected is talking about how attending Thanksgiving is rebellion. Because if you are accustomed to a lifetime of privilege, equality feels like oppression.
At HasanAbi, I
and this is the most
how miserable that household is.
This
going
is
to
the
be.
most
I picture Steven
privilege Andy take ever. It's like,
what a sad person.
You're making it seem like hanging out with your grandparents and Thanksgiving is rebellion. Like there is this like autocratic dictatorship that's stopping you from seeing grandma on Thanksgiving and eat that fucking dry ass
with chat?
turkey
Hasan,
that
PogU,
your fucking shitty
Hasan,
ass family put together.
PogU.
There is no rebellion here. But he's a theater kid, so he's got to make it seem like this is an act of rebellion. Like this is, oh God, like we're fighting back. I mean, my brother's been sending me memes from Facebook groups all week long of like Andrew Cuomo is Hitler, and he's saying like 9 turkey. Like it's just Andrew Cuomo with like the Hitler mustache, and he's like wearing one of those like sick leather jackets, and under it says 9 turkey. Or the famous one is of course the Inglorious Bastards. You have about 10 relatives in under the floorboard there, Like, you know, that sort of thing. Everyone is just like freaking out over it. Now, I love boomer memes, but I don't think they're locking people up for attending Thanksgiving. I feel as though that's not happening. I don't know. Now, there is one thing that will happen though, as a consequence of, you know, having these grand Thanksgiving initiatives, having a Thanksgiving with your entire family, with all of your relatives. You might kill grandma. You might kill grandpa. That is a gift that you can give to the whole family. That's probably what will happen if you at least don't protect yourself. I mean, I'm in Los Angeles. I'm very fortunate that the weather here is not insane. So we will be getting together 3 separate tables.
I appreciate your
Outdoors.
content. Keep that shit up, brother.
3 separate tables outdoors. I mean, I'm gonna get tested before I before I see them, regardless. Especially because, like, you know, I've been fucking tired as shit. Um, 3 separate tables. Food is not being shared. Everyone brings their own. Everyone brings their own food. Everyone brings their own, prepackaged food. Jill said 10 people maximum. We're not even 10 people. We're less than 10 people. I think we're going to be what? We're going to be 9 people, I think. Or not even 9. Yeah, no, we are going to be 9 people. Social Demon Rat. Hey, dog, I just joined the stream, so I don't know if you answered this yet. I remember you said this week we were going to have a ton of content. I was wondering what the schedule was going to look like what the guests are and when. No. I will not tell you. It's a secret. You understand me? Yeah. No. No, I wasn't lying. There is a ton of stuff that's going to happen this week, but it's just like not even doing it. Everyone in my family got COVID, so that's cool. Shouldn't you get rest for your big week? No.
Give me some leftovers.
Also, no. Are you doing okay? Sounds miserable. Do I sound that bad? Why? Man, I think this is what I meant when this is part of what I was talking about, which is like, I think people get too familiar and then they just start acting like I'm like sickly or some shit or crazy. My mom left last night to go hang out with her niece and nephew, Jenks' kids. I texted her earlier this morning. I said, when are you coming back? She just texted me back. She said, maybe never, laughing, crying, smiley face. And then said, why? Like, okay, thanks, Mom. You sound absolutely awful, dude. You don't have to watch you every day. To need some rest, take a day off. I'm not stoned. I'm just tired. The week is catching up to me. You know, it's been I've been working all week. It's been a fucking long week. So I'm just a little tired. That's it. And I slept in. I think that's what it is. I literally just got out of bed before starting the stream. That's probably why I sound the way I do right now. It's going to get better throughout the day. I'm going to start having a higher voice. The more I yell, the more I get into the fucking groove of it. You are in this Demon Souls vid? What?
Plead.
Where am I? Oh, I can't watch that right now. Skipping through that part. What did they clip?
That is so crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna kill you.
Wait, I don't want to. This is gonna spoil shit. I don't want to watch this. This is gonna spoil stuff if I play this. I feel like, you know. Also, I'm not even in this video. You made that up. That was a lie. This video is full of spoilers. And also, you lied to me. Near the start? Yeah, why don't you just send me a fucking timestamp, dude? On 30 seconds? Oh, it's right here.
Nice corpse impression.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, 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 don't do that, don't do that. Please don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me.
PogGAROO, where did you go?
No, 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 please don't do that to me. Please, 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 don't do that to me. I promise I will be good. I promise I'll be good. Oh! Y'all see that shit?
These guys I can.
Nah, that was fucking sick. That was sick. They put a good moment. That's crazy. Did you guys see that? Please don't do that to me. I promise I will be good. I promise I'll be good. Oh! I don't even know what I just said there. Like, I think it was Turkish, but it's not even decipherable in Turkish even. Like, I don't know what I said. I promise I'll be good, and I think I said "Ananı sikerim." I don't know what I said. I think I said "I'll fuck your mom" or something, but I don't know. Yeah, it was Turkish. Do you think everyone should be able to get coronavirus vaccines? I think only billionaires should be able to get them because they're the most important. They make the most jobs. Okay, now yell and fix voice. Nah. Let's get him. Okay. Anyway, my dunk on Crowder was, I said white people love spreading diseases on purpose. So this is very much in the spirit of Thanksgiving. And of course, I was referencing the fucking smallpox blankets, which might be, I mean, they actually tried doing it, but it was ineffective. And people still found a way to get mad at it. They were like, why'd you have to bring white people into this? Like that's the joke. What do you want me to, what kind of joke do you want me to make? Like that's okay. Literally the joke is that, like, you know, British people tried to fucking do biological terror on the Native American population. Like, why are you getting mad at me for fucking, like, if you're like, why are you upset? Like, this does not concern you. You're like some fucking Polish dude whose you know, great grandparents immigrated to America. You know, like, why are you upset for white people when I say this? Like, it's like me getting offended about you know, white people can't dance or some shit, and I'm like, how dare you? How dare you say that about?
Already.
How dare you say that about white people? Like, would it be okay if I said it about black people? It's like, dude, it's literally not even about you. Like, this conversation is not about you, okay? It's about a very specific group of people, and I'm grouping it for a very specific historical moment. That's the entire joke. Stop fucking crying. Making fun of your fans, people weird. I am not stoned. What is this, PogGAROO?
Imagine if Hasan was here yesterday.
Yeah, then I probably wouldn't be the tallest one in the room.
And it'd be a lot more damp in the air, too.
Be a lot more
In
what?
the air too. And it'd be a lot more damp in the air too.
True.
Damp?
Because everyone would be wet. That's PogGAROO. You're not saying it's not true though.
Love you, Hasan Hassel.
I'm dying over here, so good one. I like it. I like that joke. That was funny. Do you smoke the jazz cabbage? I do not. Chat, when does Hasan stream video games? I never seem to catch his gaming content. Good question. I'm actually gonna be streaming video games early today. So have you missed a day streaming the whole year? No. There's one day that I've missed streaming this entire year, technically, but it's not because I stream for 10 to 12 hours every day, that it doesn't even show up if you look at it from a different time zone. Also, yesterday at 12, I started playing games. When does Hasan stream politics? I never
What's your
catch his
fat
political
colonizer dinner
stream.
food?
Have you gotten past the Secret Demon Souls boss, John
Mod
Souls? I
check
keep on
Mario
getting
Judah
stuck
mod
on
check.
him. I don't know what to do. Yeah, it's called playing the game in offline mode. It's pretty simple, you see. It's pretty simple, you see. What you're simply supposed to do is play the game in offline mode, and then you never see the secret boss, Mr. Souls, John Souls. Pretty easy to defeat that way. I mean, he has so much power and yet is so powerless in the face of.
Love you, bro. Watching you interact with chat has made me a better virtual teacher.
In the face of just offline gaming. New Shameless video on the channel. Nice. There's a new gaming video out there. For those of you who are wondering, like, Hasan, when do you game? How do you game? Well, we did another Among Us video. Or Steve did. Trump supporter forcefully exhaling without a mask on a protester outside the Trump National Golf Club. Nice.
From me.
No.
Do what you want.
Get away.
I'm not in anybody's
You
face.
don't get you are in my face, and you don't have a mask. You need to back up. That's assault. That's a good.
I breathed on you.
That's a good. Get it. That's assault. That's assault. All right.
Oh my God.
Doing bioterrorism to own the libs, dude. In the middle of a pandemic, we're just like purposely coughing on people, like knowing full well. Oh, it's great. America is the dumbest country on the planet. I'm just reminded of how fucking stupid we are every single day that we stream. It's just like it's a constant reminder. Yeah, spitting on people is assault too. For those of you who don't know, spitting on people is assault. Most people would not do that though. Most people would not, like, you can get away with it sometimes, but it's still assault. Technically. But beyond that, what he's doing is really fucked up, because we don't know if he has COVID or not. Apparently Bernie's a part of the fraud scheme. Okay, I don't like the Palmer report. If there are two people on the earth who are least likely to conspire with each other, it's Bernie Sanders and Brian Kemp. Trump's lawyers are now claiming that Bernie Sanders and Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp conspired together to rig the election. I don't believe that this is real. Is it real? I know that hurt is a felony if you try to purposely give someone COVID. It should be.
Now call the cops and ask them to come get you. You simple bitch. Okay.
He's such a piece of shit. God, such.
away from me! No.
Do what
don't
you want,
Get up
sweetheart.
in somebody's face.
I'm not in anybody's
You
face.
don't get.
Get
You
away.
are in my face, and you don't have a mask. So you need to back up. That's
I
assault. That's a.
Christ, dude. I just like. I really despise these fucking freaks, dude.
Smiling face with hearts.
I think this is ugh. Like, don't try to minimize this shit either. No, I'm not gonna watch Sidney Powell on Newsmax TV. Are you out of your fucking
Threesome.
mind, dude?
Love you, Hasan.
Oh my god, this
Okay.
has 2 million views. Oh my god, it has 2 million views in one day. Oh my god. Sidney Powell on Newsmax has 2.3 million views in one day. Oh god. What is YouTube doing? Oh fuck me. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh, this is so bad. Also,
I'm doing my final thesis, so don't have time to watch your stream, but
I love that
what you do
Rod.
here and
I
hope
love
you
that
keep
Rod
growing.
is on it. Oh, this fucking deranged freak shit has 2 million. Okay, we gotta watch
All
it
right,
now.
we now have Sidney Powell on the phone. We got the little gremlins out of the system there, whatever the problem was. Sidney, if you can hear us, great to talk with you tonight.
Yes.
How you doing? And it's good to talk to you as always. I want to start off with just the ruling. The biggest news out tonight is this Pennsylvania ruling from this federal district court judge. What do you make of that?
Yes. Well, each of the district court judges has their own particular perspective on things. And I think that judge was appointed by President Obama. We really don't expect to win a lot of the district court cases, but ultimately the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court will have to get it right. We're very clear on the law and the facts on multiple issues, and we haven't even begun to present the big fraud case yet that I am still working on. And it's going to be a blockbuster.
I mean, it's interesting. Obviously, I mean, you guys had the news conference this week. There was a lot of compelling stuff in there. It sounded like you guys were making progress going down a road of investigation. But as I think anybody understands, when you're trying to lay out a case, it takes time to find out what you have. You had a bit of a rub with Tucker Carlson this week, who basically said you didn't have any evidence when they asked you to come on. What is the truth of the matter there? Because that made a lot.
Yeah, remember I did a video on this on my YouTube. You can find it as well, where it's like Tucker Carlson says, "Yo, Popcorn Boy knows what he's fucking doing, dude. He sends me this shit. He knows what he's doing. This is YouTube gold. This is algorithm gold. I just got to point out that like he can't wait to fucking clip this reaction. Like this shit's. He's like, this is gonna do numbers. He knows what fucking content works well. Anyway, this is remarkable. Now, Tucker Carlson said, "We on the show believe in
13
aliens.
months of hugging chat dank hug hassle.
We on the show believe in aliens. We're very open-minded. But even we on the show that believes in aliens did not believe Sidney Powell, because when asked for comments, Sidney Powell said she had no further evidence. And because of that heel turn, that brief heel turn, the MAGA crowd turned on him.
For pizza.
And now Rick Wiles is Pizzagating Tucker Carlson.
Tucker likes pizza.
What the fuck is this? Jason Momoa ate the same dinner as I have. This proves he killed my husband so he could then court me? What? Dude, you have a really normal and really cool movement. If the very moment you say something, the entire movement turns on you and says you're a pedophile. It's fucking awesome. Like, this is an incredible fucking movement that they've created. Where, like, remember, I tell you all the time, I tell you all the time, like, QAnon is great because it's ever expansive, right? Like, any moment that anyone goes against Donald Trump, pedophile. Like, they instantly hit the pedophile button like that. And people are like, oh, that's not how it works, Hasan. Okay, really? Are you sure? Tucker Carlson, who is absolutely beloved by this cult, is now being declared a pedophile. And the reason for that is because he made like the lightest fucking criticism of some of the more psychotic elements of this Trump trying to claw back the election campaign.
So, yes, this was. I thought this was a joke when I first saw this. No, but it's not a joke at all.
Well, what's wrong with pizza?
Well, there's a certain pizza restaurant that Tucker Carlson not just visits or not just attended, but actually is a VIP regular at. According to the Washington Post, this is an article dating back to July 8th of 2007. It was titled "Game for Pizza." Now, in the article, there's a very interesting segment about the people that come to Comet Ping Pong Pizza.
Comet Ping Pong. I've heard that before. Comet Ping Pong Pizza.
That's the restaurant owned by Tony Alefontis, James Alefontis, rather, the man that associated him with
Oh,
Tony
back
and
in
John Podesta.
2016, Comet Ping Pong Pizza.
Pizzagate.
Yeah,
I mean,
they called it Pizzagate. Tony Ping Pong Podesta.
Yeah, I mean, he's held fundraisers for Tony Podesta and went to his house.
You telling me that Tucker Carlson, he gets pizza over at
They
Comet?
all hang out in the same places. They go to the same parties. They eat the same pizza.
Maybe that's where that's where he first met up with Tucker Carlson. I mean,
Hunter?
with Hunter Biden. Maybe together they got pizza over at Comet Pizza.
But look, we know there was with that smoke of Pizzagate, there was fire, but no journalist, no media.
Yes. Let them fucking do freak shit. Let them fucking fight.
Ever investigated it seriously? They downplayed it.
Maybe Hunter and Tucker share more than pizza.
Yeah. Oh, how the turntables. This shit is so dumb, dude. Nice movement you got there. They'll call you a pedophile the moment you decide to go against
We
it.
love you, Hasan. Take care of yourself. Kick
Very
back tonight
cool.
with a bathrobe fresh from the dryer and a Diet Coke cut
Very
with rum or something,
cool.
and take a moment to relax and watch the right eat each other for a bit.
Do this in court. Do you?
This is the whole interview, brother. I'm pretty sure that this is the entire interview. Fucking Benny Johnson. He's such a dildo. Do you guys believe? Well, first of all, Benny Johnson was one of the first guys who tried to get me canceled with the 9/11 stuff. So anytime he says he's a free speech warrior, I never believe him. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. But also, he used to work at BuzzFeed, and he got fired like 3 times because he got fired like from 3 different places because of plagiarizing. It's nuts that he used to work for BuzzFeed. Anyway, let's just get back to this shit.
A lot of news.
Oh, yes. Well, he sent me some very abrasive and disrespectful emails or text messages, and I responded politely, offering him a different person as a witness who could explain it. I simply didn't have time to do it then, and I sent him a copy of one of the compelling affidavits that we have in the case. And apparently that wasn't sufficient for him. He was having a little bit of a tantrum. But I didn't see or hear what he said, and I haven't had time to listen to what he said after that. I'm just proceeding on my course of getting the case ready to prove in a court, which is where we prove cases of law, not in the media.
What is your timeline as you look at this? You know, what's the timeline you think before you can put out some of this evidence that can really, you know, if you want to shut the media up, but they say that you guys have nothing. When will you have some of this stuff that's this hardcore evidence in paper and writing?
When will you have this stuff that's hardcore evidence in paper and writing? First of all, let me just say, let me be clear. Never. Okay? And also, secondly, if there's one thing that we have found out from this entire process, it is
these Zoomers don't get that after the age of 25
it
some
is the
mornings you wake
reality
up sounding like shit, but you're actually fine. Be boomer.
that they do not need evidence. These people do not need evidence to believe anything. Like, all you need to get these sickos on your side is to just functionally be on Trump's side, speak on his behalf. That's pretty much it. And these freaks will get on board. That's all you need to do. You don't need anything else.
Well, frankly, the affidavits we've already introduced are hardcore evidence. They're firsthand testimony of witnesses.
There you go. Exactly. My point, I should have just waited. My point is proven. Okay? Like, oh, no, we already submitted it.
Who saw how and why the system was created and how it worked to accomplish the objective for Hugo Chavez. They're people who saw ballots being destroyed. Again,
a dead person. I just want to point out that Hugo Chavez is dead.
We've got evidence from people who saw fake ballots being created. We've got all kinds of different evidence, and then we've got the statistical and mathematical evidence that's absolutely irrefutable. I mean, a coin doesn't land on the same side when you flip it 186,000 times. You can't just inject 86,000 Biden votes and expect anybody to believe those are real, and they're not.
When we see,
no matter how you analyze the statistics, whether it's a predictive model or the actual data as it comes in, it doesn't hold water. And we've got other testimonial evidence that appears to be coming in now to indicate the Democrats literally added 35,000 votes to every Democratic candidate to begin with.
It's beautiful. It is beautiful. There is absolutely zero reason to ever to have any sort of compelling evidence, especially considering the fact that Newsmax is never going to talk about how out of the 33 cases, 31 of those 33 have either been dismissed or have been lost in court. So because they're not going to cover that part of it, it doesn't matter. They can just lie about anything they want, as they are doing right now. It's great. It's the most undefeated move. It's just lie. Oh, that's the best part about it. And I mentioned this yesterday. I just need to remind you that these are Federalist judges that are dismissing the cases, because they're so outrageous that conservative judges are dismissing it. It's kind of like the Texas court case all over again, when the Harris County, more than 100,000 Harris County votes were declared, or the Trump administration the Trump campaign wanted to purge 100,000 plus votes in Harris County for drive-through voting. They wanted to declare those votes null and void. And the incredibly partisan, incredibly conservative judge was like, I want to help you do this kind of voter suppression, but you really need to show me the work. And you haven't shown me the work at all. I can't do this. You knew for months. You knew for months that this was happening. And you didn't try to stop it then. You can't do this after 100,000 people have legally cast their ballots. So when people say oh, everyone's against Donald Trump, they must mean literally everyone on the planet, because even the same judges that they're appointing, is are the ones who are saying no. Ron, in the decision of Judge Brand appointed by former President Obama is a part of what has to happen. This is how you get to the Supreme Court. Now, Carmine is a Republican. He's a Christian conservative. He's a fucking psycho.
Hey, Hasan, try some.
And that's why he's trying to make it seem like because it's an Obama appointee that this person is somehow partisan towards Barack Obama or the Democrats. Well, the reality is he's a fucking Federalist Society judge. And it's a testament to how fucking silly of a bitch the Obama administration was. Could you imagine the Trump administration appointing like fucking left-wing socialist judges or some shit? No, only the Obama administration does shit like that. Does silly, stupid shit like that. So it's hilarious that like Federalist Society judges are the ones who are throwing these cases in the trash. Federalist Society judges that were appointed by Obama because Obama was a bitch. Sorry. Law schools don't breed socialist leftist judges, though. No, law schools can still have activist judges or whatever the conservatives would declare activist judges. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have literally. No, it's higher education. So the more higher education you get, the more likely you are a Democrat, the more liberal you are. That's precisely why there is a Federalist Society, so that they could cultivate their own activist judges and create a network so that they could uplift those conservative activist judges, even if they're not fucking activists themselves. So, no, you're wrong. There would be no need for Federalist Society if judges automatically were like right wing. You know what I mean? That's not the case. So you're wrong on that front. Let's keep going.
In any particular state, or you say 35,000 where?
We've got it definitely all over one state, and I would be willing to bet it happened everywhere.
And when you lay all this out, and you're going to do this in court, do you have what you think is irrefutable evidence that will make up the minds of millions of American people?
Well, the burden of proof in court is only a preponderance of the evidence. Mm-hmm. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the criminal standard. But frankly, with everything we've got, these should be criminal prosecutions at a significant level for fraud and conspiracy to defraud provable beyond a reasonable doubt. There are hundreds of thousands of people in our criminal system right now in prison who were convicted on far less evidence of guilt than we have here.
Even if that was the case, which is not even true, that would be a criticism of our criminal justice system and not the other way around. You deranged psychopath. Like, that's literally an argument against how fucking horrible our criminal justice system is and not the other way around. We lock people up. We rob them of their freedom for far less evidence. Is not the sexy argument that you think this is. Oh, great.
Sidney Powell, I want you to react to something that this Republican senator from Pennsylvania, Pat Toomey, just said in reaction to the district court judge's decision. The district court judge is someone who's very close to Pat Toomey. Senator Toomey says that President Trump has now, quote, exhausted all plausible legal options to challenge the result of the presidential race in Pennsylvania. Is that true?
No, that's not true at all.
Can you explain why the senator's wrong?
Hardly begun to fight.
Can you explain why is the senator wrong?
Well, he's wrong because Pennsylvania was one of the hotbeds of many varieties of fraud and criminal acts that the Department of Justice, frankly, should be in there prosecuting. And we're going to dump a whole lot of them into evidence in our fraud case that we're going to file in Pennsylvania.
Why do you think the Justice Department isn't being more aggressive in following up on what you see?
I think the Justice Department has known about this issue for a long time and turned a blind eye to it.
Why, though?
I wonder how much the CIA actually had a role in starting this kind of program to begin with, use on other countries.
Why would Donald Trump's Justice Department not be interested in this?
Well, I wish Donald Trump had as much control over the Justice Department as people think he does.
Lady, Bill Barr has lived for one goal and one goal only his entire life. And that is to expand the powers of the executive office. Okay? Bill Barr is, if he can't give Donald Trump more power, like when it is a fundamental plank of his worldview, is to expand executive authority so that American presidents can basically be God King. Something he's been doing for a very long time in other administrations, even before Donald Trump. If he, as the Attorney General, can't expand, then it's not happening. Like, you're just not gonna
hassle.
Like, if he can't do it, then no one can. This is what I mean. Anyway, for the record, I need to do something here, just for the time being. I don't know if you guys hate that I'm doing it a little bit slower today. I'm a little bit slower. I'm picking up the pace in a second, but there is something that I need to remind you of right now. Because what time is it? Oh no, it's top of the hour every hour. Ladies and gentlemen, it's top of the fucking hour. Which of course means that it's time. It's time for our contractual obligation. Top of the hour every hour is a 60-second ad break. Which of course means that I will be running a 60-second ad. Now, if you'd like to experience this entire broadcast in an ad-free capacity, all you need to do is subscribe. All you need to do is subscribe with a Twitch Prime, which is free. $3.99. Or with a regular $5 Twitch subscription. This way you'll never see another ad again, boyo. For as long as you're subscribed to the channel. Now it's time. I'm running the 60-second ad break now. Okay. She looks like a female Ted Cruz, and she sounds like a female. She sounds like a female Mitch McConnell. What's the point of subscribing if you will still bother me with ad announcements every hour? Oh, this person definitely. I'm actually banning this person because I already know that that's like that username itself is just bad enough to ban someone. Little does he know that like the entire purpose of me doing these sorts of fucking top of the hour like celebrations is for shitters like him. I often pause the stream to be accommodating to those who are. What? I often pause the stream to be accommodating to those who are not subscribed. So, do you not want me to do that? Do you just want me to fucking blast it at the top of the hour and keep moving? And you're like, what the fuck? I just joined.
It's taken on a life of its own. I don't think even Bill Barr has the control over the Justice Department that he would like to have, because there are so many lawyers in so many different places doing whatever it is they want to do and ignoring the standards and practices that historically created the Justice Department to seek justice and not convictions. I mean, I wrote a book about that back in 2014. I mean, we've been on this increasingly bad path for decades now, and it's done nothing but get worse because nobody's told the truth and stood up for the truth. But Americans are now. They're livid about this, and they could see it. Everybody saw it election night. They saw votes being subtracted from President Trump and appearing on the Biden side of the scale. And that's exactly what this Dominion system was designed to do. And we have eyewitness testimony to its entire creation for that very purpose.
There have been warnings about this system. We were talking about it earlier, Sidney. I mean, you had Senators Warren and Klobuchar that made a big stink about the 2018 midterms, saying that they don't trust Dominion, that they saw evidence that votes could be switched using these systems. These are Democrats who ran for president.
And why didn't you guys do anything about it? There was 3 separate bipartisan bills on election security, and Mitch McConnell did not do anything about it. Like, he just did not. Now that's one, but 2, and this is just like the COVID numbers. It's like, who killed all of the excess deaths if it wasn't for COVID?
5 months
It's a very simple question that you have to always ask. It's like, then why did Democrats only win the presidency and render that victory useless by not winning lower seats, by not winning congressional seats, by not winning locks for themselves without a single person ever looking the other way? They would have never known.
Playing Demon Souls before finishing Dark Souls 3 POGGAROO.
President. What I don't understand is how does this get ignored? I mean, this is a nationwide, this is a democracy shocking scandal, if it is true.
It is.
And it's so big, I can't even wrap my head around it. I just wonder, how does this happen?
Well, that's exactly how it happens, because it's so big, nobody wants to wrap their head around it. Nobody wants to untie all the little knots that go into it.
Yeah.
But we have to if we're going to be a constitutional republic. This cannot go on. Our votes must be counted fair and true. Every legal vote is entitled to be counted, and every illegal vote nullifies the vote of an American citizen and our public will of we the people.
Why does she sound like she's crying? Like, she all right? Yo, Sidney, are you going to be all right, Sidney? You sound so sad.
It's absolutely counter to everything this country was founded on. So we have got to get this fixed now. I can't unsee it. I'll tell you that. I certainly cannot unsee what I have seen. And I'm going to make sure.
It is 138,000. Charlie of the New York Times said that a lot of people watch it to dunk on it. Like, that's where a lot of the views come from. I don't think. Watching this, if.
Yep.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. Like, I was not even going to watch this originally. I wasn't going to watch this because I thought this was just
great
like
content, and please take a rest soon. Your work ethic is truly something to behold.
It is 138,000 likes to 4.6 thousand dislikes. I don't think people are aware or even watching this if they're not fans of Trump. It's so incredibly deranged. This is like terrifying.
Everybody else knows everything I've seen too, because we've got to hold our government institutions accountable and do better than this by each other. And it does cut across both political parties. It cuts across generations now, or at least multiple decades of this kind of corruption. It's got increasingly more sophisticated.
Has anybody given you
just smudge the edge of a ballot and stick it through the machine, and the ballot would be rejected? But now they can literally drag and drop hundreds of thousands of votes wherever they want them.
By illegal votes, they mean black people from the inner city? Yes and no. They do mean that kind of. But they also mean just anyone who's voted for a Democrat. Like, that's kind of old school. Thinking that it's only black people that vote illegally is a little old school. The real new school meta now is assuming that every person that's ever voted for a Democrat, every person that's ever voted for a Democrat is actually an illegal vote. That's the new 5 head.
I mean,
and everybody knew when they bought the system, and that was one of the features of the system. We've caught people lying now and saying that things that happened that ran people out of voting areas, and we've got tons
Everybody
of evidence.
knows, people have been
it's
saying.
so much, it's hard to pull it all together.
I mean, how big of a, if this happened, how big of a conspiracy, how many people would have had to have been in on something like this?
Oh,
Thank
gosh,
you for educating me and
probably
making me a hard leftist.
thousands, including the people running the machines at each of the polling centers. We know, for example, that one of the higher-ups of Dominion went to Detroit the night of the election to handle things himself.
Hasan. How did
And
I
we
become
also
this
have
way?
evidence that there were any number of...
Do you think they actually believe they have something because they're hiding themselves if it's only to be embarrassed in 2 weeks? No, you're failing to understand what I'm trying to say. At the heart of it is a cult. So it doesn't matter. Like there is no delivery. Like you don't need for anything to be true. As a matter of fact, if that was the case, she wouldn't literally be running right now with already debunked information as new evidence. Like half the stuff that she brought forward as evidence has already been thrown out in the court. And that's why if someone asks her that question, then she's going to turn around and be like, well, it's because those judges are against Donald Trump too. And that Donald Trump, I wish, had more control over the criminal justice system. Like, there is no winning in this circumstance. Like, there is no embarrassment. Embarrassment is only allowed if you have a sense of shame. If you do not, if it's not in your brain, like that's not, if you haven't trained your brain muscles to feel a sense of embarrassment in that circumstance, either because you believe your cause is so just and almost godly, or because you just hate the opposition that much and believe that they are capable of doing great evil. So you have to, you have to take every step you can. And this justifies a massive loss for you in your mind in a similar way to, the QAnon, the Russiagate stuff for liberals. Then you're going to believe it. There is no evidence that you need. All the evidence is the word of another like-minded individual.
You so much, Hasan. Love you too,
it is
Jack.
incredibly
Know that
dangerous.
We love you unconditionally, Hasan, no matter whether you're doing political coverage or gaming. Has buff.
It's incredibly damaging because it's basically laying out a foundation for someone who is an ideologically consistent fascist, who might even have like a more aggressive opponent that they really don't want. Not like a Joe Biden per se, not a centrist Andy like Joe Biden, but like what if there was an actual progressive? What if, dare I say, another black person wanted to run for president? You know what I mean?
Thanks, Hasan.
Like then they could just use all of this, all of this, knowing full well that a big chunk of their electorate is going to go along with the psychotic nonsense that they're throwing in front of us with zero evidence, by the way.
VPN lines open to the internet for foreign actors to be meddling in it.
Has anybody given you an explanation that as to why they had to turn the machines off? You talk about how the machines got turned off,
yes,
and then there was a vote dump.
Our witness from Venezuela who saw it all created and how it worked said that he knew as soon as the machines were turned off in those key states, it was because we, the people, in voting for Trump in a landslide election, had essentially broken the algorithm that had been
Thank you, Neon Cookies, for the 17 gifted subs. I don't know where that came from, and I don't know why 17, but thank you for the 17 big ones.
Programmed into the machine. So they had to stop counting in those states and areas and backfill the vote with fraudulent mail-in ballots or whatever means they used to do it, whether they just injected numbers or trashed votes for Trump otherwise and changed the numbers. I don't know exactly how they did it right now in each spot, but that's essentially the way it worked.
Let me ask you about the state of Georgia. Obviously, yesterday, the governor there, he certified the election for Joe Biden. It's about 12,000 votes. And what you see, will Georgia switch?
Yeah, that's a total farce. Georgia's probably going to be the first state I'm going to blow up. And Mr. Kemp.
The fuck she just say? What?
Georgia's probably going to be the first state I'm going to blow up. And
wait, what?
Every single night when me dad would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, shake me like and tans, come out and fight me like a man.
Yo, Sidney said. Sidney said,
food services and
Sidney said, Brian Kemp,
Congress
don't
building
start your
down.
fucking
Can't
car
wait to hear
tomorrow.
that it was Antifa and LMFAO.
I heard you disrespecting the provost. Brian Kemp, there's a new car outside for you. Lots of new cars outside in the state of Georgia.
Mr. Kemp and the Secretary of State need to go with it because they're in all
Yeah,
this
she really is a Republican, huh?
Dominion scam with their last-minute purchase or award of a contract to Dominion of $100 million. The State Bureau of Investigation for Georgia ought to be looking into the financial benefits received by Mr. Kemp and the Secretary of State's family about that time.
We're all in this together.
Okay. I'm officially. I think should I hit the DTS
I
silence?
came out to my conservative parents and they took it pretty well. Also introduced them to some progressive points and they're really handling it all good. Thank you for helping to educate
but then these
me,
donos are
HasanAbi.
really good too, like that one. They should be. I'm happy that you were able to do that. You know, fuck. All right, we'll keep it going
Another
for a little bit.
benefit Dominion was created to award is what I would call election insurance. That's why Hugo Chavez had it created in the first place. But I also wonder where he got the technology, where it actually came from, because I think it's hammer and scorecard from the CIA.
Just to clarify, you're saying that Governor Kemp, who's been a longtime ally of the president, is directly involved because of financial benefit in the conspiracy to defeat the president in Georgia?
Brian Kemp. Brian Kemp is actually anti-Donald Trump now. This is so good because everyone's using Hugo Chavez created election accounting software.
Thanks for the
or
content,
ballot
Hasan.
counting software.
We
Keep
have
up the
certainly
good
been
fight.
told that there is evidence of that, and it would warrant an investigation if anybody were actually going to do an honest investigation.
What more could you tell us about that alleged conspiracy? The governor's involvement?
I can't. Yeah.
Okay, this is delusional. Like, this is like having a flat earther on your. I mean, this is literally a flat earther. I would not be surprised if she was already a flat earther. The bar is so passable, I guess. I was gonna say the bar is so low for what makes you an attorney in America, the most litigious country on the planet. But like literally, there's a double entendre there. Like, how does she pass the bar? How does she go to law school? Like, where'd she get her fucking degree from? It really should show you that like a lot of these institutions are garbo, though. When you see someone like Sidney Powell. I mean, how the fuck? She went to UNC? Jesus Christ.
Hello?
I can't give you any more details
you
than
should try
that
some
now.
throat spray like this. Then give it a little gargle. Hasan, thank you for cultivating such a welcoming and entertaining community. It is really like no other on Twitch. I think we all really appreciate it. Have a nice day, chat and poo-poo.
Some of those donos are actually good.
Now, but it would certainly warrant an investigation.
George-
If it had been reported to me as a law enforcement officer, I would be investigating it steadfastly.
You know, I know you say you want to do your arguing in court. You are an attorney. You're not a press secretary. But you all did have a press conference last week. Jordan Sekelo said that there's going to be a filing soon in Georgia that would be explosive. Can you tell us anything? Can you make some news with us here tonight? Tell us anything new that you're going to present in that filing in Georgia.
Well, I can't say that yet, but hopefully this week we will get it ready to file.
Sidney,
and it will be biblical.
Biblical. What is the state where was it the worst? From what you see and what you're alleging, what state was switched the most?
Oh, that's really
Happy
hard
14
to say.
months.
Georgia is extremely bad. We've got ballots being shredded, ballots being thrown out in trash bags, lying by people working in the center, the votes being switched, the algorithms being run. You name the manner of fraud, and it occurred in Georgia.
These are in the Atlanta area counties, those counties, Fulton, DeKalb.
Yeah, I think the algorithm ran most probably across the country. Can I say that for sure yet? No, I can't say that for sure yet, but it looks.
But I will say it regardless. I mean, why even say that you're not sure? See, the funniest part about it is like establishing this notion that you have like an interest in actual evidence to launch your argument off of. Like, you don't need it. Like, why are you 12 minutes into your psychotic diatribe and you're like, huh, well, you know, I'm not entirely sure on that one, but, you know, we're still going to put that in there. Okay. I mean, plausible deniability. What do you mean plausible deniability? Everything she said, there's a reason why they go on television and lie, and then when they're in the courtroom, it's entirely different because you can't perjure yourself. Okay? You can't knowingly and willingly lie in a court of law. So that's why, like, even someone like Rudy Giuliani in court, was like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying this is a fraudulent, case. This is a case of fraud. After arguing that it was a case of fraud for the fucking entire week. Let's keep going.
That way. And it looks like 35,000 votes were added to every Democratic candidate.
You also,
but what?
So let me get this straight, Hasan. Hugo Chavez paid for software engineers to get trained in the United States and create a ballot counting software that Republicans across the country then bought to count ballots in swing states, just to get rid of Trump. Hasan, you are the man. Great takes on current items and calling anyone no matter their political stance. Can you say happy birthday to Henry Guzman?
No, I'm not gonna fucking respond to Jack Posobiec, dude. That dude's a fucking loser. Who cares? If anything, someone like him saying, like, imagine simping for a console should make you feel better about simping for a console if you want to. So we already did that. That's Tucker getting Pizzagated, which is pretty funny. By the way, Anthropologist Journeys, thank you for the 33 gifted subs. And Sir McSwanky for the 10 big ones. Thank you.
I heard you say our stands
talked
for
about this
assault
ability
rifle.
of the system,
How dare you
and I thought this was
disrespect
so
my
interesting when
national
you said it, that it
songbird
can
while
take a
lying in the
vote
dark with
and it can make a vote for Biden worth
a
more
comrade on me left
than
and
a vote
another
for
one on
Trump.
me right.
Do you think that happened, or
clip
is
of
that
ammunition
another
for
part
me
of the
little
system that maybe
Armalite.
wasn't used?
No, I think that definitely happened.
Sidney
I think
Powell
that was
said
the
they
first
and
step
Bernie
with the
rigged the
system
election. Check YouTube
to
for AOC
weight
Sidney
the
Powell.
votes so that a Biden vote is worth 1.23, say, and a Trump vote is worth.
It's like, yo, you really don't need to do this much. Like, it's funny because this is a 20-minute read where she's just like making stuff up, but it seems like she's making it up off the cuff. Like, she's just on the fly, just, you know, adding different things. It's like, well, you know, votes were flipped. Okay, votes were flipped. 35,000 extra votes for the Democrats. Venezuela did it, or you know, Venezuela and the CIA collaborated to do it. And then after that, it's like, well, there was a weighted disparity of votes for Democrats,
for the
like,
and for your constant daily grind. Streamer
it's just
of the year.
it's so strange that, like, you don't need to do. You're doing too much, lady. Like, you can do a little bit less than this one.
It's always fun that these people constantly say it was rigged, but it wasn't rigged for the Senate or the House. Just the presidency.
And so the Trump vote is about 3/4, and the Biden vote is 1 1/4. And that way, you can see the reports and the records of fractional numbers for the votes.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
It is. I mean, everything you're alleging, frankly, is nuts, which is why I think you're getting so much scrutiny and so much criticism. But if it's true...
Wait. Fucking, we got to run that back again.
And we don't know. And that's just, you're getting so much... Everything you're alleging, frankly, is nuts, which is why I think you're getting so much scrutiny and so much criticism. But if it's true, and we don't...
Are they memeing? Like, is this a joke? He's like, he knows, right? There's no fucking way he doesn't know what's going on.
Can you please browse Ruthie Donald? When that's where all the real Trump supporters talking are in their true form.
This is so funny. Thank you, Neon Cookies, for the 7 gifty boys.
Don't know. And that's just a simple thing, is that we don't know yet if it's true because we can't see what you've seen. I want to ask you about Michigan. Michigan's a bigger margin than the rest of them. It's like 100 and maybe 150,000. What are you seeing in Michigan?
No. They don't think she went too far. They're just saying that, like, wow, this is nuts.
PogGAROO.
But, like, how crazy is it that it's like, you know, how crazy if it's true? It's like, that's not how you do news, okay? That's not, like, that's not a way to do a news program. Like, you can sit in front of a fucking nice a screen of televisions and, you know, have the American flag behind you. But, like, that's not, you can put on a suit, but that's not news. Like, there's just no, it's insane. Like, this is not how you could do news, how you should do news. If it were up to me, this would probably get more than just like a little bit of, it would get more than just this. Okay? Just this, like, oh, the election was called for Biden.
Take my damn money.
We're seeing essentially the same things in Michigan, except larger number of ballots being stuffed in. It's the old-fashioned stuffing the ballot box. They're just doing it by computer instead of by paper. That's really all it is. They're dragging and dropping files of votes from one person to another instead of just stuffing paper ballots in the ballot.
Okay, but if that's the case, why do they need to also readjust the weight of, like, how much of Joe Biden vote carries? Or if that's the case, like, why are they also ripping up Donald Trump votes? Why are they also adding 35,000 Biden votes? Like, you can't gish gallop in court. I mean, you can gish gallop on Newsmax, and the only pushback you'll get from the dipshit host is, wow, this is crazy. Oh, if it was true, I mean, we have no evidence yet, but, like, if it was true, I mean, that'd be crazy, right? It's like, first of all, they criticize Tucker Carlson for not having her on. And fuck Tucker Carlson. He's a piece of shit. I hate him. He is a millionaire working for billionaires at the interest of billionaires. No matter how much he tries to act like he cares about, you know, the everyman. But, like, the reason why he didn't want to have this on is because this is so crazy that, like, you can't really get away with it. Like, this is so insane. It's too insane for Fox News.
Can you specifically?
You know, corruption in elections.
Thank you, Neon Cookies, and thank you, everyone loves Trey.
LBJ saying, you know, send some
For the
guys
5, and thank you 2BR02BKV.
down to the cemetery because those people, if they were alive, would have voted for me. And they take the name and the birthday, and that's what they did.
So it's Saturday night. Can you preview for us as specifically as you can what's going to happen this coming week, starting Monday morning? Tell us where you're going to file, what you expect to happen by Friday.
Well, I don't personally, I don't expect to file anything by Monday. I'm hoping we can get it ready by Wednesday. If not, it should be ready by Friday. But it's a massive project to pull this fraud claim together with the evidence that I want to put in.
So are you saying you're going to file?
And remember, it's not. This isn't a summary judgment motion where we actually have to produce any evidence now. In your typical lawsuit, you just file the statement of what the charges are without any affidavits or anything.
But are you saying you're going to file
the way the media is going about this is absolutely ridiculous and unreasonable to expect us to put evidence in right now. Although we know election issues are on an expedited schedule. But I could wait a month to file the fraud case, and everybody would have to undo their certifications because it's so bad.
But are you saying you're going to file the same case in multiple jurisdictions or in one jurisdiction?
Each one's a little bit different depending on what happened in the state. the different manner and means and the evidentiary aspects that support each one. We've got different affidavits from different witnesses in each of the states. So there are going to be some differences between them, but there are going to be claims that are identical. Some of the legal claims are going to be identical. For example, in a number of states, there were modifications to the machine after the statutory cutoff date that should invalidate every vote cast on the machine. I mean, Georgia cannot, there's no way Georgia can proceed to have an election using those machines for the runoff candidates.
Yeah.
That's absolutely absurd.
Yeah,
Here's what you know what? I think Republicans in Georgia should boycott the election. I think Republicans in Georgia should refuse the vote
driving home from work
in the runoff
CBC
coming up
where they were
in an effort to make sure that the Trump campaign, or at least the Republican Party, take action.
The Poggers face IRL, you made it in the eyes
You
of
know?
Canada. Hassle from a long time.
I think that they should, and by the way,
Milky mommy,
if they don't take action, they should literally not vote.
Milky num num num.
That will teach them a lesson. Losing a significant race like that, not one, but two significant races in the Senate like that, and then losing the Senate in general, I can't even think of a better way to drive the message to the core, to the heart of the problem. Mitch McConnell, who refused to sign off on or even to look at three separate bipartisan election security measures, legislation. That is absolutely, without a doubt, disgusting to me. Mitch McConnell is probably working with the socialists. It seems like he's probably working with the socialists. What you should do... Wait, what am I doing? Hold on one second. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. Seems to me that we're at an impasse, folks. I'm a Trump supporter, Hank Parker, coming to you from TruthTellerEagleFuck.com.
Resub with Prime, but I'm not
and
sure
I've been honest with you this entire time. I've been honest with you from day one. I know my mask is upside down. I'm wearing the mask upside down because I want to show you that it's fake news. I don't even need to wear it. My mask is upside down like a flag that's half-mast. You understand? Upside down because my entire world has turned upside down, folks. My entire world has turned upside down in these last couple of days. These Republicans have been devastating for my president and also God, Donald Trump. Mitch McConnell, folks, I have it on good authority. He's probably working with Hugo Chavez, who is alive. So he's Fidel Castro of Cuba. Working together to do Dominion election software, folks. And if you want to show him, you want to show the Republicans a goddamn lesson, all you need to do is not vote on the Senate runoff races. Nothing. And I mean absolutely nothing will teach the Republicans a lesson like not voting in the Georgia Senate runoffs. Strike them at their heart. Hit them where it hurts, folks. That's what I say. This way they'll know to support Donald Trump next time around, brother. Disgusting that they left him behind when he, a billionaire, did everything he could to make this country great again. Mitch McConnell didn't secure our elections on purpose, and now we know why, folks. So that these Dominion voting software that was created personally by Hugo Chavez and Fidel Castro could steal the votes and give it to the demon rat, Joseph Robinette Biden. So show them. Show them how us Republicans, how we MAGAs do it. That's all I got to say. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
As we wrap this up, Sidney, I think everybody at home right now wants to see this. They want to see what you say you've seen. Is that going to be possible at any point? Are we going to be able to see some of these problems and some of these issues, the way these systems
Great
work
Florida
and the way
man
this Dominion
impersonation.
works?
Yes, and there's actually evidence online now. I mean, we need to try to get our website up to date with the complaints that have already been filed. But exhibits were attached, for example, to Lynn Wood's complaint in Georgia that are remarkable and stunning, including the affidavit of the young man from Venezuela who saw Hugo Chavez create how they did the software, hire people to do it, and get it done. And
This is the best part of the conspiracy. I have to admit, like, the Hugo Chavez part of the conspiracy is the funniest part of it. Like, like, how did you tie this to Venezuela?
Much love, bro.
Oh, it's so good.
then how it worked to make sure he won every election thereafter. That's what it's designed to do. Their own handbook tells you that these things are features of their system. Right. Are we supposed to think they didn't use the features? Heck no, they used them. And they used them against their own candidates. The Democrats used them against Bernie Sanders in 2016. And somebody even told him what had been done to him when Hillary Clinton won that primary, and he didn't. And instead of standing up for the American people and the right to vote, he sold out.
You're saying Dominion, the Smartmatic Dominion system was used in 2016 when Hillary beat Bernie in the primary?
Yes.
Wow. I don't think we had heard that yet. That's an incredible development right there. And you say he knows that. Bernie Sanders knows that.
Yes, the person who sent me the data told me that they informed Bernie Sanders of all their findings, and he didn't do anything except.
What? So, Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, collaborating with the CIA, created the Dominion voter software. And then he gave the software to Bernie Sanders, who then gave it to Brian Kemp. So the plot thickens, folks.
And you say he knows that. Bernie Sanders knows that.
Yes, the person who sent me the data told me that they informed Bernie Sanders of all their findings, and he didn't do anything except get enough money to buy another fabulous house.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it's been used for both parties. One of the big problems.
She did the meme too. Like, you don't have to make it so obvious that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh yeah, she got money and then he got money and then bought another fabulous house. Wow, Newsmax is really onto him, dude.
Problems is that we don't know who was elected by buying their election through Dominion. I'm sure it crosses party lines.
Oh, she's saying DNC used the software to rig the primaries, and Bernie knew about it and did nothing. So Bernie's in the pocket of big DNC. You know how it ties back to Venezuela if you paid attention? Everything is connected like Dark Souls 3. Dude, they're so all over the place that, like, I need 25,000 people or 26,000 people to tell me, like, what is going on. I've, like, lost the plot. I've completely lost the plot. Like, I don't know what's... I think she has, too, though. Like, we need a Pepe Sylvia... We need a Pepe Sylvia style whiteboard or like a pinboard with like strings attached to one another to like photos of people, because it's pretty much impossible to follow.
You mean the house that
what
Jane
the
Sanders
fuck is going on right now without it?
Members passed away.
Jane Sanders' house was inherited by one of the family members who passed away. Passed away? Or assassinated by Hugo Chavez. Exactly. That's what I thought.
That's not an accusation against every politician. It's certainly not meant to be, but it means we don't know which ones got elected that way and how much they knew about how it was being used for or against them. Certainly not against them. But I'm reasonably certain at this point that John James was ripped out of his seat, and he was entitled to have won that election by the real vote. And the same, I think, is true for Doug Collins in Georgia. And there's no telling how many congressional candidates should have won that lost by the addition of 35,000 votes.
Yeah. So it makes sense. It makes sense if you believe that like Donald Trump was supposed to win every single state. I think with the exception of Colorado. Is that what some people were saying? Maybe, or no? Like he was going to win California. Like, and if you believe that, then of course you're going to think that like, you know, there was this level of collaborative. Was it Washington? Yeah, whatever. One of the fucking states. They throw one under the bus. But it's of course, if you thought that was the case, then you're going to think this is how they prevented it with this insane conspiracy.
Votes for Democrat or the algorithm that they were running against whoever they wanted to target. I mean, you can do it candidate by candidate.
That is something else. I mean, that's this.
I wonder how much of this is projection of what Trump encoded in Russia with 2016. Dude, come on, dude. They didn't do it. No, don't do that. Like, this is why I say, like, blue QAnon is Russiagate. No. Like, that did not happen. Like, did they fucking hack into both RNC and DNC and only reveal DNC logs?
Love this community.
Sure. And there was misinformation, but, like, they didn't fucking switch votes and shit. Blue anon. Exactly.
It's mind blowing, Sidney. What you're alleging, I can't even imagine. And I hope that you will join us again to talk about what you continue to find as you continue to investigate.
I will do that, and I will try and get more stuff up online this week. We've got some website
or just email
issues,
it to
and
us.
of course, people are trying to hack us and everything else. But Democratic Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney wrote the Treasury Secretary about this very issue in 2003, I think it was.
17
so
years
people
ago.
have been complaining about it, and the government's done absolutely nothing except whatever it wants to do. So who is really pulling the strings here and choosing the American officials pursuant to this system? Because it's not the people of the United States of America, and that's supposed to be who it is.
This is great.
It's just something else. And like you said, prominent Democrat politicians have complained about the usage of this system in this country. Sidney Powell, thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Which means Republican Ghostbusters fighting Hugo Chavez, top of Trump Tower, choosing the form of destroyer as a 200-foot tall AOC body pillow. This is worse than Saturday Night Live. I mean, it's funnier than Saturday Night Live. You will never be this funny without... Let me tell you something. You will never be this level of funny without if you're trying to be funny. It's just not going to happen. This only occurs in the wild. When Republicans are left to their own devices, this is the humor that comes out of it, which is great humor. It's really good. But it will never happen outside of those circumstances.
To the president. Was happy to do that. But there was this outrage that the president was going to ask us to break the law and he was going to ask us to interfere. And that just simply didn't happen, Pete. So I was happy to meet with the president, happy to talk with him and to kind of give him an update on what's going on in the state of Michigan.
So there was an update given, but this whole conspiracy that he's trying to twist your arm to disenfranchise voters, not true.
That's simply not true, Pete. I mean, when the president calls, you take that meeting. And before, we're red or blue. I mean, this is the president here. I was happy to do it. It was a historic day and glad we took the meeting.
Now, as we mentioned in the open of this segment, the Michigan State Board of Canvassers scheduled to meet on Monday. As I understand it, there are 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats on this board. Will they vote to...
It's like, but Donald Trump himself is asking for faithless electors. Or state legislatures to overturn the results. So him saying like, come on, that's crazy, is silly as fuck because Donald Trump is saying it on the timeline. Still waiting on the VOD video to explain this lore.
Certified, do you think? And if it's a hung jury, if it's 2-2, what happens after that?
Right. Well, I can tell you this, Pete. I'm certainly not going to interfere in that process, and I have not had a conversation with the Board of State Canvassers, and I don't intend on having a conversation with the Board of State Canvassers. But the way that we have set it up here in the state of Michigan, our state law, is that, as you mentioned, it is 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, and they certify the election for whoever won the popular vote. Now, as you mentioned, the RNC and the MRP have both made a request to simply delay that certification for 2 weeks until there can be a full and complete audit done in Wayne County. Pete, we have 71% of the precincts in Wayne County. Their absentee ballots books don't match what's on the rolls. And that's very concerning. That's why the legislature, we've been doing our own investigations. We've been doing our own reviews of these reports of fraud and the reports of irregularities. And I think these need to be looked into. So, Pete, as you mentioned, if there were to be a 2-2 split on the State Board of Canvassers, it would then go to the Michigan Supreme Court to determine what their response would be, what their order would be. If they didn't have an order that it be certified, well, now we have a constitutional crisis in the state of Michigan that's never occurred before, because as the federal Constitution says, this is left up to the state legislatures.
Yeah.
The state legislature decided long ago to do it this way. So if this way doesn't work, obviously now we have questions that have, arisen in Michigan for the very first time in our state.
About
Are you worried? No. I'm not.
Boomer sub-champ.
Pro-Trump lawyer and Lynn Wood to Steve Bannon, Trump supporters must do what our founding fathers did in 1776. Yeah, those fucking hogs aren't going to do shit. You understand? Okay. Tim Canova says, if it's true that Bernie Sanders was given evidence that electronic voting machines were rigged against him in 2016, and then he kept his mouth shut, then he's complicit in a monstrous fraud. We must demand a politics of truth and integrity. Now, let me tell you why this Bernie Sanders, election shit is so dumb. Okay? So let's say that the Dominion vote machines by big Democrats rigged the vote against Bernie Sanders. So Hillary Clinton wanted to defeat Bernie Sanders, but did not want to defeat Donald Trump? Why didn't she just fucking rig it against Donald Trump? Do these people know that she wasn't president for the past 4 years and it was fucking Donald Trump? You don't need a big brain to recognize how insane and dumb this is. What the fuck? Bro, look, at the heart of any good conspiracy, you have to have a reasoning. You have to have a reason for these people to conspire. When you conspire to rob a bank, you want to get the money from the bank, and you want to become richer as a consequence of your actions. You don't conspire to rob a bank for the memes. There's no point. It makes no sense. You don't do a conspiracy to rig the election in your favor, but only do it in the primaries. And if Hillary Clinton had the wherewithal, the capabilities, and the interest in rigging the primaries, what, you think she's going to fucking not rig the general? That's the silliest part about all these conspiracies. Okay, doctors are faking COVID numbers. Why? Oh, they want to make money. Okay. They want to make money, but if they weren't faking COVID numbers, and why wouldn't they fake it in the other way? Why wouldn't they fake it in the other direction so they can get back to business as usual and start getting, start doing elective surgeries and shit? Why are they faking COVID numbers in the other way when it is better for everyone if COVID is fake? And it's not a real thing. Like, they literally get paid without COVID. They get paid
Funday
better if COVID wasn't around. You already have the exploitative medical system to make money? Yeah. It's just you can't build a conspiracy theory like this when there's no fucking when there's no outcome there. Like, there's nothing there.
Republican traitors like Kemp are not willing to show up for us, and Mitt Romney, and the rest of them, then we will not be willing to show up for them.
Hell yeah.
Brian Kemp is a traitor.
Where's Governor Abrams?
Brad Raffensperger is a traitor. Any Republican that allows this to happen is complicit, and we will finish you.
Enemy! That's right.
Do they think that we're just going to go away?
No! Stop the steal!
For any Republicans not explicitly helping Trump to stop this deal, we will make sure you are never elected ever again.
Yeah!
To the Republicans that are easily bullied into compliance by the left, we will finish you.
Yeah!
We will end your career forever.
Respect, dude.
If the Republican establishment stands back and stands by and allows this deal to go through, we will do whatever it takes to completely destroy the Republican Party.
We the
forever.
people!
We will not accept mere investigations that go nowhere. We will not accept nothing less but a Donald Trump victory.
Hasan, I just finished my DSA orientation. Thank you so much for making feel welcome in the left and inspiring me to take real political actions.
But this is awesome, dude. It's so awesome. Like, they don't even want to just fight back. They don't even want Republicans to just fight back. They want them to win. Like, they're like, no, it's not even about trying as hard. Like, you got to give us another Donald Trump presidency. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, please keep fighting. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, spread it.
We will not accept fake audits and fake recounts like what's happening here in Georgia.
Roasted.
I mean, if the election is fake, why wouldn't the recounts be fake? You know, that actually is consistent with the mania. If you truly don't believe, if you don't believe the election is real, then why the fuck would you believe in the recount? You know?
We will accept nothing left but Donald Trump for another 4 years.
4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years!
They're so gross. You ever get death threats by people like in the videos? Yeah, all the time. It's great.
Hi, Arjan. Love you and chat.
Looking at the comments on the YouTube of the Powell interview, her insane conspiracies developing legs among Trump supporters, of which there are over 70 million. Given that Trump still holds executive power, I have concerns for Americans. Be careful, Hasan. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, on that note, though, it's top of the hour. Every hour. 60-second ad break. Nowadays, there's a bunch of rallies that we're going to look at in the state of Georgia. But before we get to the rallies, I'm running a 60-second ad break. If you'd like to avoid the ads, all you need to do is subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for free with a Twitch Prime or the $5 subscription. Here it is. Boyo. There are 1% of Trump's. These are 1% of Trump supporters. Most of them are sore losers and fascist adjacent, but not that far gone. Yeah, no, I know. There's still a bunch of them that like truly believe the Newsmax shit, though.
After Georgia certified its election results, multiple rallies were held here in Atlanta. CBS 46's Melissa Stern was at the state capitol this afternoon, where protesters from both sides were out in full force.
It's been nearly 3 weeks since Election Day, but the political unrest only seems to be growing.
I didn't think that America could be this divided.
Fox fake news! We would like to see and know as Americans that our election was fair and wait until the evidence comes out.
I was a poll worker on November 3rd along with my husband, and we were poll workers in other elections. And I can tell you, after spending 14 hours at our precinct, there was no fraud.
Protesters from both sides of the political spectrum showed up at the Georgia State Capitol Saturday afternoon to make their voices heard.
I have
It's incredibly funny when they say, like, we never thought America could be this divided. And, like, part of who they're talking about isn't even... The people that they're talking about isn't even like Democrat versus Republican. In some circumstances it is, but like they run the video of people chanting "fuck Fox News," Fox fake news. Those are Republicans that are divided. They're so divided that they've divided amongst themselves. It seems like.
reassurance that the recount was not a sham.
There's no evidence of misconduct. There's no evidence of fraud. There's no evidence of ballot tampering.
The certification process for Georgia's 159 counties was officially completed on Friday. The Secretary of State's office said there was a hand count of the 5 million ballots cast in the race. Biden won by a margin of 12,670 votes. The Trump campaign has 2 business days.
Dude, what are these graphics packages that they got going on at CBS 46? Atlanta's local CBS broadcasters really going crazy with the graphics.
Formally
Look at him moving in.
70 votes. The Trump campaign has 2 business days.
So stupid.
To formally request a recount.
It's just very unusual that the votes got shut down when Trump was ahead, and then hundreds of thousands of votes in some states, even here in Georgia, thousands of votes came up. We're supposed to have confidence in this overnight?
Trump fired.
A lot of the conspiracy about the software, though, the recount was done by hand. Man, it doesn't matter, brother. It doesn't matter to them. Like, the whole point is they don't believe the election results are legitimate because Donald Trump lost. How do you not get this? Like, there's no consistency in their worldview. Oh yeah, I'm sure a lot of Trump supporters were like, "Oh wow, the Dominion software was fraudulent, but then the hand recount worked. Well, the hand recount showed nearly identical results. Well, I guess I was wrong then. Like, you know, I guess Biden's my president now. Like, that doesn't fucking work that way. The people that think that like this is a fraudulent election are already so far gone, so lost in the sauce that they're not gonna fucking be like, yeah, I've learned from my mistakes.
Fired the leader of his own election security agency after they declared the 2020 presidential election to have been the most secure in history.
I am shocked that there are people that think that there was rampant fraud when there's no evidence.
I think it's important for her to see, my daughter to see, that there's always a reason to fight for justice, and there's always a reason to fight for what is right.
The Trump campaign has not been able to flip any state in their efforts to challenge the results. Reporting from the Capitol, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
As you can see, it's really quite the crowd.
Oh my God, that's Hermela. Oh my God.
Mr. Piker, please, for fuck's sake, don't burn yourself out.
I
Make
can't
sure
believe
you
she's
take
working
breaks.
for
Keep up the great
local
work.
TV now. I used to work with her. She's a coworker of mine from current days.
As you can see, it's really quite the crowd. A large crowd has been gathering here since before 10 p.m.
That's awesome.
They are officially now breaking the statewide curfew that went into effect at 10 o'clock. A lot of people here say that just goes too far, it's too extreme, and they don't think it will actually work to the goal of reducing the COVID numbers. They say those are arbitrary hours, and that everybody knows at this point the realities of COVID and the kind of precautions that they need to take, and that they do not need a curfew.
I love that when people are like, we know what our precautions are. We don't need a fucking curfew. Here's us violating all those precautions, though.
Chat wanting to say I find too much. Lee like the comment through and mob jokes.
It's so funny. Remember when in the beginning when they were doing the I need to get a haircut protests in like Michigan and all around the country, and their defense was like, oh no, these guys are right. It's just like, you know, we don't need lockdowns because these guys know how to deal with the situation. Like
HasanAbi fake news F.
They will be able to
Turkish dictator People clap.
They will be able to successfully deal with without a significant COVID lockdown. They will be able to survive the COVID problem without these measures because they're responsible individuals. And no, they didn't, because then once the lockdowns ended, or once lockdowns were lifted and restrictions were loosened, they then shifted their arguments over to mask wearing. Mask wearing is killing us and shit like that. So they're just contrarian. They have to
be able to do that. This is a very organized event. There is an agenda. There's going to be speeches, and obviously a lot of people here calling themselves patriots. They say this curfew goes against their civil liberties and doesn't do much to help the numbers as far as the pandemic goes. You spoke with a couple people who say they don't agree with it.
I would like to see.
Shocked to find out that there is no tear gassing of these protesters here. I wonder what the reason is. I wonder why these guys get to protest this way without getting their cheeks clapped by an authoritarian government. That's rather strange.
Curfews go away, and again, the whole blanket curfew thing, I don't agree with it. I think there's too many restrictions as is. Obviously, a lot of people don't agree with what our governor.
Probably because they're not burning shit. Yeah, no, the burning starts on its own. You're right. The burning never historically
had to go back to school
start when cops start
indoctrinate
fucking
me with
tear
American
gassing them first.
exceptionalism, but at least I'm creating more comrades, PogU.
You say it's California, you're wrong. Even in the state of California, they fucking clap the cheeks of Black Lives Matter protesters.
And our city officials are doing.
Yeah, there's no
But I
violent
prefer to see
graffiti.
something
Maybe that's
done
why.
A little bit different, but curfews is just a little too far.
I think we've tried lots of tools throughout the past 9 months, and none have really worked, if you will. And this one is certainly less restrictive than the other ones, which leads me to believe that's probably not going to do much.
The organizers say they're going to be out here for a while. The Orange County Sheriff's Department has said that they're not going to enforce the curfew, as well as other sheriff's departments across the state. Live in Huntington Beach, Hermela Argawi, KCAL 9 News.
There's a robot that tells people to fucking... Orange County's terrible, by the way. Orange County's like straight the fuck up, like Republican as shit. I just can't. I just want to picture what this fucking robot would look like. How this robot would operate in America. They'd be like, fucking robot trying to tell me to. Gotta tell me to put a mask on my face. They're here. The demon rats. They want to fucking destroy our way of living. I got food, by the way. I don't know about Japan, but in America, this robot 100% would be like applying facial recognition technology to pull up people's criminal records if they have one. And also the AI would be trained to follow black people in the store around.
Hi Hasan, I like your hat.
Like, there's two different reasons why we can't have things like this. %, this robot would just follow black people around and monitor their activity.
talking turkey this Thanksgiving might be a little easier for distressed families,
Hi Hasan, I like your
thanks
streams,
to
they are very
assistance from
entertaining.
some
People clap
hard-working
HasanAbi fake
organizations.
news. Love you,
Even
chat
so,
hassle.
Lee Cowan tells us more needs to be done.
As a staff photographer for the San Antonio Express-News, William Luther may have done more to help hungry Americans this Thanksgiving than anyone will ever really know.
We were hearing from politicians that they were calling each other saying, have you seen the picture? And people, they didn't have to describe it. They already knew did you see the picture?
The picture he's talking about is this drone shot taken back on April 9th. High above some 10,000 people, their cars parked bumper to bumper in a vast San Antonio parking lot, waiting for food.
Look at these lines.
That is the stark reality of this pandemic.
That image
who filed for
went viral.
unemployment, and I can't get that image out of my head in San Antonio.
Do you know how many places that picture went?
No.
It's a lot, though.
It was a lot. I think it really helped put clarity on something that was really difficult for people to understand.
If there was any doubt.
These are freedom lines, brother. The fuck you mean?
That COVID has deepened America's hunger crisis, that picture dispelled it.
God bless you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Folks at the San Antonio Food Bank, as well as its hundreds of volunteers, like Paul Drummond.
One more chicken.
Haven't seen the lines stop yet.
You know, and it's the kind of thing that you keep thinking it's going to be over, and not only is it not over, but the need just grows.
For the record,
there have been thousands of other food distributions all across the country. Just this past week.
For the record, I just want to point out something here. This is an indication that, yes, the economy is collapsing, but it's also, in my mind at least, the government doing something right, or at least like programs working to some degree. Like this is something that has to happen. If it's a private program, then I guess, you know.
This massive one in Dallas-Fort Worth.
I don't know why it's out of sync, guys. Should I just skip it?
Probably go start growing my own food in the backyard, probably.
We are relying, I think, too much.
All right, I'm skipping it.
Do you like America?
What Turkey thinks of America. All right, we're moving on to... All right, here, hold on. The future of concerts. I wanted to watch this.
This is what the future of events looks like. People are standing 2 meters apart from each other. They're all wearing face masks, and it all seems a little bit bleak, to be honest.
Following the outbreak of COVID-19, the world has been put on hold, and with social distancing measures being put in place, the first thing to go has been concerts and nightlife. But in an effort to bring back fun and normalcy, scientists at a university in Leipzig, Germany, have gathered thousands of volunteers for a large-scale experiment in the form of a concert, featuring the German musician Tim Bendzko, in order to trace how the coronavirus might spread at indoor events during the pandemic, and to model how risk might be minimised at these large events in the future. I'm on my way to my first concert since COVID, which is exciting. I had to take a COVID test before I went, which, thank God, came back negative. A rock concert put on by scientists sounded bizarre and potentially drab, but given that this was my chance to finally attend a concert, I got a press pass, flew to Germany, and went to see if this was a nightlife experience that I'd been missing out on all these months. Obviously, it's a bit strange because we have to wear a mask and it's a bit sweaty. I may as well not have done my makeup. But I guess it'll be interesting to see what it would be like to hold a concert post-COVID. Is it really worth going to a concert when you have to wear a COVID mask? I don't know.
So I've just arrived at the concert hall. I'm going to go and speak to a few people and see if they're enjoying themselves. What's fun about this concert?
Yeah. I think there is the option that is fun. I just hope that we can go and do some dancing because I really miss the dancing.
Is standing outside in the rain with a face mask on really worth it?
Yes.
What are your thoughts on Tim Bendzko?
I'm not that much of a fan of him.
Are you excited to see Tim Bendzko?
A bit.
No one's really here for Tim. Poor Tim.
Lots of my friends were like, oh, there's Tim Bensko. I don't know if I want to join. Well, we are not here for him, obviously, so.
But people weren't gathering for the ultimate concert experience. They were here to participate in a tracing experiment at massive scale.
We traveled to this event because we think this is a very nice event to make a test and to help.
That's kind of weird that, like, how is this ethical, dude? Like, hey, we're gonna do a COVID test to see, like, how many of you fuckers get a COVID test. I mean, how many of you fuckers get COVID if you if you attend this concert?
Help for other events in the future.
The test worked like this. Tim would perform 3 different times with a different setup for each mini concert to observe how disease might spread in a large venue depending on social distancing. The first scenario would be a typical concert with no social distancing. The second scenario would have minimal social distancing. And the third would have the recommended amount of social distancing, 5 feet between all audience members. Each participant was given a tracking device that recorded their movements through the stadium. Hand sanitizer was infused with UV light to track which surfaces people touched the most. All of this would help shed a light on how the virus would spread at a concert and would ideally lead to a conclusion on how we could still have concerts in a post-COVID reality.
Okay, firstly, I've got to ask you where you got your beer from, because I didn't know that they were selling them here.
No, they provide the beer over here. It's alcohol-free, but it's still good anyways.
Und zwar Events vermitteln Lebensfreude und bieten die Möglichkeit, mal aus dem Alltag zu fliehen. Veranstaltungen schaffen Begegnungen, Gemeinschaft und Miteinander entsteht nicht vor dem Stream, vor dem PC, sondern eben doch live vor Ort. Und die Kultur und der Sport nehmen hier eine Schlüsselrolle in unserer Gesellschaft ein, dass die Struktur dieser Branche
I get it. He's right.
Und sogar Gefahr läuft, aus meiner Meinung, komplett auseinanderzubrechen.
So we're quite far back in the press bit, and to be honest, I wish I brought my glasses because I can't really see very well. But what I can see is there's not as many people here as it should be. The stadium's hardly full, but this is probably because it might not even be worth it. You know, you've got to wear a face mask, it's quite constructed, so I can kind of see why people weren't jumping at the chance for a ticket.
Genau, da wo gewohnt wird, hier dieser schöne Blick. Sehr schön. Für euch habe ich eine Überraschung, ihr dürft ganz nach vorne.
There's not enough people here, so they're moving all the people at the back to the front.
Bro, what the fuck? In America, this would have been... In America, if there's like, oh, there's a concert, like, this would have been literally impossible to attend. In Germany, they're like, what? I'm not trying to die. It's a fucking... It's a Tim concert? I don't even like his music. In America, people are dying to go to a fucking Trump rally, dude.
Which is a bit funny, really.
Weil dann die Datenströme der Tracer quasi simulieren können, wie funktioniert das, wenn wirklich viele Menschen in der Halle sind. Wo sind die Tim Bensko-Fans?
So the concert began, and while some people weren't here for the music, it wasn't all about that. It was also about the science. So I wanted to talk to Professor Michael Gackler, one of the organisers of the study, to hear more about his motives for putting this concert on.
What are you hoping to achieve today by doing this experiment?
We are hoping to generate a database that leads to a rational decision-making from the authorities. Because now we have the situation that some people say you can't do anything, so there will be no sports, no cultural events whatsoever, because the risk must be zero. And the others say, well, don't care, just do it like it were 2019. Well, and we say no, there must be a rational risk assessment. There is no zero risk, and you have to accept certain risks, but you have to know how high the risk is.
Do you think this is the future of nightlife? Is this what we're going to have to do in order to be able to go to a concert and enjoy ourselves?
No, I don't think so. It is now a tool that we are developing for pandemic situations like this. And once we have a vaccine, we are no longer will have to apply this. But I think in the future, we will have pandemic situations like this again and again. And I think it would be better that we don't experience a period like March, April, and May again.
When do you predict that nightclubs will be open again? I guess we should start getting used to concerts like this.
Just laughed in her face.
After seeing Tim perform, I was very curious to know what it was like to play a concert as bizarre as this one. So how did you find the concert just then?
Ja, das Konzert war bis jetzt mega entspannt. Ich hätte ein bisschen erwartet, dass es steriler ist, weil ja alle Masken aufhaben und das ja eigentlich eine Forschungssituation ist.
Does anyone know who the fuck Tim is?
Es hat sich sehr wie ein normales Konzert angefühlt und das war auch schon richtig Stimmung. Ich wünsche mir natürlich für die Zuschauer, dass sie, wenn wir dann wieder normal Konzerte spielen dürfen, dass sie das ohne Maske tun können.
If we have
who is this guy?
to do scenario 3, so when everybody has to stand, 2 meters apart, do you think a concert is really worth it?
Das ist natürlich aus der Sicht eines Künstlers, der auf der Bühne steht, nicht das Idealszenario. Aus so einer romantischen Sicht wünscht man sich natürlich, dass alles wieder so schnell wie möglich wie früher ist. Aber am Ende ist uns alles recht, was uns, also jeder Schritt der Richtung Normalität ist am Ende uns total recht, weil es ja einfach für die gesamte Veranstaltungsbranche und für alle Branchen, die irgendwie davon partizipieren, unglaublich wichtig ist, dass wir schnellstmöglich wieder uns Richtung Normalität bewegen. Weil wenn wir das nicht tun, wird es wahrscheinlich die Hälfte.
Bro, someone said he's really famous in Germany, but really soy. Like, okay. Like, who cares?
Ende des Jahres einfach nicht mehr geben.
Das Einzige, was mich stört, ist, dass ihr da zu dritt sitzt.
Ja, aber das haben dann
ja, ich weiß, ihr habt euch lieb, aber das schafft er einmal. Ja? Einmal schafft er das.
Surprisingly, scenario 3 saw the audience at their most engaged. Maybe it was just by this point in the day the audience had finally warmed up. Or maybe this marks the beginning of a new era, where people can only feel like they can be themselves at a concert if they aren't surrounded by anyone else. Strange times we're living in. The whole concert in general was...
This song that made him famous. I love this song. Such a good song. It absolutely bangs. Like, I understand why he was able to fill that entire room.
Was definitely an experience. I wouldn't say that I would sign myself up for something like this, and I don't think my friends would either. But the people that went seemed to have a really good time. They were all dancing, they were all singing by the end, they were all clapping. So I think it's definitely for a certain kind of person. Following the end of the concert, I headed home to London still feeling like I missed out on the party I was craving. But 2 months later, the scientists behind the event released their findings of the concert experiment. They're saying that the main concerns of having events like this are that people are interacting between breaks in the concert, so they're going outside and they're mingling. And once they come into contact with each other, there's obviously a lot more of a risk of getting COVID. So if we wanted to have events like this in the future, it looks like we'd have to have good ventilation in all venues, wear face masks all the time, and stay an appropriate social distancing meter or 2 apart from each other. But the one takeaway from it is that everybody that took part in the concert, around 90% of the participants were not put off by the idea of wearing a mask and going to a concert. So they're obviously happy to do it, but to be honest, it's not for me. The published results restored some hope that concerts could soon return following the model set out with the Leipzig experiment, but with no...
So we learned literally nothing. The takeaway is that The takeaway is something that you could have come up with already on your own, kind of. Cool. Cool takeaway.
End to the pandemic in sight, it seems clear that any future...
Bro, she does look like Fawn. What the fuck? That's what I was thinking of. I'm like, who does she look like?
...concert would have to happen with these strange restrictions.
Although the test results came back from the concert...
Like, not exactly, but I think Fawn is prettier, but...
And they seemed largely positive, saying that we could have events like this in the future during a pandemic. To be honest, it doesn't fill me with joy or hope because I feel like I'm so far away from having the time of my life and going to a festival with my friends. And if I do, I'm gonna have to wear a face mask and stand far.
What are these shots, dude? Yo, Vice is so cheese. They are literally just trying to fill up time, dude. Like, they are so cheese. Like, this is... here we are, standing over the River Thames, thinking, contemplating, thinking about coronavirus and all the concerts that could have happened in the past couple of months that I haven't been able to go to. I'm pondering, thinking, pontificating.
Far away from them, which obviously takes the whole fun away from going to a rave or a concert. So it's safe to say if that is the future, then I probably won't be going, which is saying a lot because I absolutely love a party, but I'll probably just have to reconsider my life and have a barbecue or something, go on a walk.
Fight me like a bruv. That's what I say. Fight me like a bruv. Like a bruv. Which is a real thing that people say. I've made 20,000 custom videos as Jesus Christ. Side hustlers, disturbing history of tobacco. Empires of dirt. Should you be afraid of murder hornets capturing the collapse of communism in 1989? This is like old school Vice shit. No, I don't want to watch crystal meth mids, dude. That looks terrible. Fiverr Jesus looks kind of crazy. Hold on, I want to see the disturbing history of tobacco empires first.
The Tobacco Lords of Glasgow. They sound like a shit indie band, but they actually controlled...
Did they go back to like old school? Did they go back to old school Vice? Is that what happened? Like this is textbook old school Vice. Just like maybe we've only been watching like Vice News, thinking that they do like more serious coverage or something, but
appreciate you
most
for
of the
helping
world's
me learn
tobacco
the true
trade for a
reasons why I
third of a
hate
century.
capitalism, love your streets,
Slaves
man,
picked it,
HasanAbi.
Europe smoked it, and the tobacco lords grew rich off the profits. We're talking enormous mansions, rich. Streets named after you, rich. Dress your slaves up in tartan and make them carry your golf clubs, rich. What we don't know are the names of the enslaved people who picked the tobacco leaves. No one bothered to name a street after them. Empires of Dirt, a show about Europeans getting rich at the expense of everyone else. Previously, we found out how Britain exported homophobia to the rest of the world and how Bristol was built on sugar and slavery.
Oh, Glasgow!
October 15th, 1492. Christopher Columbus is exploring the Americas, having got extremely lost en route to India. He sees an indigenous man paddling a canoe with food, water, and tobacco leaves. The Spanish colonists quickly embraced...
Had they built Glasgow? Glasgow?
...embrace the tobacco leaf. By 1527, there are already settlers addicted to tobacco. When Sir Francis Drake returns to England from the Americas in the late 16th century, he introduces the English to the tobacco plant. Tobacco use grew exponentially throughout the 17th century. In 1614, the newly established colony of Jamestown, Virginia, sent its first shipment to England. By the 1680s, Jamestown was producing over 25 million pounds of tobacco a year for sale all over Europe. That's the equivalent weight of 630 double-decker buses.
That's a lot of fucking smoko, bruv. That's a fucking boatload of smoko, bruv. Fight me like a bruv!
Scottish slave traders kidnapped people from West Africa, sometimes imprisoning them on Bunce Island off the coast of Sierra Leone before trafficking them across to the West Indies and America. Bunce Island was turned into a mini Scottish territory. Slave traders built a golf course on the island and even forced enslaved people to dress up in tartan and act as their caddies. If they survived the journey, these enslaved men and women were put to work on plantations. The life of a slave there was one that was unrelenting in its cruelty. Scottish slave masters were considered to be amongst the most brutal of the slave owners. Life expectancy on a Scottish-owned plantation averaged around 7 years, but some enslaved people only survived for 2. Slaves were even made to speak Gaelic as a way of estranging African people from their cultures and stopping them from forming bonds with each other. So we all loved tobacco. But where did Glasgow come into it? Glasgow is geographically closer than any other British port to the east coast of the US, cutting 2 to 3 weeks off the journey from the tobacco plantations of Virginia. It was a no-brainer. At first, merchants simply purchased tobacco from American farmers, but before long, Glaswegians started lending money to them to fund future production, which basically meant fronting them money to buy even more enslaved people. Between 1740 and 1770, Glasgow was at the center of the tobacco trade with the Americas. By 1770, Scotland was importing almost 40 million pounds of tobacco. As slaves toiled in the sweltering heat of Virginia's plantations, back in Glasgow, the tobacco lords grew rich. They built lavish townhouses and churches in the city center and donated to Glasgow University. Tobacco was a huge earner for Glasgow's merchants, until it wasn't anymore. By the time the American War of Independence broke out in 1775, 1.3 million pounds was owed to Scottish traders by American tobacco plantation owners. That's 211 million pounds in today's money. Those who owed money to Britain really hated having to pay this back, and that includes George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, meaning that our love of smokes inadvertently contributed to American independence. After the war ended, the debts that were owed to Scottish traders was never repaid because the Americans took the view of, you're on the other side of a massive ocean. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? American independence.
Classic vice, dude.
Destroyed Glasgow's tobacco lords. The smart ones moved on to new enterprises, like importing cotton from the West Indies, which was also picked by slaves. But some were ruined financially, like former tobacco lord John Glassford, who died in 1783 with debts close to £100,000, the equivalent of 14 million pounds in today's money. Glasgow's shameful slave-owning past has been largely erased from history, but the names of its tobacco lords live on in plain sight. Walk around the streets of Glasgow and you'll find these slave traders celebrated, from Virginia Street to streets named after former tobacco lords like John Glassford, Archibald Ingram, and Andrew Buchanan. Their names continue to live on, but the names of the enslaved people who made them rich have been forgotten.
Damn.
There is a small war underway.
Glaswegians. All right.
I understand the controversy, but I look at it like this. I'm Santa Claus 2.0. Nobody gets upset at a guy dressing up in a Santa suit, even if it's not Christmas time. I am your favorite Lord and Savior, Jesus H. Christ, and I used to just be a lowly mortal in the film industry, but now I'm making glorious videos on the internet.
course he's from
It's
Portland.
me, Jesus. And this Fiverr gig is the answer to your prayers, and it will be awesome.
Hey, it's me, Jesus. And this is the story of my side hustle.
I am a creator, but what I do for a job is Fiverr. Fiverr and Cameo is what I do. You can pay people.
How the fuck can you live off Fiverr and Cameo? That's so crazy.
Strangers on the internet to do stuff for you, whether it's, you know, make a business card for you or dress up as Jesus and tell your, you know, mama happy 75th birthday.
No Bibles. No Bibles. We good.
I can remember a lot of the thoughts going through my mind when I was going to do this, which was like, you're crazy, you know, do you realize what you're doing? I had just had happened to be deciding to grow out my hair and beard. And I was shooting really high-end weddings. I wasn't getting the fulfillment from that. I kind of saw this opportunity to do something a little bit different. And I wasn't sure.
I started watching, you remember the Australian comedy guys I showed you before, Auntie Donna? Apparently they got a Netflix show. And he's pretty fucking funny, Mark. So,
Hi, Dad.
That's what I've been... that's what I watched last night. It was pretty funny. Oh, shit, Jesus, accidental foot pick.
Until later, I was walking down the street. And I think twice in one day, I overheard somebody go, that guy looks like Jesus. I went on Amazon and tried to find a tunic. I found one and made a video. I did an unboxing of an authentic crown of thorns.
Astaghfirullah, this is super haram. Na'ubillah. Na'ubillah. I don't even know what that is. You can't imitate a prophet? Yeah, whatever, dude. Shut the fuck up.
From the Holy Land. And it got 50,000 views immediately. I knew. I was like, this is it. This is definitely, I got something here for sure. And I was just kind of blown away that there wasn't somebody else doing it. My first order was, I still remember the script from memory. It's if I could give you one piece of advice, it would be to visit mormonthink.com. And that was it. And I was in tears. I was like, this is awesome. This is what this could be used for.
So this is my photo album from my mission.
So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump.
Oh, he's ex-Mormon.
How your hair would fare in a blizzard, Mr. Umbrella Man.
Oh, he's ex-Mormon. He wants to get people out of the Mormon church. That's nice of him. Right? That's what it is, right? That's mormonthink.com is 100%, I assume. Our history is an open book. They might find. Or wait, is it pro-Mormon? Oh, okay, never mind. LDS Church sued for misrepresenting foundational facts of Mormonism. It's neither an anti-Mormon website nor an LDS apologist website. Instead, for each topic, we present the strongest and most compelling arguments for explanations for both the critics and defenders of the church. It is then up to the reader to decide. Oh, they're centrist Mormons. Yeah, it's centrism is what you have to fucking appear as if you don't want to get your cheeks clapped in this circumstance, probably.
Hardcore Mormon. I did the Mormon missionary. I went 2 years to Argentina, had lots of baptisms there, and came back and just followed the steps. I got married, went to the temple, started having kids. I hate the person I was. I was a very, very different person than I am now.
This I would get in big trouble showing you guys.
Wow. My dude has a gold YouTube button. I don't even have my silver yet.
This is my temple clothing from my time as a Mormon. This is the stuff you have to wear in secret when you go and do some secret ceremonies.
Wait, he's got the magic underwear. He's got the magic underwear. He's showing us the magic underwear. Mitt Romney didn't Mitt Romney have a photo with it that came out a while ago or when he was running for president? Why do they have
Christian propaganda? Pipo Baba brother Arjan, please do correct.
Why do they have magic underwear? Here, I'll show you. I'll show you the fucking, this is what it looks like, and this is Mitt Romney wearing it. Wouldn't you want magic underwear? Yeah, I do. I would fucking rock the shit out of some magic underwear. I just find it strange that like it's a part of the religion though. You know what I mean? The temple garments. Yeah.
And it's kind of kooky. I started having problems with the Mormon church, and I kind of started having those doubts, and then I started Googling things, and that's when, of course, the trap door swung open, and I was like, oh no, I'm in a cult. Everybody was against me. I mean, it was like I was all on my own. I was kicked out of the house, was completely miserable.
Oh.
This is where I crank out all the Fivers, and then I even do
the otter
cameras
is
right
sick.
here. I started with Fiverr first, so what I do is I just have people send me a script.
I told you, I have ex-Mormon friends who literally still get calls all the fucking time from the church. People showing up, trying to get them to come back. First they excommunicate you. Then they take away your capybara, which is the worst thing you can ever experience. Like, worse than losing your family is probably losing your capybara, which is very cool, a very cool and cute animal. But then they reach out to you all the time.
And I charge them, $10 for 50 words. And then I can add more things to it. Like if you want me to add sound effects or extra words, and it just kind of goes up. Creciendo. Damn, I gotta do that again now. Creciendo.
Wait, no, I was kidding, dude. You guys, that's not a common animal for Mormons. No, he was just holding up that fucking otter thing. I don't know if it was a capybara or not. It looked too small to be a capybara. No, they don't actually get that. He was just holding one. Man, people are looking it up. They're like, what Mormons have capybara? I just converted 28,000 people to the fucking LDS, dude. Imagine having a capybara best friend that comes along with your religion, though. I'd think about it.
Una barba. I do a lot of Spanish videos. Hola, Kiki. Soy yo, Jesus. Jesus. Generally, people get what's called the glorified package. We've got like holy rays behind me, and it says Jesus. When I come up, I throw in a hallelujah in there every once in a while. From the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, too, by the way. They're not getting any royalties from me. My average video from Fiverr, I think I make $18 from. Hey, Emily. It's me, your favorite Lord and Savior. Cameo, that one's a lot easier because it's just on your phone. I make like $25 from one of those. Amen. Hi. And then I hit send, and that one's done. Hello, gamers. Hi, it's me, Jesus approved. Happy fucking whatever. I mean, I've done over 20,000 videos. It's my entire income. It's good, it's enough for me. I mean, I don't drive a fancy car or anything like that. You're a scumbag. We will be observing what happens to you from cockship.xxx and cumship.xxx. May the Lord grant your asshole mercy. What the fuck?
You imagine, like, people in, like, South American countries are, like, buying this for their old relatives because they think it's, like, cute. Meanwhile, he's like, come, welcome to the cum zone. Jesus is watching every time you stroke your meat. Like,
What was that? I don't know, but thank you for your $45. Next. There was a controversial video where PewDiePie hired a bunch of people on Fiverr, including myself, to do different things. Mine was simple, nothing controversial there. But there was another Fiverr creator named the Fiverr Funny Guys. Their shtick was to write things out on like a scroll and unroll it. And his script was, death to all Jews, subscribe to Keemstar. And the great ad apocalypse of YouTube, where all the...
I wonder if that's when Keemstar fully realized that he was a Nazi. Or, Nazi adjacent. Like, that's when he was like, oh shit, this is actually pretty pog.
Biggest sponsors pulled out was pretty much in direct response to that PewDiePie video. And I was in it. And the moment I knew, like, oh, this is a big deal, was I got recognized by my Uber driver. He was like, you're the Jesus guy, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, I saw you on TMZ. And I was like, TMZ? And he's like, yeah, you were on TMZ. And I was like, no, that wasn't me. And he's like, no, yeah, the PewDiePie thing, TMZ, that's you. I was doing like 150, 200 videos a day, exhausted, and then I had like 150 more to go or something from that initial thing, and that's when I got banned from Fiverr.
My Fiverr account has now been suspended, and I don't know why. They didn't tell me why. They just suspended my account.
I was banned from Fiverr for 3 days. I honestly do not think I would have been brought back onto the platform, but the internet came through, helped me. They totally saved my holy ass.
I remember this.
They like tweet brigaded, and then they brought me back after that. So the prophecy's true. Yeah, 3 days.
So I'm youtube.com/thejesuschrist. And I've got right now 1.17 million followers.
And I get a lot of emails every day where it's a lot of people trying to change my opinion or get me to see the light or call me to repentance. Like, I get it. When I piss people off doing what I do, I get it. Like, I know what they're feeling, but I think what they're feeling is good. Cognitive dissonance can be a good thing, I think, if you recognize it. And you're like, why am I feeling so uncomfortable that there's this guy who says he's Jesus? Like, why does this make me so angry? And why, like, if you really think about it, why?
I get called the Antichrist all the time. That's a big deal. Like, to be...
I'm surprised the QAnon guys haven't, like, gotten wind of them, because those guys are, like... Those are the real freaks, usually, that get super agitated by stuff like this, because they think this is, like... he's, like, he's a real Antichrist figure. Brother, I have the documents. This man right here is portraying himself as Jesus H. Christ, but he's not actually the Antichrist. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. What? Guys, please stop. Shouldn't you be doing a genocide on Armenians? Good one, dude. Fucking got me. Fucking got him, dude. Going into every German nationals Twitch broadcast to ask them if they're personally responsible for the Holocaust that they're still doing. Good stuff.
Antichrist or the Antichrist is like, it's kind of a badge of honor. Like, it's kind of cool. Like, all right, thanks, I guess. Yours is almost dead. Do you want to use mine?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Go, 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 and then we'll move. Okay.
Okay. Okay, stop. Okay, then.
Is that okay? I had like a hand here. Is that
Would you
weird?
say the money from
This was a lot of things. It was more than a job, but it was a way to actively protest and get my parents' attention, my family's attention, my ex-wife's attention. It worked, but it also caused a lot of problems. And one of that being that my ex-wife wanted to move out of state. When custody came back up again, I didn't want them to be taken from me because she was fighting for full custody instead of 50-50. Now, I was in a bad position for that, because I knew, oh no, I'm gonna have to go to court in like one of the most conservative counties in all of California.
And then we could just do, instead of me saying anything, you can just do text. Jesus loves everybody.
Yeah, or you could do voice.
Especially the...
Imagine someone making a YouTube channel called Prophet Muhammad. The streets would be drenched in blood. Obviously, it's comedic as fuck, but really take that in. Some guy drew a picture of Muhammad and was beheaded. Meanwhile, this guy talks about cum butts and calling himself Jesus, LMFAO. Yeah, because one is blasphemous and the other isn't. Like, the fuck do you mean? Like, it's a fucking high sin in Islam. Do I think it's fucking ridiculous? Yes, I do. But it's literally considered one of the most blasphemous things you can do. That's the entire difference there. For a lot of these people who believe in religion, they find this, which I personally consider to be a ridiculous rule, but they find this to be an insanely blasphemous fucking thing to do. Actual bad take? No, it's like literally, it is a, no, people don't understand it. Like, people don't understand it. Like, drawing the prophet, like even picturing the prophet or having a picture of the prophet is considered one of the highest fucking sins. Like, the equivalence is like, I'm not even saying that, I'm not even giving you a take. My take is that I find it to be ridiculous too. I just personally think that I personally think it's ridiculous, but people that are Muslim, like, really, really, really fucking care about blasphemy, not in a way that fucking Christians do, in a way that Christians do not. Like, this is, it's like, oh, beheading? Wait, no, I'm not justifying the beheading. Oh my God. Dude, it's such a fucking psychotic take that, like, I just assume that people know I'm not justifying the beheading. No one, that is insanity. You understand? That's fucking insanity. That person needs to be under the jail if he's not dead, okay? Obviously. The reason why I don't even talk about that is because everybody fucking knows that beheading is insane. Like, it's morally wrong. Is that good? Is that what you want to hear from me? What the fuck? Anyway, but clearly, what do you call it? Like, depicting, it's not inherent to Islam though. Ottoman Empire invented this norm. Wait, what? Not having any photos of Muhammad is an Ottoman Empire invention? That's not true. You're completely mistaken. That's not true at all. Man, in Islam, you're not even supposed to have depictions of like humans in the form of art. Anything but fucking fruit photos is considered un-Muslim like. Yeah. Every like human depiction is a callback to paganism. Yeah, you can't have idols, you can't have like fucking statues and shit too, I think. But they don't care about that anymore as much. That's my point. Like, certain areas reform. You sound like Trump denouncing white supremacy. I only sound like Trump denouncing white supremacy if you think I think it's poggers that like a fucking psychopath beheaded someone. The only reason why you think that is because you're a psycho yourself. You yourself are a virulent racist, and you think, oh, well, Muslim guy, don't need to know about his fucking background. Doesn't even matter. I'm assuming he's on board with someone getting beheaded. Anyway. Imagine if you were a Christian with a Christian name. I think if I was a Christian with a Christian name and I was saying this, then they would call me a cuck. Because in their eyes, then they see it as like a battle between, no matter which way people put it, a lot of Europeans especially see this as a battle between Islam and Christianity. Like, they have not given up on the holy crusade mentality. So in a lot of circumstances, whenever they fucking talk about this sort of shit, it's literally all of the centuries of anxieties and intergenerational conflict, and that history comes out so quick, where people are like, oh no, it's the Muslim hordes coming into Europe raping our women, like, and we need to stop them as best as we can. Even if it's like atheists who are shitting on Muslims, they're shitting on it in a similar capacity. Yeah. Someone unironically said denounce radical Islam in chat. No, dude, I love radical Islam. So I will not denounce it. Radical Islam, ISIS, stand back, stand by. Like, is that what you think my perspective is? Like, are you fucking stupid? Moron. He won't do it, brother. We got him. He won't do it. We got him. He loves it. Dude, what the fuck? Are you serious? Okay, I can't do that. I don't want to talk about fucking France and shit. It's Sunday Funday. We're not getting unlocked.
You did say omelette sucks, so it's not much of a stretch
Ultimately,
to assume you're
I lost. I lost. But I won. That's one thing I've never really been able to explain to people. Like, I did lose. Like, I lost the case. Like, that was the case, but I actually won. Like, in a sense that I've never been closer with my kids than I am now. Like, I spend more time with them now because I still lost the case, but I get more visitation. Like, a lot.
Fundamentalist Christians see this as cute and helpful, not blasphemous, because they're inherently capitalist. Eastern Orthodox Christianity was once similar but about idols, but it's not anymore. It's part of the reason why it's not a one-to-one comparison. Like, in your mind, you think it's like
Thanks
bad
for all
take.
The content. Super nice to hear similar takes as me in the sea of conservatism I live in. Hassle.
I wanna live in a world where the understanding of Islam is patched as well. You know what I mean? You know how the Mormons were like, oh shit, we can't at the heart of our religion have like black people be evil, so we gotta patch it so that like black people can have their own planets too, and that like not every black person is the devil. You know how the LDS did that? So I want Islam to do a similar thing with a bunch of different areas, okay? Now, let me tell you something. As someone who grew up in a Muslim country, as someone who grew up in a Muslim family, I know the parts where they fucking patched it. For example, alcohol, okay? A lot of Muslims refuse to eat pork, but they will fucking drink alcohol. Like, they don't really give a shit about it. They'll secretly drink it or they'll openly drink it because they're overall, it's like Reformed Jews. You know what I mean? It's like they are just, they're secular Muslims. So they don't give a shit. They'll do drugs. Everybody engages in usury, which is also a sin. Like, these are parts of Islam that's been patched already. Understand? Every religion ultimately gets patched. The way to patch the religion is by tolerance and acceptance, not the other way around, okay? You don't fucking push people away and tell them like, oh no, you're a freak and you're all violent and we're gonna fucking, keep offensively doing blasphemy on purpose to like show how different you are and to show how not welcome you are in French culture or whatever the fuck. That's the worst way to do it because you're not causing a patch. If anything, they're reverting back to like other, like you're literally causing a divide. Bad take? It's not a bad take. It has demonstrably never worked. And it will not work. That's blasphemy too. We can't have a patch. Islam is unchanging, so it's perfect for all people at a time. This is impossible. Man, I know people committing... Yes, I am describing people committing a sin, but they don't give a fuck about it. That's the point. There's not going to be like a fucking patch, but Christianity doesn't have an automatic patch either. It's absolutely subject to interpretation. Hey, are you familiar with religion? Like, anyway, yeah, religion devs, get your shit together. Knew you were a reactionary, you Sharia law revisionist. Do you feel the same about being charitable to conservatives so as not to alienate them in the hopes of reforming their beliefs? No, especially, and here's why. Because there are certain elements. There are certain things that I am not reactionary towards. Okay,
like the most important one, I tell you. Go ahead, go.
Okay, I think I'm gonna hit the silence on this thing. There are certain things that I don't fucking I don't stand by. Like when in the UK there was a Muslim group, for example, that wanted to stop LGBT education in their schools. Fuck off. Suck my dick. There's no way that you get to use Islam against any sort of like LGBT education in schools. Like, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. There's no place for that. Just like there's no place for fucking beheading people, by the way. But it's so obvious that I didn't even think that I had to say it. You know what I mean? So obviously what I'm talking about is like Islam as a whole, or the treatment of Islam as a whole from the government. That's what I'm critical of. But the moment that a Muslim person or any other kind of conservative turns around and tries to use their worldview to harm others or to take away civil liberties from others or to go against equality, then, you know, fuck you. You have no room to do that. You are not allowed to do that. You can't do that at all. Just joined from the start of this VOD and your voice got fixed? Yeah, I told you. I told you. Not a lot of Muslims drink alcohol, dude. A lot of Turks, not Muslims. Yeah, dude. All the fucking Saudis, when they come to America, they're just, I guess they become Turkish. No, motherfucker. Muslim people, when given the opportunity, not all of them, but like a lot of Muslim people, when given the opportunity to drink freely, sometimes take that opportunity. And if it's not fucking alcohol, then let's talk about usury, okay? Anyway.
Pog.
Statistically, American Christians commit almost double the amount of crimes as Americans that identify as secular. They commit almost 12 times as much as American Muslims per capita. Holy shit. What the fuck is this? Is this some like atheist shit? Jesus Christ. The difference there is Muslims that make it all the way to America. No, I can explain this data to you. The difference between Christian criminals and Muslim criminals, and the reason for why that disparity exists is because Christian criminals are natural born US citizens. It's similar to the fucking disparity between natural born US citizens committing crimes and undocumented immigrants committing crimes. Natural born US citizens commit crimes at a way higher rate per capita than undocumented immigrants do, because undocumented immigrants are afraid of, in any case, like there's like an additional level of deterrence, right? Like there's a sense of freedom that you get as like an American natural born citizen here that allows you to you know, go out and fucking get a DUI or some shit. You have to be more careful. And it's similar to that, where like, not super similar, but Muslims that come to the United States obviously have, on average, a higher level of wealth and therefore security, and therefore less likely to commit crimes than Christians that were naturally born here, which would imply that they probably have, on average, a lower level of education and also poorer in general. So while the metrics themselves are fun, I think the easiest way to describe it is probably socioeconomic conditions regardless. It's kind of like talking about I'm third generation British. My grandparents didn't drink, do drugs, charge interest, etc. Neither do my parents, and neither do I. Yeah, it turns out practicing Muslims exist. Yeah, there are practicing Muslims, but everybody... Okay, do you pray 5 times a day? Like, the whole point is, do you give zakat every fucking Ramadan? Like, I mean, some of those things most Muslims engage in. But there's always going to be areas that you don't fucking follow fully to the law. Like, it's virtually impossible to fucking follow every aspect of a religion in all of the dogmas that have been described. That's the point. For most people, No, practicing Muslims don't mean that they're like literally doing everything to the letter, though. It's like saying I've never broken the fucking speeding laws, dude. It's like saying I've never violated any law ever. Like you've never fucking jaywalked. It would be insane. Anyway. You're right. Most of the data is anomalous, but it's still fun to tease at Christians why they are so violent. Yeah. Like, motherfucker, if you're in my community right now as a practicing Muslim, you've probably at some point fucking jerked off, okay? There you go. Haram. All of you. Sinners, all of you. I look into this community and I see sin. All I see. Sinners everywhere. Probably fucking caught some people jerking off mid-tug right now when I said that.
A lot more visitation than I had before. We're here in Oregon and things are awesome. And like, I actually love it here. I feel so much better and my kids love it.
The Son of God would never curse. I cursed a fig tree. Boom.
That's cringy.
What it did do was validate me. I'm a good dad.
This is cute as fuck, dude. This guy's awesome.
Like, I'm not this terrible apostate that my family and my ex-wife's family think I am, or just see me.
After this video, I'm gonna run the ad.
Here's an clinical psychologist saying like, oh yeah, your kids love you. They like trust you. They feel safe with you. All this good stuff. It's like right there, proof.
I think it's pretty cool. He does what he loves. I mean, he's not hurting anybody, so I don't really see why it would be bad or anything.
Hey, give me a hug.
Why are you acting like practicing Muslims don't see this? I fully practice everything to the law, literally down to the T. Obviously, we all sin here and there, but we make an effort to practice the Quran and Sunnah in the best manner. And yes, I do have a cheeky wank here and there. Boom! Haram, motherfucker! There you go. Impossible. It's literally impossible. The world would be fucking terrible if you followed every single part of fucking religion all the way to a fucking T. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. I'm literally watching The Last Kingdom right now, and those psychotic fucking Saxons and how much they love the Christian God is so insane. You just, and by the way, self-snitch, Allah always sees, brother. It doesn't matter. When you're fucking cranking one, it's like you're cranking in front of Allah. You might as well be bukkakiing, okay? He's everywhere. He's omnipresent. He's omnipotent. He knows when you're cranking. He knows what you're fucking thinking when you're jerking off. Exactly. My point is, don't ever feel bad about it either. Don't be crazy, okay? Come on. Here's how you justify it. If there is an all-knowing, all-loving, omnipotent, omnipotent, omnipresent God, then you think he's gonna fucking get mad at you because you jerked off every now and then? Like, what are you, crazy? What are you, fucking nuts, dude? Come on. You wouldn't have made it feel so good if that was the case. Don't be ridiculous. You never get depressed post-wank? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, dude. Are you kidding me? You know what I do post-wank? I feel like there's a snooze button, dude. I fucking, the moment that the semen leaves my fucking penis, it's like before it even hits the ground, I'm like dead. Pass the fuck out.
Love you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I feel
No, my mom's
very
not here right
fortunate
now.
To be in a position that I am. Why do people believe what they believe, and why can't they change their minds, even when confronted with evidence? I like to poke that part of the brain that's like, wake up, come on, you can do this. I'm always gonna have opposition, and I need opposition. Christ needed it then to teach his message. Trying my best to just do what I really honestly think Jesus would do now. Because he was just a dude, he was a cool dude, hippie dude, just walked around and pissed a lot of people off. Like, that's mostly what he did, was make people angry. Anybody anywhere in the world can do something and get hugely successful for it in their bedroom with a
You're gonna meet a
What's your angle? What's your hook? I forgive sins. I'm good at loving and forgiving and suffering.
Also, my dude's like Islam hasn't been patched. Meanwhile, there's like there certainly are different sects, and there certainly are different ways of interpreting religious doctrine. Anyway, I gotta hit that top of the hour every hour, 60-second ad break before we go and move on, ladies and gentlemen, to modern polygamy. Mormons with a bunch of wives. But it's top of the hour. If you'd like to avoid the odds, all you need to do is subscribe with your Twitch Prime for free or with a $5 Amazon subscription.
Polygamist family so controversial that even other polygamists disapprove of them. Brady Williams and his 5 wives and 24 children are...
Wait, what do you mean other polygamists disapprove of them? Wait, what? Wait, you're saying this is not a Funday thing? 60-second cheeky halal break. Listen, there's only one fucking rule in Islam. The cardinal sin, the cardinal haram of all harams, okay? And that is no pork. Every motherfucker. Every Muslim dude I know who fucking drinks, does blow, has sex with prostitutes, jerks off all the time, they do not eat pork. No pork. What? Bacon? That's haram, brother. Whoa, hold on. Hold on, bro. Bro, what do you mean? I can't have pork. Even if they eat like gelatin that has like pork skin in it. Like, even if they eat jelly beans, why are you describing yourself? Bitch, I love pork. I just had a fucking bacon. I just had a burrito with bacon in it. What do you mean? I am the Antichrist, dude. I am a complete heretic.
Letting in the cameras in ways you've never seen before, and ABC's Cecilia Vega traveled to Utah to meet this very large, very unusual family.
6 a.m. It's a normal start to the day in the Williams household. Husband Brady gives his wife Polly a kiss on the cheek. A few rooms over, a quick cuddle with wife Rhonda. Then a smooch for Robin, another for Rosemary, and finally, wife number 5, Nani.
Hey, everybody!
Welcome inside the world of Brady Williams.
My wives! God damn, dude. My dude's got a fucking dick factory, dude. I didn't know he had a dick assembly line. He's like, bah, 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 bah. You want dick, you get a dick. He's the Oprah of delivering cummies, dude. He's like, look under your seat. You got a cummy. You got a cummy. You got a cummy. My man, how is your back still intact after clapping so much? Oh my fucking God. What does he do? How does he survive? 5 fucking wives. Isn't it even in Islam? It's like, even in Islam, it's like 4 is the max, right? And not in Islam, by the way, but you know, certain interpretations. Again, my man was like, yo, fuck that. We're maxing out. We're doing 5.
Polygamist unlike any you have ever met.
I really consider myself a feminist.
There is no way the 5 women sitting here are equal to the one.
This is so good. Oh, someone literally was like, Funday, by the way. You really think this isn't Funday? This is at the heart of Funday. This is, oh, there is nothing better than this. Oh, it's so fucking good. How the fuck does he do it? Oh. He's like, you want to be my 6th? He's like, I'm a feminist. You want to join the concubine?
One man of this house.
Certainly, polygamy has been patriarchal, right? The man is in charge. But I like to think that we've evolved and are still evolving.
What you thought you knew about polygamy? Think again. This family is so out there, they're even shunned by regular polygamists. The Williamses used to be fundamentalist Mormons, but not anymore.
Dad's gonna go get dinner. Everybody.
Now they are pro-gay marriage. They have an occasional drink.
So who's up for a little strip poker?
What the fuck, dude? What is going on? Ah, this family is fucking crazy.
The parents even teach their kids that it's okay not to follow in their plural marriage footsteps.
From the outside in, I still am scratching my head.
They call themselves progressive polygamists.
It's lasagna.
And in their new TLC show, My 5 Wives, they pull back the veil on one of the most secretive groups in America, revealing an ordinary family.
My man, his hairline has like dialed it back every time he gets a new wife. It's like, it's like LeBron James during the finals. His just hairline slowly but surely with every game pulls back a little bit further.
5 wives by the time I was 29 years old.
My wives!
So they would have you believe.
It's not that complicated.
Bro, this dude is rocking a fucking 13-incher. There's no way. Like, he's got a python, dude. He accidentally, when he wakes up in the morning, he accidentally steps on his cock when he gets out of bed. Like, how is he doing this? Each wife looks more and more disappointed in the photo. More rings than Mello. How is he doing it, dude? Oh, the couple in a... Oh, Jesus Christ. You look pretty tired, bro. Hope is all good. No, nothing is good. I don't even have one wife. This guy's got 5, dude.
We love each other. It's just normal times 5.
It's a bigger house.
Right.
The Williams.
Okay, she's kind of into it. Like, look.
We love each other. It's just normal times 5.
It's a bigger house.
The Williams family joins the growing list of polygamists in prime time, from big love to sister wives. But this family takes the reality TV cameras where none have ever gone before, the polygamy bedroom.
What? Dude, the Learning Channel, dude! Yo, the greatest. Oh, I love capitalist television so much. Dude, what are we learning? Oh, how this Mormon fucks 5 of his wives, dude. That's how we're learning.
Beautiful, pretty girl. All of America's having sex. So are we. We're just like everybody else, right? And no, there's no hanky-panky going on between all of us. It's just a man and his wife in that bedroom.
Well, a man.
His wives.
Man and his 5 wives in their 5 bedrooms, plus their 24 kids.
Can you name all of your children?
So I have Carly, our oldest, then Hannah, then Josh, then it's Kimberly, and then Taylor goes, it would be the boys. No?
No, it's one more girl.
To house this family of 30, There are 2 homes next to each other.
Rosemary, Polly, and Robin's home. And then over here, Rhonda and Noni.
Each wife and her kids have their own space. Every evening, the family eats dinner together, though there never seem to be enough chairs. Oh, and their monthly grocery bill, $4,000. To afford it all, some of the wives work, and Brady runs a construction company.
Your man cave?
The mainstream Mormon church banned polygamy more than a century ago, but the Williams live in rural Utah, in a community where all their neighbors are.
Yeah, Utah don't give a fuck, dude. Yo, if you want to, yeah. The Romneys were so based in their fucking polygamist attitudes that they literally moved to Mexico and now are forced to like duke it out with the cartels down there. But some of them were just like, nah, fuck it. We're just going to stay in Utah. We're just going to keep doing it. Who gives a shit about the American government?
Fundamentalist Mormons who believe polygamy is the way to get to heaven. And not that long ago, the Williamses believed that too. The women were all raised in this small town. In fact, they're all cousins, taught to be good, obedient sister wives.
And I was going to be a good girl, and I was never going to leave.
Brady was even a bishop in the church, but ultimately decided it wasn't for them.
We don't claim any religion. If polygamy is not necessarily the means to get to heaven for your family, why polygamy?
We spent years and years building this family, and we love each other.
I can't say that I've never considered leaving. It's just that it would devastate the entire family.
What they do want to soon do is move out of this community.
The leadership of the community has made it clear that because of the decisions that we've made, it'd be better if we left. And I agree.
You're kind of an outsider.
You know, we're misfits.
I'm just like picturing sexual tension between him and the newscaster now. I can't, like, I feel like this dude, for all of his very clear, obvious flaws, is just like oozing sexual charisma somehow. I just can't, like, there's no way. Like, how is he's just laying pipe left and right, dude. He's like, he owns the construction company, but during the day he's laying pipe, and at night he's laying pipe again.
They also don't act like the other polygamists on TV.
I had a silly question once about the polygamous lifestyle. They asked me if we all slept in the same bed. That's just ridiculous. I mean, that's...
Yeah, no, that's the ridiculous part, dude. You're right. You're right, lady. You caught on. I'm glad you figured out what the ridiculous part of this entire process was, which is that. And nothing else.
A big bed.
What happens in these bedrooms doesn't necessarily stay in these bedrooms. You know you've wondered, so here's how it works. Every night, Brady rotates between wives. Each wife gets to sleep with him every 5th night. And when he's not there...
I made each wife a body pillowcase that just had Brady and then a little dream theme with our name. So it's like he's dreaming.
First of all, that's not what his hairline looks like now. He's looking at the body pillow like, I don't look that way anymore. But I guess that's how they see him. Dude, he's rotating wives, dude. That's so sick. First of all, if you have 5 wives, how do you not have an orgy every now and then? Like, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, you gotta at least have an orgy, right? Like, you know, a little bit of double sucking, things like that. They're cousins. Oh, pardon me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wow. That's on them to worry about, okay? Jesus Christ. You're so jealous right now? No, I'm not jealous, dude.
About us.
Bye, kids. When the clock strikes noon, Brady heads to the next wife's house.
And do you have, like, socks in every house?
Yeah, I have way too many clothes everywhere.
Polygamy problems.
But polygamy problems can be very real. The biggest one of all, the inevitable jealousy that comes with 5 women sharing one man.
Everybody, just remember I'm going to be with Robin for her extra night for her birthday tonight. Everybody got that?
You know he's having relations with other women. Yep. Do you think about that?
I
don't. I don't want to hurt it hurts me if I go there. Why? I don't want to put myself through that.
These are sacred relationships between a husband and a wife. And
bro, like, by the way, this is the most like I'm a sister wife name I've ever seen. Noni, like that. Bethel. You know what I mean? Like, that's such a fucking I'm a sister wife name, dude.
I feel like I'm honestly intruding on that when I'm putting my mind there.
If any of you guys are tired and need some sleep, send him over. I'll take him those times.
It's kind of like living in a strange sorority. The women can't help but compare themselves to each other.
I've always felt like I had Barbie and Sleeping Beauty for sister wives and Polly and Robin. I'm just the chubby one. You'd rather be making...
No, that makes me so sad. Oh, no. Oh, that broke me, dude. That's so sad.
I had Barbie and Sleeping Beauty for sister wives and Polly and Robin. I'm just the chubby one. You'd rather be making love to a skinny woman.
Oh, baby. I won't. I don't. I make love to you because I love you. I love you, right? You know that? I haven't stopped chasing you around the room.
You horn dog.
There never seems to be enough of the man to go around.
I would rather have...
Okay, I'm sold, dude. This is true love. Oh, that was so sad. That's so sad. That's so sad. Oh my God. Oh, that's... You said you weren't jealous? Okay, I'm a little...
Have 20% of a good man than 0.
Don't even bother trying to find the right label for them. Polygamists, feminists, fundamentalist Mormons. It's a guy and his 5 wives. Would you marry again?
I don't want another one. I mean, not to say that they aren't great.
5 is enough.
Yeah.
For Nightline.
I swear to God, she's into it. I swear to fucking God.
Marry again?
I don't.
Fundamentalist Mormons. It's a guy and his 5 wives. Would you marry again?
Damn! Just asking because I'm curious. Would you do it again?
I don't want another one. I mean, not to say that they aren't great.
5 is enough.
Yeah.
For Nightline, I'm Cecilia Vega in Utah.
5 is enough. Our thanks to Cecilia and my...
Okay, one of you literally looked that shit up.
To some, having...
Wait, is this the same...
more than one wife might
One of you looked it up. I know you looked it up.
sound like
Someone said she has a husband. Why did you look that up?
heaven on earth. But just imagine the communication skills required, the potential for jealousy, and all those family logistics. Well, they might just seem overwhelming. No one knows exactly how many polygamists live in this country. Most live in secret. There's been a lot of news about the followers of Warren Jeffs and alleged forced marriages of underage girls. But tonight, we meet a community with a twist. The women choose their husbands, not the other way around. Here's ABC's Cecilia Vega.
Happy birthday.
Bro, what is going on, dude? Yo, I love this shit. This is, yo, we must preserve a future. This is the fucking Western supremacist culture and attitudes we need to preserve, baby. This is so good. Yo, I love this shit, dude. I love this shit. Oh my God, Cecilia Vega on the job. Fuck, they're progressive as shit.
Rosemary. 19-year-old Rosemary Colley has one wish. She wants God to give her a name. The name of the man she will marry.
I could marry someone single or someone very married with 3 wives or 10 wives. You just have to keep your mind open.
She will keep praying until inspiration strikes, just like her mother and her other mother and her other mother before her. Because in this polygamist community, God reveals to the women who they will marry.
Do you feel like you have any say in this as a person?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is my choice. I chose to basically give myself over to Heavenly Father to place me with whoever He chooses.
Rosemary is the eldest in the
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought like she chose the dude. Never mind. That was, we got you baited. I was like, oh, how woke? Like, nah, never mind. It's just I chose to get my father to choose for me. So you didn't choose. Your father's choosing.
Family of 22, a husband, 3 wives, and 18 children, all crammed under one ever-expanding roof.
Fiona, Monica, Esther, Edgar.
The head of this plural household, meet Michael Colley.
We have 3 more that aren't in this picture, so keeping up with numbers is kind of tricky.
Actually, if it's for the kids.
Dinner time.
Happy birthday, reaching to please. I'm not going to sing happy birthday, though, to you, but at least you should be happy that you're not living in a family like this where they can remember your birthday.
Is controlled chaos. Every inch of available space is filled. From the grown-up table to the kids' table, a play table, and each seat at the counter. Rose is sister wife number 1.
What's the biggest challenge that I might not know about living in this house?
Making sure all of the children get fed and get fed fairly. So you can't have people coming in and out and feeding their kids whenever, however.
This is life in Centennial Park, Arizona, home to 1,500 fundamentalist Mormons, just across the road from a more infamous polygamist group, the FLDS, followers of Warren Jeffs, who was convicted of felony child sexual assault and is serving a life term in prison. Over there, you got married when the leader decided.
I know one that had 4 hours notice. Her and her sister really fast made her a wedding dress, and they were ready.
Here in Centennial Park, a woman isn't forced into marriage.
Is your family still growing?
Yes. Yes, it will continue to grow.
Until it's how big?
I don't know. I may have another lady that comes into the family. I'm pretty sure I'll have more children that will come into the family. And so as the husband and the provider, then a lot of what I do is prepare for that.
How do you know when it's time for another wife?
Actually, I don't know. My job is to be prepared for that eventuality. This particular space right here will be a bedroom.
First, he needs more space. That's what the shipping containers in his backyard are for.
It's for one person. It's a single person space, and it's for them to sleep, study, that kind of thing.
It is rare that television cameras are allowed inside polygamist homes. After all, this is a lifestyle that is illegal in all 50 states. But the residents of Centennial Park say they want to show just how average, how normal their lives are.
We would like to start having the debate nationally about the decriminalization of polygamy. I don't see that
They're so woke. Like, they're so... It's funny when they're like, you know, social justice warriors for polygamy. Like when the other guy was like, I'm a feminist. Like, I find that... God damn, these are literally the glasses I was thinking about buying next.
Yeah.
Is that weird? Should I not get the fucking Jeffrey Dahmers, dude? The Jeffrey Dahmer 7s? Did he run the ad? I did, right? I didn't forget to run the ad, didn't I?
there's any reason to have this lifestyle be a crime. It's a religion. It's not a crime.
Why do men in this congregation want another wife?
A religion where it's believed multiple wives leads to a higher form of salvation.
Oh no, I know he puts them in a shipping container. Well, they don't have space. He doesn't have space. What are you going to do? That's the problem.
Where I choose to be. And though I'm not real smiley, I truly
am happy with this lifestyle. I would be terribly unhappy in something different. Living in a monogamous lifestyle would just not be full enough for me. This is our version of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If everyone else in the United States is entitled to that, so are...
Lady, you got a herpes sore in your mouth. Like, that's... Like, no disrespect, but, you know, not to stigmatize, but... It just, like, makes the argument a little bit worse, doesn't it? Feel like...
Are we?
But it's not quite the laid-back polygamy seen in shows like Sister Wives either. Women in Centennial Park have some say, but not all the say.
Are you allowed to say as a wife, there's no more room?
Not really, because the way I came in was that I believed that I belonged.
2/3 of the planet have mouth herpes, my dude. That's true. A lot of people do. Also, that's why I said I shouldn't stigmatize. A lot of people do.
To Michael, and I can't say that there's nobody else who belongs to you. That's between Michael and God.
Please bless this food. There's no dating allowed. Women here have to be at least 18 to marry, and God can tell them to marry just about anyone in town.
Personally, as a father-husband, how would you feel if your daughter decided to marry a man who's 70 years old?
If that's what the answer is that comes from our Father in heaven, great.
You'd be okay with that?
Yes.
Sleep soundly at night?
Yes.
Future husbands can be revealed anywhere at any time. For Connie Colley, inspiration came when she was in the 6th grade.
Wait, okay, dude. Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Future
Wait, what was it?
That's what...
Decided to marry a man who's 70 years old.
If that's what the answer is that comes from our Father in heaven, great.
You'd be okay with that?
Yes.
Sleep soundly at night?
Right, Father in heaven told me that my 16-year-old wants to marry a 70-year-old. Man, at some point you got to be like, yeah, God's really not looking down at this fondly. This is beyond that point, I think.
Yes.
Future husbands can be revealed anywhere at any time. For Connie Colley.
Oh, sorry, they have to be 18. Oh, my bad. I apologize. Not 16, it's 18 years old marrying a 70-year-old man. If it's legal, then it's fine, right? Sorry, I forgot I had a bunch of libertarians in my chat. Yeah, all good. Never mind. People are like, no, they said 18, bro.
Inspiration came when she was in the 6th grade.
I didn't hear anything.
Bro, not 16. Like, 16 is just weird. But 18, I mean, then you can fuck a 100-year-old man if you want to. It's legal. Right? That's what you're saying.
Per se. It was more of a feeling where it was like, pay attention. And then the message came, this is the answer to your prayer. Here's the answer. And I looked up and he was standing there.
Her teacher then, her husband now. A few streets over, this young polygamist family hopes another young woman gets the inspiration to join their family.
Can you see it? Can you both envision having another wife? Mm-hmm. Are you thinking about it?
Yeah.
Maybe sooner than later?
It's not really something, like we don't go out and actively seek or date anyone. We more just keep ourselves open to if that comes about, then we're okay with that.
Marlene is the first wife, Rebecca the second,
Say please.
and Isaiah is the man of the house.
Did you sleep good?
Does God live in a plural marriage?
We believe so.
How many wives does God have?
I have no idea. I haven't met him yet.
It is a fundamentalist version of a modern family. The Thompsons live comfortably middle class, a large living room, kids with iPads, closets full of shoes and clothes, albeit clothes that fit the Centennial Park dress code. Modesty first.
I shop at Ross, TJ Maxx, just depends.
I have a
Hey,
career. I go to work
she's a Maxinista. Damn, some of these wives are cute though. What's going on here, brother? What the?
Day, my kids go to school. We do baseball. She goes to school. He goes to work. We just have a very normal life.
But keeping everyone happy takes work.
How do you not get jealous?
You do. You do get jealous. I'm not trying to portray that that it doesn't happen. It's just that it's like any human emotion. You learn how to deal with your emotions, you know. And so today, seeing them two together is
Nothing.
no biggie.
I wouldn't go cuddle with him on the couch while Marlene's home, or it's just, you know, she's sitting right there on the couch too, and why would I do that?
Sleeping arrangements take careful coordination. In a nightly ritual, Isaiah kisses one wife goodnight and goes to sleep with the other, alternating every 2 nights.
I have my bedroom, Becca has her bedroom, and Isaiah has his bedroom. And if I'm not sleeping with Isaiah, I sleep in my own room. And if I am, I sleep in his room.
Take out the dirty diapers to the garbage.
Ew.
I know, it's disgusting.
But the Thompsons say this is the life they chose. They were all raised in polygamist homes, Rebecca born in Centennial Park. But Marlene and Isaiah moved here after 8 years on their own.
Rebecca, did you ever think...
Bro, incels should be more mad at fucking Mormons, dude. Incels constantly come in here and they're like, your genetics are the reason why you are like a part of the 20% that gets 80% of the women. It's like, bro, these guys are cleaning up. Okay? These guys are cleaning up, incels. You're out here getting mad at me. I ain't got no fucking wives. These motherfuckers have like 5 or 6 if they want to. They're hoarding up all the women.
I don't want to enter into a house where I'm the second or third or fourth wife.
For me, I always felt like I was supposed to be the second wife. And so I always, I guess I liked the idea that a woman could be married to a man who already has a wife.
The next generation of men is on a mission, learning how to be good husbands, modern polygamist husbands.
Let's pray about it.
Leading and teaching this small army is Arthur Hammond.
Amen.
One of the town elders and a husband to 3 wives and more than 20 children.
Well, any man that says he's the boss of his household and has not consulted his wife is a damn liar or a fool.
Our dear, kind, and gracious eternal Father in heaven.
They say they are tired of living in secret, and by demonstrating plural marriage the way they say it should be.
Anybody that thinks that we intimidate our women, I would like to see any 10 men try to intimidate one of my wives.
Arthur and the others here hope they can inspire tolerance.
Does Dad get a kiss?
But a lot of people think women in a society like this have no rights, that they can't leave, that all they're for is having babies.
Well, I can tell you that my door swings both ways. If they come in, they can go out. I know of no greater freedom for a woman than living in a responsible, caring, polygamist home.
Whether the rest of the world is going to believe that may take some time. For Nightline, I'm Cecilia Vega in Centennial Park, Arizona.
Polygamy USA airs Tuesdays.
Why is there so much polygamy content? Dude, America's so weird, dude. We're such a fucking weird country, dude. What the fuck? It's on Nat Geo, baby. This shit's on Nat Geo, dude.
At 9 p.m. Eastern on the National Geographic Channel.
Is there more? Oh, there's one more.
A man who has 4 wives.
Okay, this is the last one. Oh no, there's 2 more. Oh my God, Polygamy Hour never ends.
And they'll all say they're one big happy family. Polygamists believe their practices will help them get to heaven. And now one family is crusading in court to make their the merrier lifestyle a legal one. And so far they're winning.
It's so obvious that like some horny dudes were like, this is the best way to do this thing. Proud boy with low self-esteem is shown. Compassion, empathy by a woman supporting BLM. What?
Answer me. That's all I was looking
Well,
for.
sorry. Hey, look, honest to God, I'm kind of dumb. Straight up.
You're not dumb.
I am kind of dumb.
No, you're not.
I don't really research much. I just kind of live by the like knee jerk, you know? Like I just kind of think and move and like a fucking dog.
You're acknowledging that, but you can change. You don't need to call yourself dumb. You didn't call yourself stupid. You're not.
I mean,
I believe you're very
I'm older than
educated.
you. I'm 43 years old.
And I'm 17.
Okay, that's dumb as fuck, dude. Yo, if you're 43 years old and this is how you're dressed up with the homies, like, that's so dumb. That's so fucking dumb. I mean, I don't know if he deserves my respect for acknowledging how fucking big of a dummy he is at that point.
Lots of love.
I'm sorry, everybody, but did he say 23? He said 43, I thought.
I feel like I'm older than you. I'm 43 years old.
No, he said 43, chat. No, you thought he said 23. No, he said 43. No,
Not
that's
like
dumb
this.
as fuck. Brother, that is dumb as brick, dude. He does look younger, though. I guess racism it didn't really hurt him all that much.
Can you read chat, Hasan? Everybody out here spamming links for Sidney Powell being disavowed by the Trump campaign.
No, I don't read chat ever anymore. No, polygamy got me acting up, dude. Polygamy got me feeling some type of way. I'm only
Some
poly.
people said those people were in Utah, so it does not count KW.
We're gonna get back to the poly shit after this video.
I feel like I'm stuck in my ways.
Nobody's stuck in their ways. You literally, you're not dumb. You're not stupid. You're not. I don't know who's telling you this. Who is telling you this?
Me.
Tell me to stop. When you get those negative thoughts, stop. Because it's not true.
Yeah.
You need to know that it's not true.
Yeah.
I really hope it's like literally.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, I think that.
It's not. I literally, we don't know each other, but I believe that you're very smart. I do.
Thanks.
These
For what it's worth,
using the same language that Handmaid's Tale does bunkers.
I don't want this to be.
What the fuck is Black Multicam Matters? What does that even mean? It's a camo pattern.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry for using the F word. My apologies. Hey.
Almost everyone can be redeemed. Yeah, no, they can. Okay, here, I'll give you the... Here, Powell appears to have crossed the line. The elite strike force is -1. Trump campaign has made a statement. I already showed this earlier, but Trump campaign has made an official statement. Sidney Powell's practicing law on her own. She's not a member of the Trump legal team. She's also not a lawyer for the president in his personal capacity. Rudy Giuliani is the attorney for President Trump, and Jenna Ellis is the Trump campaign senior legal advisor and attorney for President Trump.
Glad to continue to be subbed at HasanAbi. Keep up the good work.
Oh, she was at the nearly 2-hour press conferences with Giuliani, and Trump mentioned her in a tweet. Hard to put the toothpaste back. Does this mean that Hugo Chavez is working with Donald Trump too? Like how far does the rabbit hole go? Or does it mean Sidney Powell's now working with Hugo Chavez? Disavow Sidney Powell, Fast and the Proud Boys. Good one.
Here's ABC.
All right, back to the real content, boys.
Vega.
One husband, 4 wives, 17 children.
I believe in living this lifestyle.
We know them as reality TV stars on the hit show Sister Wives.
How many wives is the ideal number? Fucking, I'm a radical anti-marriages, dude. So 0. For me, 0 wives is the perfect number.
Wouldn't want anything else.
But now Hollywood's most famous polygamists have taken on a new, unlikely role as legal crusaders, embroiled in a courtroom fight over the fate of polygamy.
Are you prepared to take this all the way to the Supreme Court if you have to?
Absolutely.
It is an epic battle. Cody Brown and all those wives, Mary, Janelle, Robin, and Christine, against the state of Utah.
We're moving so we can stay a family. We're going to move in 3 days.
After the family flaunted their plural lifestyle on TV, authorities went after them, and the Browns fled Utah for Nevada.
It's brain damage to move this group.
Then they sued, claiming a First Amendment right to live how they want to live.
It was...
Yo, oh, come on, bro. This is dude, fucking Billy Ray Cyrus that you can find at the Walmart looking Andy over here. It's Walmart Billy Ray Cyrus, dude. I said Silas. Yeah. No, literally. Silas. That's his last name. Great value, Val Kilmer.
Really an issue of freedom of expression, freedom of love. Anybody should be able to organize their family according to how they choose.
And they won the first American polygamy ruling in more than 130 years. A federal judge siding with them in December, declaring a key part of Utah's polygamy law unconstitutional. Cody Brown can openly live with his wives just as long as there is only one marriage license. And Cody is only legally married to Mary Brown. The others are his spiritual wives.
It's nice, though, to not have the word felon attached.
Bro, I feel like...
Are his spiritual wives.
It's nice, though, to not...
I feel like she's just going after it until one of them is like, all right, you can come in to the quipple. Is that what it's called? A quinple? Like when you have, like, it's not like a couple. What do you call it when there's like multiple wives? Like not a harem, but like there's another. Look at this
I live in
little
SLC Mormons are
snack pack I got over here with dates. I love dates.
Have the word
Polycule, yeah,
attached to our names.
Thousands of people living plural marriage in Utah now are free.
The Browns say in their home, everyone is equal. But what about all the other polygamists living in the shadows?
Is your family still growing?
Yes. Yes, it will continue to grow. I may have another lady that comes into the family. I'm pretty sure I'll have more children that will come into the family. And so as the husband and the provider, then a lot of what I do is prepare for that.
I met the Collies, all 22 of them, dad, 3 wives, 18 kids last year. They too say the women here have a say, but do they really?
Are you allowed to say as a wife, no more, there's no more room?
Not really, because the way I came in was that I believed that I belonged to Michael, and I can't say that there's nobody else who belongs to you. That's between Michael and God.
I've also been inside the bizarre world of convicted pedophile Warren Jeffs and the FLDS.
We're getting close now.
Last fall, I went with the leader's own nephews, young men who have turned against everything their uncle stands for. It didn't take long to get the message. We were not welcome.
Did they do that because of us?
Yeah.
Come on, get in.
They had their own reality show too, Breaking the Faith, where they went back to their old neighborhood to try, they say, to...
Yo, TLC's so crazy. They made a show out of this, dude. What won't TLC make a show out of? I feel like at the heat of Joseph Kony, TLC was like, all right, we're flying out to Nigeria to to free some child soldiers.
Maybe snack pack should be the term for a collection of sister wives.
Escaping Polygamy is such a good show. TLC did all this, but they dropped someone from 90 Day because they had a cam soda.
Free young women who still live there.
I used to be on the God Squad and I know how they act.
Throughout our visit, the God Squad, the name given to Warren Jeff's private security force, tailed us.
So what's he trying to do right now? Is he trying to like intimidate us?
Intimidate us.
There are no fences on this community. Why doesn't a girl who's 20, 21 years old just get up and go?
They know nothing.
They don't know where to go.
Yeah, where are they going? Only thing they know is their bedroom, the kitchen, and the laundry room. And that's it.
So no fences at all between.
No, it's one big eternal backyard. The Browns live far away from that world, and they believe the court ruling in their favor helps the women who still live in it.
Say a girl is raped by her uncle, okay, and she's in the FLDS community. She's more concerned about taking this to the law, taking this to the authorities, and having her family ripped apart than she is about actually being raped again. This is the truth. This is what's happening.
Could this ruling that helps your family and families like yours also be helping believers and followers of Warren Jeffs?
You know, I guess what we're hoping is that this ruling would help create the check and balances that need to exist in societies that are closed now.
Right. They've got to be kidding.
The Browns may call it a victory, but not everyone is celebrating. Lawyer Marcy Hamilton studies polygamy and says the ruling actually makes it tougher for authorities to investigate potential abuse.
When you have a polygamous culture and you have one man with 5 women, you have to do 2 things. You have to marry younger and younger women in order for one man to have multiple wives, and you have to discard some of the boys.
The United Nations calls polygamy a violation of human rights. Another study concluded polygamy leads to poverty and higher rates of child neglect and abuse.
It is a real attack on the equality of women, and so even Cody Brown's arrangement is offensive to equality principles. Hip, hip, hooray!
But for the Browns and other families like theirs, this life, one man, many wives, is a means to get to heaven. And while Utah's Attorney General plans to appeal the ruling, the Browns say they'll...
I'm sorry, we gotta have multiple wives. It's the only way we can all get to heaven, dude. Right. Brilliant. Brilliant.
They'll fight for it before a higher court if they have to.
I just want to be a free man.
And a higher power. For Nightline, I'm Cecilia Vega in Las Vegas.
It is a cultural...
Remember this polycule? What? Mom's polyamorous boyfriend attacks 5 weeks ago? What the fuck? Oh my god. I remember the polycule. I remember watching it, but I don't remember. Of course, fucking Florida. Man, the community was a lot more woke back then than it is now. When we were watching this and I was making fun of them, I remember people getting mad at me for making fun of polyamory so hard. I mean, I'm sure people still get mad at me for that, but it's just like...
HGDHDH.
Oh, top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break, ladies and gentlemen. And then after that, we're going to finish the polyamorous hour and moving on to some other fun stuff.
Story, and a controversial one at that, about an unusual modern family featuring 2 moms and 1 dad. They call it polyamory, and ABC's Abby Boudreau has more.
Oh, the sweet sounds of morning. As a new parent, the bed you once shared with your partner, now a little more crowded. And all the more so when there are 3 parents in that bed.
I'll take care of it.
Meet the Phoenix Steins. Danny, Melinda, and John, and their babies, Ella and Oliver, born just 5 weeks apart. These 2 moms and 1 dad are polyamorous.
So if you're not a couple, what do you call yourselves?
We're triad. Yeah, some people say thruple.
Well, I like that one too.
Thruple.
But this triad wants to make it clear they are not polygamous, like the families made famous in Big Love.
Hello?
What do you think you're doing?
Sleep well?
And sister wives.
We have 1 man and 2 wives. So how is this different from polygamy?
Polygamy is 1 man with 2 women who the women don't share necessarily a relationship together. Polyamory, everyone is openly sharing love with one another. Equally.
And for them, it's about sharing parenting responsibilities equally, too.
Hi.
Balancing work life and family time.
Let's make you happy.
There's almost always a parent present with the 2 children.
There's just more parental support for having the children. There's always one of us that is able to be present.
A strong family unit has been the goal since exchanging vows in an intimate 3-way wedding ceremony last year.
I'm married to Jonathan. He's my husband. I'm married to Danielle. She's my wife. I'm going to be committed to them.
Seriously, though, polygamy is abuse, but polyamory is woke? Because polyamory is unshackled. Polygamy is like 1 fucking husband, oftentimes rigorous patriarchal structures. Polyamory, on the other hand, means like there could be multiple couples involved in it. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. It's not necessarily woke, but it's the difference between something that is like inherently restrictive and oppressive versus something that is basically the opposite of it, really. And it's not tied to a religion or anything like that. Same destabilizing outcomes. I mean, I have no idea. I can't. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm in an open relationship, but not necessarily like a quintuple, a thruple. That's the word I was going to. A thruple.
Persian Empire, Ottoman Empire.
Like that's is just, I don't know if I wouldn't be able to do that.
My heart and my body.
Although the union is not legally recognized.
If marriage is defined by something legal, then we're not married. But marriage means something deeper than a signed piece of paper.
In a time
No,
when
of course I've had threesomes. The fuck do you mean have you never had a threesome? No, threesomes. Threesomes can be dope. Can be very rewarding or sometimes challenging. It just depends on how the other 2 girls are, how much the other 2 girls are into one another. But overall, I'm a fan.
attitudes about marriage are shifting. Last month, the Supreme Court handed down this historic decision,
that the United States is now a nation where gay people can get married.
prompting some from Fox News to ask, what's next?
So suppose 3 people say, we want to be a marriage. What's to prevent that under this?
The Phoenix Steins are hoping nothing. And they're pushing their definition of family with the web series Looks Like Love to Me.
Stings a little bit, you know, every time you guys leave together, and it hurts because I feel like I'm missing out on that family time.
Who wrote the formula of 1 man, 1 woman, and their 2.5 kids?
We're just trying to be, you know, the pioneers like in the civil rights movement.
But this trailblazing triad began as just a couple. After 4 years together, Danny and Melinda were in a slump. Melinda felt something was missing. A man.
But when she brought up this idea about having a man brought into your relationship.
What a mistake. Mistake.
I mean, you guys were already legally partnered.
She was very direct, like, I want a family, I need a man, and we need to make this happen.
I need a man.
Yeah.
And to make it happen, they both had to agree on the right guy, making a list of their ideal qualities in their future third.
What were the most important things from that list?
That he was masculine. We didn't want a feminine man just because we're both very feminine. In walks Jonathan, you know, and he's just, we're like, wow, all of a sudden we're recognizing this beautiful man.
Yeah, it was very exciting. In the very beginning, there was a lot more 3 people having sex together. Often.
Our bedroom, our gigantic bed.
God damn. Yo, he lucked out, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, threesomes totally happen, obviously less frequently now that there's kids. But, you know, as exciting as threesome sounds to everyone, it's also really challenging to focus on one person and try and make sure you're including the other person. It's not only about sex.
This is true. This is 100% without a doubt true.
Sex is about family.
What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you exactly the same thing? They can either be very fun or challenging, completely dependent on how much the other 2 people are into one another.
Working together as a team, it's about accomplishing your dreams. That's your baby.
One of their dreams, having children, and they managed to do that all together too. Ella and Oliver are just 5 weeks apart.
It's one thing to have your relationship and have it exactly how you want it, but then to bring kids into your relationship, do you feel like it's a healthy way to raise a family?
A resounding yes for me. More breastfeeding, more opportunities, more teamwork. I
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, well, it's Twitch. Never mind.
can double breastfeed while Melinda's making food and John is, you know, or whatever it is.
We're tagging along with a few.
I was about to answer someone. I was about to literally answer someone in the chat. I didn't even notice what was going on the screen. My man says, stop pretending like you've ever had a threesome. There's videos on the internet of people I've had threesomes with that talked about us having threesomes. So you can go Google it and find it if you want.
To attend a barbecue to meet other polyamorous people in the community.
So what's it like to have 2 wives?
It's great. Yeah.
Among some of the diverse attendees, 69-year-old Ann Valiant. She says that polyamory is far from a new trend.
It's new to people who think that the only way things are is one man.
Yo, old poly people are fucking awesome. I'm just picturing grandma clapping cheeks. She's got like a strap on and everything.
And one woman, you know, but that has not been true.
Do you think that people would be surprised how many polyamorous people there are?
I know it.
Which one was harder to come out as a lesbian or as a polyamorous family?
People nowadays are willing to accept the queer community. It's almost not a big deal. There's a huge poly community, but unfortunately not many of them feel like they can be open. They have to be closeted. And that goes to show you that it's a lot harder to be poly than it is to be gay or lesbian, I think.
These relationships can be inherently tricky.
There's definitely times where I feel like I've needed more and then I'm not getting that, and then that comes up in conversation.
Remember, Melinda was the one who initially wanted to expand their partnership.
It's like a lesbian saying it's harder, or it's like a gay person saying it's harder to be a furry than to be gay. Like, yeah, there's like more social stigma associated with it, but like, no one's fucking killing you for doing polyamory, whereas you might get killed, or historically and even today, for fucking being gay or being a lesbian. That's kind of a weird thing to say, if you ask me. Or is she bi? Well, she's bi, sorry. Well, first of all, she's bi. Okay, listen up, bi visibility Andes. The conversation in that circumstance was coming out as a lesbian, so shut the fuck up. So I was just following the same fucking rhetoric that she was following. Jesus Christ.
Partnership.
Does it make you feel frustrated or angry?
Yeah, there's been times.
She's bi. She says she's a lesbian in the conversation. What do you want me to do? Sorry, Sweaty. You're wrong.
Times where I felt You know, Melinda has her guy and she has a girl, and John has 2 women who he's attracted to, and I have a guy who's really fun, and I have a girl who's pretty much straight. You know, where's my sugar on top kind of thing?
Was there even a tad bit of you that might feel a little guilty that she's not
Oh, damn. She's like, oh, shit. She's just out here like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. She's saying she's pretty much great. Look at his little face. Look at it. Look at the smug face. Chat, we need to fight back and take him down a notch. I think my face is smug.
Maybe as fulfilled as yours in a sexual way?
No, just because we're always in communication with it. And if it got to the point where she felt that she wasn't getting her needs met, then we would address that.
I think our lives just naturally created what we have now.
For now, they are not planning on expanding their triad, but it's not off the table.
The family unit comes first, and right now we just wouldn't even have enough time, you know, to date anyone else.
What's wrong with seeking your own happiness and your own fulfillment with love? Shouldn't we all be in a space where we're happy?
We're not saying that polyamory is for everyone. We're just saying let's open up a dialogue that there's other ways to do this because the status quo just hasn't been working.
For Nightline, I'm Abby Boudreau in Oakland, California.
If my girlfriend told me, a lesbian, that she needed a man in her life too, I would be so mad. We stand by visibility Andy's in chat who are waiting to call Hasan out at every turn. Yeah. No, I love oppressing the bisexuals. It's long time hobby of mine. Polyamory only benefits those who are attractive. Imagine if your partner can sleep with other people easily while you getting none despite being supposedly equally footing in an open relationship. I don't know, man. Have you seen a lot of the fucking poly people out there? Like, they're not necessarily all conventionally attractive by Western heteronormative standards, okay? And they're still clapping cheeks and getting their ass cheeks clapped like nonstop. So, I don't know, man.
2 months Pepela.
My ex broke up with me because I told him I was bi. Yeah. That's so weird. Like, who cares? I feel like, this might be controversial, but I feel like guys have a even additional set of stigmas there too. Where like, I feel like with dudes, if you're a bisexual man, like bisexual women are often fetishized, which is also bad, obviously, right? But bisexual men, I feel like, are stigmatized as like gay. Like they're like, oh no, that means you're just gay, and shunned. People treat you differently once you come out as bi. Yeah. So obviously I'm not anti-bi visibility. You might want to look at this. We got him now, chat. There's definitely more fetishization of bi women, which isn't really acceptance, but bi men face straight up open hatred more. Yes. My lesbian ex broke up with me because they were trying to convince me to have sex with men. Smile.
Almost 2 years poo-poo.
I'm trans, mask, and bi. I feel like I'd be having a polycule in a monogamous relationship. Who knows, though? How was that a hot take? Is this true? I don't know, man. Sometimes, listen, whenever we're talking about gender and sexuality on this broadcast, I always have to.
You don't ever want to marry Chat. You should just end our suffering and marry Chat.
I always have to qualify it with like I'm about to say some shit that might come across as fucked up, especially because even if I'm not saying some shit that's fucked up, some people are gonna think it's fucked up anyway.
In 50s and 60s, the CIA.
There's just no fucking way. Dude, I'm so hungry today. I'm so insanely tired and insanely hungry. I ordered even more food. Like, it wasn't enough. The amount of food I ordered wasn't enough. I ordered some more. I had a burrito. Am I pregnant? I think I am pregnant. Yeah. Hasan, you're being problematic right now? Exactly.
The CIA conducted a sinister secret program to master the science of mind control. While the secret studies might sound like the stuff of horror science fiction, sometimes the truth is even stranger. Beginning in 1945, American and British organizations teamed up to gather as much military, scientific, and technological research as possible throughout occupied Germany. As German research facilities were seized, Allied force groups began to confiscate war-related documents and materials and interrogate scientists. One particular document was the Ausenberg List, a catalog of scientists and engineers working at the service of the Third Reich. Run by the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, or
Pete Bell Buttigieg, ex-CIA, an ex-CIA asset, and ends up going back to work with Petraeus, or not Petraeus, Perseus. Fuck, Petraeus is a real person, real general.
Or JIOA, the covert operation dubbed Operation Overcast, then renamed Operation Paperclip, involved having 1,600 German scientists and their families brought to the US during the Cold War to work on America's behalf. The objective was...
Guys, it's okay to have Nazi scientists. We were fighting communism, okay? It's okay to secretly bring in Nazi scientists to the United States when... It's okay to secretly fly in literal Nazi scientists into the United States and offer them secret American identities because, you know, you got to fight communism, brother. That's just how it works.
Was to use German intelligence to develop America's arsenal of biological and chemical weapons, ensuring that they didn't fall in the hands of the Soviet Union. While President Harry Truman sanctioned the operation, he forbade recruiting any...
Why are you so idealistic in high-level politics? Dude, wait, what? That's literally like saying, no, man, it's okay. Like, it's okay that the American government only offered actual material restitution or reparations to slave owners rather than the slaves, that they, even though they did promise reparations to the slaves, they never gave it to them. And then you're like, you have the benefit of hindsight and you're still like, dude, why are you being so fucking idealistic, dude? Like, what do you mean? How is that idealism? You're literally saying Nazi scientists that conducted insanely unethical experiments were fucking good to a certain degree to defeat communists.
Nazis or Nazi supporters. In spite of this, the JIOA bypassed this directive by hiding any incriminating evidence of possible war crimes from some of the scientists' records. Concerned that the Russians had developed mind control programs, the CIA wanted to find out how US spies would hold up if it was used against them. With this in mind, Operation Bluebird, later called MK Ultra, was created by Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. Despite going against the Nuremberg Code, which prohibits experimentation on human subjects without their consent,
what pleasure do you all get from passing judgment on someone's opinion? Nazis? Wait, what? Are there people who actually defend Nazis in here? What? Who would want 5 wives? 80% of Americans can't even keep 1 wife. I just want to be a free man. Anyone ever tell you you look like Ryan off Last Man Standing? I don't know what that is. What? I mean, mean, that's a timeout at least.
MK Ultra was conducted in secrecy for over a decade and experimented with, quote, the use of biological and chemical materials in altering human.
I couldn't delete. I couldn't even ban him. I think he was on my side. Well, I couldn't do anything anyway. I wasn't able to even time him out for some reason. He got saved, so he lucked out.
Behavior. This amounted to many experiments being carried out on an estimated thousands of US subjects, many of whom did not know exactly what they were signing up for. Some of the subjects included sex workers, prisoners, and people with terminal illness, and many of the experiments involved the administration of illegal drugs.
According to journalist Stephen Kinzer, who wrote the book Poisoner-in-Chief about Gottlieb,
Gottlieb wanted to create a way to seize control of people's minds, and he realized that it was a two-part process. First, you had to blast away the existing mind. Second, you had to find a way to insert a new mind into that resulting void. And what did Dr. Sidney Gottlieb believe was the best way to blast away the existing mind? A newly created drug called LSD. After its discovery in 1943, psychiatrists researched the drug for possible use for depressed, psychotic, and epileptic therapies. In the early 1950s, Gottlieb arranged for the CIA to buy the world's entire supply of LSD. Once he had collected all of the LSD on US soil, he began distributing it under the guise of bogus foundations, sending it to hospitals, clinics, prisons, and other credible institutions to begin administering it in a series of research projects.
experts say that while Gottlieb technically reported to Richard Helms and CIA director at the time Alan Dulles,
in essence, he operated almost completely without supervision, in partly because his bosses didn't want to know the details. This resulted in Gottlieb never having to file serious reports when experiments ended in tragedy, and the experiments often did. In 1963, CIA Inspector General John Vance learned of the program. His office reported, quote,
"The concepts involved in manipulating human behavior are found by many people, both within and outside the agency, to be distasteful and unethical."
As a result of this report, Project MK Ultra's operations were slowly scaled back. Eventually, Gottlieb decided that LSD was not useful and that mind control was not possible. The program ended, and in 1973, CIA Director Richard Helms ordered that all documentation from Project MK Ultra be destroyed. But while most of the records were destroyed, information on the project remained in some 8,000 pages of financial documents that were accidentally left over. These, along with witness testimonies, would
Unabomber is one of the people that was also a part of, and Charlie Manson too, right? The MK Ultra experiments. And Whitey Bulger.
Thanks for all the laughs, big guy Hassel.
piece together the sordid history of MK Ultra. A 1985 Supreme Court
Unabomber was just abusive psychology experiments. I thought it was
document identified MK Ultra as 162 separate projects under one umbrella, many of which were conducted at universities and research foundations that did not even know they were taking part in a CIA experiment. Taking place all over the country, the experiments used LSD, barbiturates, hypnosis, and biological agents, and resulted in some unspeakable horror.
Unabomber was a part of the Harvard LSD trials, which were subsidies of the MK Ultra program.
Horrors. In one instance, a mental patient in Kentucky was continuously fed LSD for 174 days. And while nearly every part of the MK Ultra experiment is easily viewed as horrifying, Nothing is so stomach-turning and alarming as the death of Frank Olson. On November 28, 1953, government scientist Frank Olson jumped from, or was pushed, from a high-level window at the Hotel Statler in New York City. The fall killed him, and the CIA claimed he jumped from the window, committing suicide due to work-related stress. In his life, Olson was recruited to work for the Army's biological lab in 1950 to develop aerosol weapons that could be transmitted through air particles. During visits to warfare research centers in UK, Paris, Norway, and West Germany, it is said that he witnessed extreme interrogations in which the CIA committed murder using biological weapons that Dr. Olson had developed. On November 24th, he told his division chief that he was resigning. His chief then suggested he head to New York for psychological treatment. The day after Thanksgiving, Olson called home saying he was feeling better. Olson would die later that evening. While his family accepted the explanation from the CIA that his death was the result of a stress-induced suicide, they changed their mind when in 1975 details of Project MK Ultra were made public. An investigation by the family would show that the window of the hotel was too small for Olson to have jumped out himself. Later in the 70s, the CIA admitted that Olson had been drugged, and President Gerald Ford apologized to the family, but the cause of the death remained a mystery. In 1974, Seymour Hersh exposed the MK Ultra program when he wrote about it for the New York Times. In 1977, a Senate committee conducted hearings about the project. They noted that there were effectively very few medical pre-screening procedures in place for...
Guys, they apologized for it. Why are you being so idealistic? Oh, cut it with this idealism, okay? They apologized.
Subjects targeted in the program. Moreover, the report states, at least one death, that of Dr. Olson, resulted from these activities. The agency itself acknowledged that these tests made little scientific sense. The agents doing the monitoring were not qualified scientific observers. The test subjects were seldom accessible beyond the first hours of the test. In a number of instances, the test subject became ill for hours or days, and effective follow-up was impossible.
The Process Church of the Final Judgment was a CIA operation responsible for 7 serial killers in the 1970s, including the Manson family. It's now a vegan animal rights company, no joke. Well,
the committee decided that the victims of
freaking vegans, dude. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Please don't kill me.
MK Ultra should be notified, but finding them was quite difficult since the CIA had destroyed much of the project's records. While lawsuits were filed and court cases heard demands for restitutions for victims and more information be released, ultimately little was done. According to San Francisco Weekly, only 14 people were actually notified, even though potentially thousands were exposed to MK Ultra experiments. In 1994, Frank Olson's son had his father's body exhumed. A new investigation showed that Frank Olson had suffered a blow to the head before falling to his death, but a New York District Attorney investigation showed inconclusive results. The family reached a settlement with the US government. While so little of what actually went on as part of the MK Ultra experiment is known today, the experiments have become intertwined with pop culture. Not only have the experiments inspired media such as The Manchurian Candidate, American Ultra, and Stranger Things, many prominent authors and artists like Ken Kesey, Allen Ginsberg, and Robert Hunter, lyricist for the Grateful Dead, were not only inspired by LSD, but originally got it from MK Ultra experiments. Interestingly enough, while at this point universally condemned, this secret Cold War government experiment known as MK Ultra has resulted in effects that have been seen by a lot more people than will ever know the project existed.
Have you ever done acid? No, I've never done acid.
Appreciate you, Hasan.
I hope you guys like that. What is this BuzzFeed Unsolved Mystery shit? You just have a bunch of like unsolved mysteries? Is this a new thing? Shrooms, yes, I have done shrooms. I mean, of course, legal. Shiitake, portobello, that ear-looking one, you know, all legal, of course. Truffle. I do love shrooms. Shows me if you do acid, you become a vegan. Stay away. Yeah, definitely not interested in that then. I got pre-pressure into taking LSD. Don't do it unless you want to, chat. Damn, bro.
Why?
Truffles aren't mushrooms? They're not? I think Bao Bao is saying this because he doesn't want me to look into the origins of how the radical animal rights movement started off as a CIA operation. I think he's worried. Former KGB spy, rate spy scenes in movies. Okay, I'm still waiting on my food. I don't want to like... It's going to be here soon. I'm waiting on my food. I'm going to eat the food while we do a couple more reacts and then gaming time, okay? Olsen's death was the result of an enemy stand user? Can't believe this was a month ago, dude. Play the KGB video? Yeah, I will be playing the KGB video.
Henry. Hi. What do you do, Stan?
I'm an FBI agent.
This scene is very realistic. Hello, my name is Jack Barsky. I spied on behalf of the KGB for 10 years, 1978 to 1988.
I think it's funnier when you fuck it up. Like when you don't space it correctly.
And in 2014, I became a U.S. citizen. Today, I'm going to play a movie critic based on my experience, my actual experience in espionage. This is something that could have happened in real life. How you clear a debt.
Isn't this the dude who married a black lady and like literally ended up like loving his life in America so much and was like and gave up his KGB ways, right? I remember him correctly, right?
Debt drop. Those kinds of false coins existed.
Yeah.
The way he then opens the coin by using tools that are readily available, and the fact that there was a little piece of paper with some information on it, it's quite realistic because, you know, I got bits and pieces of information through shortwave radio, and I transmitted information in a film cartridge where I photographed stuff that I wrote down on paper. I would occasionally wander around in a park and, oh boy, here's an oil can. It was a crushed oil can. I take it home and then use some pliers and screwdrivers to open this thing up, and voila, there was a passport and money in there. I know the story quite well. Abel was considered a hero in the KGB while I was in training. I don't know if he was still alive when I was in Moscow. It has been documented from both sides with a lot of exaggeration. Both the Americans and the Soviets played up his worth, what he actually did and what he accomplished. What happens in situations like that, you can use agents once they're caught for propaganda services. I doubt that the FBI stormed his apartment the way that they did. That looks unprofessional. Why are you running? What you do, if you want to search somebody's apartment, you wait until they're out and then you do that in secret. That's the way my house was searched while I was on vacation. The FBI made a mistake once they're in there to allow able to touch anything. I would give it probably an 8. Does disservice to the professionalism of the FBI. Everything else is really very realistic.
Your profile interests us. You have talents and skills that we can help you develop.
You're offering me a job.
I'm offering you a fresh start. 1 year's military training, 4 years operational in the field.
The recruitment and training of people who would do things like, go to another country and do bad things to good people. I only know about this from, secondhand reports. The KGB had a very, very murderous history, particularly in the beginning. After Stalin died, they became a little more civilized, but they were still doing bad things. My recruitment was completely different. It was a very, very soft approach, and it took a long time, about almost 2 years, to finally ask me if I was willing and ready to join them. I was third-year student at university when somebody introduced themselves. His cover was at the time, he said, I'm a representative from a local business, and he wanted to just know, because he told me, we know that you're good students. What are your plans after you graduate from college? In those days in East Germany, you were assigned after you to a post once you graduated from college. At that point, when he said that, I thought he was Stasi, East German secret police. To me, it was a great honor because, in those days, the Soviet Union was strength-wise, at least the way we perceived it, the equal to the United States, and the KGB probably was the most powerful secret service in the entire world. I would still think it's highly unrealistic. I would give that a 0.
Hey, Phil Jennings.
How you doing, Stan Beeman?
My wife, Elizabeth Page Henry.
Hi.
What do you do, Stan?
I'm an FBI agent.
This scene is very realistic. There were 10 of us. We were supposed to live a life of ordinary Americans. Now, how the two kids fit into there, especially already at that age, there were some agents that had children. I know a friend of mine who was an undercover agent for the KGB. At the same time, I was there, and he was there with his wife, actually. They had a kid who was born in Brooklyn. My own experience was a little bit different in that the FBI, when they started investigating me, they managed to buy the house next door. Agents occupied this house for a number of months to just watch me, but they never really did introduce themselves. This was just for purposes of observation, which when I became a public persona, the producers of The Americans were like really giddy in that, it was like, it appeared that life was imitating art in that respect. Spies are people too. You do form relationships. That wasn't even a hint of something like that ever being considered.
Nothing. You get nothing from us. She's trained for this. So am I.
We'll die before we'll talk.
We know how to do that.
The Americans are quite civilized. This is a quote I remember. One of the guys told me, they will not torture you. The worst thing they might do to you is slap you on the face a couple of times. All right, so therefore this scene is unrealistic from both ends. This is not how U.S. counterintelligence operates.
I'm glad that we just watched MK Ultra.
Tasty.
I'm glad that we just watched MK Ultra right before. Bro, are you still on the dollar?
Hey Hasan, food delivery man, here I ground up my CD copy.
This guy just does PR for the CIA now, right?
Finish it.
I assume. Like, can you imagine saying that in like a post 9/11 world where we're the American government like actively advocated for torturing people? Like on the timeline, like openly it did. And then the administration that came after that one did not even prosecute the previous administration for torture. So much so that one of the people that actively covered up the torture became the CIA director.
Operates, and this is not how.
And is now a resistance hero, John Brennan.
Would respond. That's over the top insane. The way these two agents supposedly operated, running a travel agency full-time, being full-time parents, and then doing all kinds of, being involved in all kinds of operations that require a lot of work, a lot of preparation, that require you to be in 3 different places at the same time. All of this is totally unrealistic. I told him every time I see one of those main characters running around with a wig, I wince.
Is that Hope Hicks? Is the wife actually Hope Hicks? He looks exactly like her.
Because that's the last thing that you want to do, because God forbid somebody spots you and says, wait a minute, I know this guy, he looks different. Well, that's odd. The wigs, I mean, that's a total no-no, with one exception. The people that work surveillance, they sometimes change the way they dress, they change a jacket or they put a scarf on, but that's not ever recommended for somebody who's supposed to be a long-term operational undercover agent. On content, I would give the Americans a 5.
Training is useful.
YouTubers / streamers almost stabbed to death last night.
I agree. We
Friends
use
of
live
Gus
targets
Johnson.
as well.
Darren, I see you now.
This was very entertaining. I mean, I laughed, particularly at the sentence, we use live targets. This whole training setup, even from a fictional aspect, it doesn't make any sense. The KGB clearly had bad guys, but this fellow with a leather jacket, I never met some KGB officer with a leather jacket. If you met them today, the way they were then, you would think they're just normal, everyday people. That's the whole point of being a spy. You don't want to look like one. This guy looks like a commissar based on the way they were dressed during the revolutionary times in Russia. The KGB was too compartmentalized. You know, I met nothing but gentlemen who operated on behalf of the Soviet Union for a cause, and we were all committed communists. But if they had tried to make a military unit out of the folks that I worked with, we would have lost in the first battle. All of a sudden, she has a weapon in her shoe. There's a KGB museum in New York City, and they have some real gadgets that were used by the KGB. They would be given to most likely only very special people who were executing a particular very special assignment, just like go out and kill somebody or poison somebody. But this was not standard equipment. Any of these gadgets are evidence. If counterintelligence goes through your home and they find even one thing with a secret compartment, I was
gonna make it up onto the KGB museum. You don't want that.
Operating within the universe of what's normal. And you can find a whole lot of things that you can use for tools and toys that you can buy in any store. It's a -1.
Rule number 1, never take your eye off your opponent.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I like the acting. It's interesting. My training in self-defense was significantly less aggressive. I learned a handful of moves. I did get some self-defense training, not to attack FBI or counterintelligence, but to defend myself in case I wind up at one point in a dangerous neighborhood with some stuff on me, like money or compromising materials. That's all the weapons training I got. This is killer training here, what we're looking at. KGB contingent was called Spetsnaz, the special forces, like the Marines. They were trained for these special type of operations. We jumping ahead of ourselves to think that anything that's out in the media, in movies and podcasts and whatever, will get really close to the absolute truth. I'll even give it a 5. It's well filmed. It's these are first-rate actors.
The name of the Russian agent is Salt. Evelyn Salt.
My name is Evelyn Salt.
Then you are a Russian spy.
Truthful. So far, the fMRI scan registers truthful on everything he said.
This is pure fiction on a number of levels. First of all, sleepers were completely isolated.
Got brainwashed and
in
ended
other
up
words,
on a
I couldn't
strange
betray
reality
anybody,
show. Maybe
even
you
if I
have heard
wanted
of
to.
it,
The Russians
Gay Fiancé.
did this very
My
well.
programming compels me to
What we
challenge
call
you
this
to a debate. Rule
compartmentalization.
number 1,
There's
the
no
debate
such
must
thing
be
as a brain
completely done
scan
in Irish
that
accents.
will help you discover the truth. I was still subjected to a lie detector test, which is the FBI still likes a lot, but it can be defeated. You have to really, really believe in the lie and be a congenital liar. Double agents existed, and there was a couple of cases where the KGB had a mole within the FBI and within the CIA who did a lot of damage. If I may, I give it a 00.
Are you working for the Americans?
I love my country.
This is taking KGB practices of the 30s, 40s into the early 50s and moving them forward into sort of the contemporary scene, and that's invalid. The KGB was absolutely brutal in interrogating people, shooting them in the back of the head, and using all kinds of brutality, which is unimaginable. It's very similar to what the Nazis did. This is one of the torture methods. You put a board or something to prevent real injuries, bruises and stuff like that, but to the head.
Last time, did you give a boucher to the Americans?
Means are much more subtle and much more psychological than this kind of stuff. You threaten somebody with a gun. If they get out of it, they will hate you forever. There's a number of ways to make somebody switch. A threat to your family, that's a very, very strong incentive. When you have somebody who is like I lived in the United States for 10 years and I had gotten used to a significant improved lifestyle. I had become an American in many respects. I think sexpionage, that's reality. I'd be surprised if there are any major intelligence services that aren't in some way recruiting women to do dirty work. I would not recommend this.
Then the message comes through.
Oh, the honeypot.
We read you.
This thing starts typing, and the fellow happens to be in the place where it starts typing. Well, how do we know that he's there? There is no real way for somebody who is truly in isolation to give somebody an urgent message. The fastest way for me to receive and have received an urgent message in those days was through signals.
Hasan 2 months.
And that would be with a possible delay of about a day, or at least a half a day. Let's say in the evening, the agent sets the signal. In the morning, I read it. Is it possible to intercept a teletype message? I don't know, because I think in those days, through radio transmissions would have been preferable, and they wouldn't just come on spontaneously. I mean, if you want to hand over documentation about, say, a weapon system, how do you do this? The easiest way is to, if you can, you steal it and put it on a electronic media. But if it's just a real short message, such as "get out of here," a phone call, but you have to be now aware that phone calls are traced. There's also communication that messages are compressed and transmitted in bursts, in short bursts, and then they get decompressed at the other end. But again, that has to be scheduled. Number stations. If you go into a radio receiver and you go and scan short waves, You will occasionally hear something when somebody says 5, 8, 6, 9. That's the secret message for somebody to be decoded.
I looked for her everywhere. I couldn't find her at the airport. I even looked through all the flight lists. I headed down to the harbor.
In this business, if you have an asset, and we're talking about an asset, it's a human being who is working with you, you want to do everything to protect them. You know, we're talking, an agent who is
Numbers,
trying to
Mason?
protect a Russian who is working with him. I think that's entirely realistic.
Hey, Jim, me and Eileen been figuring you could use a little entertainment.
Yes, all right. Thank you. That would be lovely.
Well, the purported agent is way too good looking. We think that Brosnan is actually a Russian. He has no accent. There's no such thing as a Russian born in Russia, raised in Russia, can speak English without an accent.
God damn!
You're pretty good, Jimmy.
Yeah, too damn good.
You be yourself. You know, if you're good at something, you know, you show off. You play along. That was the whole idea. You want to befriend a lot of people, and you just want to blend in the best you can. You don't want to stand out too much. You know, I made a big mistake. I went back to college in the U.S. and I aced the entire program. But, you know, showing off bowling skills, why not? You know, if you're a good golfer, somebody may want to play golf with you, and that's how you get to know people that might be of interest. This was very entertaining. I mean, I laughed, particularly at the sentence.
Do you remember when I paused this video 3 years ago and I never unpaused? Old heads remember. There was this video I paused like months ago at right this moment.
Hi.
And I never unpaused it. It's the longest running pause I have. This is the longest running pause I have. Should we unpause it? It's been paused since August 11th, 2020.
Not happening. To the left. Good to go. My name's Nicholas Irving.
God damn, he's fucking jacked, dude.
I'm a former 3rd Ranger Battalion Special Operations Sniper and currently a New York Times bestselling author. I spent 6 years in Special Operations, and I'm known as the Reaper for 33 kills and about a 3-month time span in Helmand Province, Afghanistan. Today we're going to be looking at a few sniper scenes in movies. No one ever really does that.
Known as the Reaper. Oh, brother.
No. His use of the equipment was really, really good. He has his, his pad to lay on. He has his rangefinder. He can measure the wind, barometric pressure, the altitude, density altitude. His dope book. The word dope is an acronym for snipers, and it actually stands for data on previous engagements. So he can go back and refer to all these things that he's engaged before that and have like some good reference point. He applied all of his dope and his data to the scope itself. I rarely see that in movies where, he applies the elevation and the windage. The impossible portion about this whole thing was the actual shot itself. The train is moving way too fast. You have to, defeat gravity in some ways. So you're aiming up and the bullet's dropping almost down at that distance. And shooting through glass, panes of glass, angled glass, and different types of glass may deflect and alter the bullet's flight. You'd have to be one really, 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 really lucky guy, or after that, get up and go walk on water. But now that I see it, I almost want to simulate it, but it's kind of, it'd be almost impossible to simulate. I can't find a target moving at a bullet train speed. So this is a very basic bolt action rifle. Remington, it shoots a 6.5 Creedmoor round, very, very fast round, small caliber, but I use it essentially because of the speed of it. I use it to defeat the wind. If there's a lot of wind or shifty winds or anything like that, it's a good bullet because of the velocity of it, how fast it's moving. He had a suppressor on his. I don't have one, but for overseas work and stuff like that, if I had a one shot, one kill, I would probably take something along the lines of a bolt action rifle. Then you have your bipod legs, and that's just for stabilization. Have a scope, and of course you have your trigger and buttstock. There's not much to a sniper rifle. His eye position is cheek weld, where you put your cheek on the rifle itself where it rests. His was pretty much perfect on his. You'll see in movies sometimes the guy will have his eye pressed all the way up on the scope, and unless you want a huge black eye and a nice, bloody eyebrow, wouldn't do that. I keep both eyes open. That way I can use my peripheral vision to, keep my situational awareness. Good body position behind the gun. You want your body to be, almost perfectly in line with the gun. That way when the recoil comes back, you're not bouncing off target. You can get a good follow-up shot. Your skeletal structure is going to support all that recoil. If you're canted off to the side, that gun is going to hop. So being perfectly behind the gun as much as you possibly can be, that was a solid 8. Still, maybe even a 9. It was the shot itself that was a 1. I would never take that shot.
Range 900 yards.
That was good. That was really good. All the dialogue, between spotter and shooter were really, really good. He kept his firing hand on the rifle the entire time while he adjusted the scope with his left hand. 900 yards though, definitely not going to take a headshot. And with that scope, it wouldn't even look like it's that close. It would look, he would look way smaller than that.
Permission to fire.
What the frequency are you on? We got air. I'm calling it in.
You have permission to take the shot.
Tough break. You were just gonna shoot one guy.
I think where it gets a little wacky is where the guy busts into the room and
all state stands. Are you in good hands? That's what he said. You don't get to shoot. It's just one shot. Have you thought about car insurance though?
Why?
Anyway. Yeah, this dude is pretty good looking.
Hands.
Kind of fucked up. It's top of the hour every hour, which means it's time for a 60-second ad break. You'd like to avoid the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Is this a black accent? There's no black accent. Like, that's not... There's AAVE. But that dude is just a black dude who's not doing AAVE. Okay? No black accent, but this is digital blackface. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, he just has a deep voice, dude. If you guys would like to avoid the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. All you need to do is subscribe. Or you can go to Allstate, get insurance. Are you in good hands? You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime.
tells them to stand down. Snipers like to set up sniper hides, or they're essentially in a sniper hide, and there's booby traps and stuff like that in there. Maybe that colonel or the guy who walked up the stairs may have hit a tripwire, or being, you know, maybe engaged by the sniper team itself once he came into the room like that. But if they had permission from the colonel, I would have taken the shot anyways. I'm not too sure what this guy felt that he had the authority to do that. I would have taken that shot.
God damn it, he's dead anyway! Just let him do it!
That is a moment. It's a weird moment where you're looking through the scope and you see your target, and you know for a fact that, hey, I'm about to end this guy's life. It's a life-altering, emotional roller coaster experience. I can see the emotion behind it. Scale from 1 to 10 for that one. I'm giving that one a 9.
Stop. Touch that light-colored grass. Sniper at your feet.
It's exactly like sniper scope. The one that sniper scope is not, that reticle inside the scope is nothing like what you would use in real life. Yeah, you usually have these little middle dots on there, like little circles, and you have 4 of them on each, the horizontal plane and the vertical plane inside the scope, and they're used for measurements. So let's say, for example, if I had a target that was 40 inches tall, and I wanted to find out how far away something is, but what I would do is take the 40 inches and multiply it by a constant, which is 25.4, and that comes out to 1,016. And I would take the middle dots, and let's say if the target measures 2 mils high, I would divide 1,016 into by 2, and that comes out to 508. So I had 508 yards on the target, or on my distance, and I would apply that to the scope of my gun.
Damn.
Going to that trigger squeeze, that was not really good. You want to use the pad of your finger. He kind of curled the entire trigger finger. As a precision weapon, you're looking at harmonics and stuff like that. So imagine like a tuning fork. You want everything to be as smooth and less friction on the sides of that railing inside the gun as possible. So having the trigger come straight back is what you really want to look for.
For everything,
not so much of that curled trigger finger. And it's exactly how they used it in sniper school, where the instructor, he's telling the guys on the outside, hey, come in, sniper at your feet, X, Y, and Z. It's pretty much exactly how it works.
All right, you won this one. Come on out. Soldier, how did you get that close to me?
Sneaking up on someone is extremely tough because of the stalking portion. It's not really an easy tactic, and not too many guys are good at being that sneaky. For the training portion, I would give this one a 7. It really doesn't get any better than that. I grew up with this movie, and what he does is actually just wounds the guy. Usually if you wound someone, it's going to take 1 or 2 more individuals to come pick him up or drag him out, so you get a chance to kill 3 targets instead of just 1. Really good tactic. If you're a cruel sniper, I would have never done that. I was, U.S. military, we trained 1 shot, 1 kill. The enemy sniper, how you put the burlap over his rifle, and to match the inside of the burlap behind him inside that little bell tower. That is perfect. The Germans actually mastered the skill of sniping from camouflage to long-range precision. Snap bang theory. He hears the bang of the rifle. Our first Vin Diesel gets shot, the guy gets shot, and he goes down, then you hear the crack of the rifle. And it's almost like lightning and thunder. So he's counting really quickly to determine how far away the sniper is, and he's picking a known, likely, and suspected positions where that enemy sniper may be. Everything about this clip is just how I would do it, It's the calmness behind him, how he creeps up and puts the rifle on the...
Guys, Americans are humane. They only 1 shot, 1 kill, their targets. Of course, who their targets are or what they're doing there in the other, in the region, why they're killing those people with the 1 shot, 1 kill policy, like that's besides the question. But when they're doing imperialism, it's humane imperialism. Okay.
This guy is just only passing out high grades. I wonder if he is as non-critical of other things as well.
That's a funny observation. Oh, good one. Good one, Dono. Man, Dono's been kind of funny today. Good job.
The rocks and slowly gets behind it. And you can barely even see the guy, you know, behind that rubble. The way he blends it in with the rubble and his position, everything. Look at that. That is almost, by the time you saw him, it was too late. That's target detection at its finest. And that is something you do teach or learn in sniper school is target detection, TD. The instructor will place out like a toothbrush and one bullet, or something very, a protractor at 100 yards away. And as a sniper, you have to find 10 objects. The issue with this shot, it's a lot like the Carlos Hathcock story where, you know, he shoots and the bullet goes through the scope and hits the guy in the eye. He's shooting at an upward angle at a target up in a bell tower. And how bullets fly, if anything, he would have just got the guy in the head. He'd have to almost be, you know, directly in line at a very short, very close distance for that bullet to travel all the way through the scope and then hit the guy in the eye. I've been in an exact position like this, pinned down by an enemy Chechen sniper, but he was 800 yards out. We never got him. He didn't get us, but it was essentially like playing volleyball with bullets, and he did that for about 3 hours. He had us pinned down with his sniper rifle. He was in a position just like this guy in Saving Private Ryan, the enemy sniper. And we were, my reconnaissance team and my sniper team were in a small little 4-foot diameter hole pinned down and surrounded for about 3 hours.
Damn, the sniper teams have like multiple people, huh? Like, I thought it was just like one scout sniper team had 2 people. You guys talking about it? Recon? No. I just caught her picking this off the table that came from the down on the books. I just caught her literally grab this and run away with it. No! Get that. Oh, she's so cute. Give it back? No, she's gonna eat it. Not a single second of this happened. Confirmed. What?
The whole firefight lasted almost the entire day, like 19 hours or something like that. So I give this one a 9.5.
He's moving to the building. Follow him, you got him? Got him.
Really nice.
He's down.
That was really good. I think, well, there's a few things that I saw wrong with it. Going to, well, the sniper dialogue was okay. It wasn't the best sniper dialogue that I've ever heard.
My dad was
it was the second shot where he moved 20 meters to the left of the building. Really good sniper dialogue. The spotter talking on the sniper to where the target's at. After that first shot with that 50 cal went, as a spotter, he should have called out immediately, hey, you're like 2 mils low. Inside that reticle, there's like mil dots, mil radian circles in there, and they're used for measurements. At that time when he missed that shot, the spotter, the guy on the scope, should have told the sniper, hey, aim up 2 mils and, you know, send it again. He should have never let that guy get up to run.
Hasan, still gaslighting your audience, Pogo.
This shot where he's engaging the targets in the building, the 2 guys in the building, little fly on the eye. That was pretty neat to add in there. It shows that dedication to the, you know, to the spotter and to the sniper team. You're in this little bubble, only you exist, nothing else does. And the single shot with the 50 cal is, I've never seen it, never heard of it, but I guess it makes for a good movie. Not too bad. On the scale from 1 to 10, I'd give it, as a sniper team, a 4. That was really, really good.
Wait, what? Isn't this movie entirely made up? He gave the war crime a 4 out of 10. He's like, that's a really good war crime. I'm gonna give that a 4 out of 10. Like, you know, that was all right. We often hit handcuff targets. No, I know the Lone Warrior is like made up on it's based on real Warthany Crime Tano here. Warthany Crime Tano here. I get that a light 7. I get that war crime a light 7. Pretty good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, the guy who wrote this, first of all, aren't a lot of Navy SEALs like notorious liars? Like fucking, what's his face? The most famous one that got killed at the gun range. Like, Navy SEALs are notorious liars overall. Okay? Chris Kyle. Yeah, Chris Kyle. They love lying. They are literally like, they're decorated at lying. So,
Hasan?
I mean, they're freaks, man. They went through the fucking, what is it, the Buds program? Like,
on cam, did you get her from Wayfair?
there's just something that breaks in you, I think, when you become a Navy SEAL. But yeah, no, they are, yeah, he died. Chris Kyle died at the gun range by another veteran with PTSD. I mean, he was a piece of shit otherwise, though, even though he did try to help people with PTSD, like help veterans with PTSD. He was still a huge piece of shit. Anyway, so Navy SEALs are like, Navy SEALs are notorious for lying, especially Chris Kyle. But this story I heard was like fake. I thought, maybe I'm wrong though. Apparently this guy's a marksman, not a sniper. Immersion ruined. Also, that's probably why he doesn't know the 50 cal. Pretty sure those pretty sure those things blow people in half.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, he's killed people. What do you mean? He's a marksman, not a sniper. I thought he killed. He said they called him the Reaper because he killed 33 people.
Lone Survivor is one
33 people in 3 months.
of the most realistic movies I've seen when it comes to combat. I've used that same rifle overseas in Afghanistan. My deployed rifle was an SR-25, but I used that one when I was a designated marksman. That shot right here, it's real. It's real. It shoots a 5.56, so it's not a very powerful round or anything like that. And being in this environment, I was just getting into special operations. First day in the barracks when the guys were coming back in stateside after rescuing Marcus Trail. You deploy every 6 months overseas, and we were averaging about 120 missions per 90 days. Your average troop won't even touch that in a year. The unit I was with holds the record for killing.
Yeah, the Marines and the Afghan who saved Marcus Luttrell say the lone survivor was a lie. A few Marines and the man responsible for saving, harboring, and defending the lone surviving Navy SEAL Marcus Luttrell have come forward to contest the movie and book's portrayal of the events in Afghanistan. A Newsweek report notes that Mohammed Gulab felt betrayed by Luttrell after the release of the book and film. Gulab claims Luttrell made him many promises, including a green card and a new home for his support in Luttrell's book. Luttrell no doubt profited from the blockbuster film that earned nearly $155 million at the box office. But Luttrell also made an effort to help Gulab financially. He reportedly raised $30,000 for Gulab through a fundraiser and sent the money to Afghanistan over a period of 3 years. He retained only half of that. Claims that are being contested. The Navy SEALs didn't die because they spared civilians. Gulab claims the SEALs were spotted by the Taliban as soon as they were inserted via helicopter. The Taliban reportedly went to the location of their insertion the following morning and began tracking their footprints. They died because they were easily tracked, quickly outmaneuvered, and thoroughly outgunned, said Gulab. Damn. Gulab claims the locals said the Taliban already knew of the SEALs' location and even watched as they interacted with the goat herders they spared. They did not kill 35 Taliban. The Naval Special Warfare estimate that the SEALs killed 35 Taliban during their firefight is one that Gulab scoffs at. Gulab does not believe the number was exaggerated. He thinks it was completely fabricated. He claims the local villagers and American military never found any Taliban corpses after combing the mountains. What is this? Discord banned me for asking why Hasan doesn't donate his money instead of hoarding it and being a millionaire. Hasan is a regular person. I don't know why it would make me special. Why do you idolize him? That's why I asked the Discord, but instead I got no answer. You're just mad. I question the person you idolize. Wait, how the fuck do you know I don't donate my money? What do you... fuck you mean? Anyway. Why are you crying, bitch? You got banned from the Discord? Oh, I'm sorry.
Poggies, thanks for all you do.
Here, dude. Oh, no. I got banned from the Discord. Oh, no. Anyway, let's keep going. Discord banned me. I guess this is not a safe space for no questions. First messages in the Discord. Is Hasan really a true socialist? Why can't I ask questions like this? Okay. Anyway, they did not kill 35 Taliban. Andrew McManus, a former Marine colonel who helped drop the mission and was on scene during the search and recovery efforts for the dead SEALs and other military personnel, says there were no reports of enemy casualties. I've been at the location where he was ambushed multiple times. I've had Marines wounded there. I've been in enough firefights to know when that shit hits the fan, it's hard to know how many people are shooting at you. But there weren't 35 enemy fighters in the Korengal Valley that day. Marcus Luttrell did not run out of ammo.
Hold on.
Gulab also contests that account, saying that when he found and rescued Luttrell, he still had a combat load. 11 full magazines. Bro, he just fucking lied about everything, dude. That's why. Remember, look. Carry this information with you. Okay, carry this information with you about Navy SEALs. A lot of the movies that they make about the military is, of course, always going to be Defense Department propaganda regardless. But you look 20. You look stupid. Sometimes you were 29, dudes. My little brother acts more mature than you. Slow mode, please. Boomers are so funny. Do you even understand English? You are twisting what he said. God, ew, dude. Why can't I ban people? What is this? What's going on with me today? What's happening? Why can't I just ban people? Huh? What is this? Why is this? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I did ban him. Never mind. It's just not coming up.
Small Soldiers was real.
Why shit on Navy SEALs like this? Super yikes. Wait. What do you want me to do? Act like they're fucking not notorious liars when so many of the famous Navy SEAL stories are just built on absolute fabrications and also rely heavily on stereotypical understandings of Muslims and people living in that region? Like, fuck you. And fuck the Navy SEALs who lie. They can suck my dick. And fuck Chris Kyle extra hard, okay? do you mean, bitch? Oh, why shit on the Navy SEALs? What do you want me to do? Protect their feelings? Real Navy SEAls would get mad at me for
My
fucking
dad is a Navy SEAL and he will
for
beat up your dad.
treating them like pussies and sparing their feelings. Listen, man, if you go through that fucking psychotic process, and you know, survive all that shit.
Trotsky was right.
I think you should probably have a higher standard for getting shit on. If you're gonna fucking make a multi-million-dollar book deal, and then you know, get a Mark Wahlberg movie out of it, and it's completely based on fabrications, then yeah, no, you deserve to get shit on.
Hey, not sure if you saw this yet. Would love to hear your thoughts on it.
So you're going to believe a Taliban member who got shorted $17K? Obviously, he's upset about his money. Wait, first of all, he's not even a member of the Taliban. The fuck are you talking about? Yo, dude, you're a horrible human being, first of all. Like, just like immediately, oh, he's like an Afghanistan. He's from Afghanistan, so he must be Taliban. Like, that's so fucking nasty. That's one. Secondly, like he's just, oh, he's Afghani, so he must be Taliban. Like, well, you just got Taliban, bitch. Okay, so that's one. Navy SEAL's reputation speaks for itself to anyone knowledgeable. Disgraceful. What? Do you mean like, are you telling me that the Navy SEAL's reputation speaks for itself to anyone knowledgeable? Are you saying I'm being disgraceful? What the fuck? No way that a 12-month sub of mine is saying this. I think I'm just the opposite that they're saying. Navy SEALs are usually civilians that go to buds directly off the street. Every other special operation needs to spend years in the forces before even getting an opportunity to go through selection. That's why SEALs tend to be complete degens. That makes sense.
US Marines go like, the ting goes scra, pap pap kakaka, skidda keep a pap.
Also, the funniest part about it is, of course, like,
at least 50 guys.
It's not just a, hey, if you think that the brown people are lying automatically, if your like automatic position is like brown people are Taliban and also liars, well then, you know, there's a dude who was there, like a former Marine colonel who helped drop the mission, and he was there for the recovery efforts. Like, he also said it. Why is Chris Kyle a piece of shit? I mean, he's a gigantic racist and literally lied about killing 100 civilians on rooftops in Katrina. He lied about killing 100 black rioters and looters in Katrina. So
PogGAROO.
the moment you say that, like, you're a huge fuckbag that don't deserve any recognition. Listening to clues people talk about military stuff is so entertaining. No, Eddie Gallagher, I'm not even going to get into Eddie Gallagher, but Eddie Gallagher's story is actually a good one about fucking actual bravery. Like, yeah, the other dudes in his battalion were probably did unspeakable shit too, but ultimately they literally got together and reported him for being an insane, psychopathic, bloodthirsty criminal. But, you know, thank God for Donald Trump who saved his medals. Pat Tillman, actual good vet. Yeah, well, you know, he got TK'd a little bit there. And then the American military lied about his death and covered it up. Pat Tillman is based, though. He is great. Like the article doesn't add up because if the rest of his team died, I find it hard to believe he wouldn't fire back and use a lot of his ammo, whether he got any on Taliban or not. Different story. Why not? Maybe it means that he didn't fucking fire it and he hid. You thought about that? No, there's plenty of fucking great vets. There's a lot of them in here. Most of the vets in my community are good vets. Let's keep going. Let's get back.
In capturing the most high-value enemy targets in the global war on terrorism in Iraq or Afghanistan. Whether you're a Navy SEAL, which is Special Operations, you're a Green Beret, Special Forces, Marine Force Reconnaissance, Delta Force, whatever you want to, all Special Operations, and very small group of guys that go through a very, very grueling experience, and they get the best of the best of the best training. They could be sleeping in your attic and you wouldn't even know it. That's what Special Operations is like.
Never knew half your chat an expert in all things military. I do have a lot of veterans in my chat. Like, this is America, idiot. Who the fuck isn't is in some way associated with the military? The largest jobs provider in the world.
Think about, being a ninja. It's like being a ninja. This should be like the modern day standard for wartime movies. This is a 10, in my opinion, my book.
He gave it a 10? Oh, dude, he sucks.
I had a chance to meet Chris Kyle in Vegas one time. Bradley Cooper played a pretty, looks like Chris Kyle. Chris Kyle was a Navy SEAL sniper, and he's accredited with the most kills in the U.S. military as a sniper. Before him was Carlos Hathcock, and I believe his spotter. Carlos Hathcock had 93. I remember hearing about Chris Kyle when I was in Afghanistan, and there was rumor about this Navy SEAL guy who was like, had over 100 kills, and I was like, there's no way. But yeah, way. For one shot, one kill, I would say, dude, that's extremely tough. In sniper school, you learn how.
I remember Izzy, one of my former mods, who's, well, she's still mods for the community, but from time to time, I remember Izzy telling me about how like Chris Kyle came to their, I don't know what it was, like some fucking ceremony that they were doing in the military, and like everyone was just basically licking his boots. And absolutely. Seems a little wild to glorify kill count. Oh, absolutely. Never actually killed an enemy sniper. Worry Chris Kyle is real and can hurt you. No American has been more associated with Navy SEAL mystique than Chris Kyle, but the American sniper author misrepresented how many decorations he had collected according to internal Navy documents. He fucking lied about his... Dude, he lied about a bunch of stuff, including very easily trackable shit. Okay? How he lied about how he punched Jesse Ventura in the face, knocked him into the ground. Jesse Ventura, a brave warrior for the truth, ended up suing his wife. Ventura denied that it happened and then sued. After Kyle was tragically killed in 2013, Ventura refused to drop the suit, and then last July he won. Absolutely fucking Comster, dude. Literally, he was like, he can't do that. You can't just like lie about how you punched me and I fucking got knocked to the ground. He didn't even drop the fucking suit. He literally did not drop the suit after he died. He sued his wife, basically. Wait, it's all sniper reacts, always has been. Okay, this is the last thing we're doing. Listen, a lot of people who fucking kill people, like a lot of people who kill a lot of people, don't fucking talk about it nonstop. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. If you're constantly talking about it, you're doing it for one reason or the other. You got some, like, you know, either you got some serious fucking issues or some deep-seated problems that, insecurities that you're trying to make up for by constantly talking about how many people you fucking killed. I know plenty of people that have killed a fuckload of people as veterans. They don't talk about that shit nonstop. As a matter of fact, they never talk about it because it's really fucked up and it fucking breaks you. And it's not something that you constantly fucking bring up and talk about. Unless you're a psycho. Anyway, a jury ruled that Kyle defamed Ventura and awarded him $500,000 in defamation damages, along with $135 million for unjust enrichment. Though Kyle didn't live to see the verdict, he defended himself in a deposition he gave a year before his death, but that didn't do him any favors. Kyle told a story that was full of inconsistency and admitted that some of the details in the book were not true. City killed dozens of looters during Hurricane Katrina from atop the Superdome. Shot dozens of armed residents who were contributing to the chaos. When Schmidl tried to corroborate that the story was so calm, he was told no SEALs from the West Coast were sent to New Orleans after Katrina. Kyle's officer told the writer he never heard that story, and another SEAL told him Kyle's story of murdering Americans on American soil defies the imagination. It's hard to argue with that. He shot 2 guys who were trying to steal his truck. That was another lie that he told. Protesters called him a baby killer. Listen, there are... Oh, Jesus Christ. America's greatest hero.
The numbers speak for themselves.
Were you high when you sued Chris Kyle's widow?
Was I high? You know, that's a question, and I expect it from someone from Fox.
Just a serious question.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, because I never sued the widow. I sued him.
Okay, well, she's suffering a lot of pain right now.
No, she isn't.
How do you know that?
Because insurance pays for it all. She hasn't paid 1 cent. How do I know it? It's my case.
So you stand by that?
The case got overturned because the truth came out. Insurance is paying for all of it. It isn't costing his family a cent. That's the way legal works if you do your homework.
Would you apologize to her?
No, she should apologize to me for the...
Fuck yes! Yes! So awesome! Dude, fuck that shit, dude. Absolutely fuck that shit. What a fucking legend, dude. What a legend. No, she should apologize to me. Just does not fucking back down, dude. Imagine this is a dude who is the guy he's talking about. Like, most people don't know that fucking Chris Kyle is an asshole. Most people think like, oh, I watched the Bradley Cooper movie. He's a legend. Like, how dare you shit on a decorated fucking Navy SEAL? Like, what? That's crazy. No, he's a piece of shit. Fuck that. Absolutely fuck that baby shit. Okay?
The lie that her husband told about me. Why would I apologize? I didn't do anything. You only apologize if you've done something wrong, pal. The number
He's a conspiracy nut, yes. I love him so much. He's got some psychotic views of the world, but he's so awesome. Like he's so crazy, but he's so awesome. I know he's left wing now, but didn't he run for the Green Party? No, he was going. He said he's not going to do it this time around. Demo Crips and Re-Bloodlickens. He's like a harmless nut? Yeah. What do you think about Bradley Cooper being a Chris Kyle simp? He's American, dude. He found chemical weapons in Iraq that came from France and Germany. In a passage in Kyle's book in which he writes, we found barrels of chemical material that was intended for biochemical weapons, and writing on the barrels show that the chemical came from France and Germany. McCaffrey writes that this story is a lie because there's no proof or evidence this incident occurred. I like that even the Vulture was like too much of a pussy to fucking just say it. Say it with their chest that Chris Kyle is a perpetual liar. So funny.
How to shoot 1 mile and you do it in training every once in a while, but the odds of a 1 round first hit, not likely. I do like the fact that they use that flight time to show you how long it takes for a bullet to travel, 1 mile. It's not immediate. And, at that distance, you're looking at so many factors that come into that. I'm even looking probably at a mile, I'm starting to calculate for the Coriolis effect as well. And that's where you take the spin of the earth and you're, taking that into consideration and plugging it into the formula. That long flight time, the earth is still spinning, 1,000, miles an hour or whatever. So you have to kind of, account for that. They did put a lot of work into it. Chris is a good guy. But for movie aspects, I'd give it I'd give that one about a 7.
This guy sucks, dude. Everything is a fucking 7+. Bro, literally, you have looked at the fakest of fake shit and have given them... I mean, I don't even care anymore. Yeah. Like, he can't even get himself to be like, yeah, Chris Kyle sucks. Like, he's like, yeah, that shot's really hard. Probably impossible. Just fucking say it, dude. Like, who cares? He's dead, okay? Like, you're gonna be fine. Actually, Fantano.
That was epic. That was I was almost playing along in my head with them is, who would I take out first? And it was in that order. I would take out the guy in the shower first. Going back, that was I think that's a Mosin-Nagant rifle. It's pretty accurate for open sights. That position, shooting through something like that is, one, it's extremely scary. You have to understand how your rifle works. How much you have to aim up so what you're looking at, you're not actually hitting the bottom portion of that brick wall. And in the beginning, he even sets his range where he licks his finger, he's taking off the mud on that slide. So it's like a little slide. If you ever have a chance to look at the top of an AK-47, he slides that little lever up and that raises the rear sight. And that lets you, it adjusts the elevation. It's essentially like a scope, just without the scope. Dude, the most I've taken out in a row is 5. A good sniper, not even a great one, a good sniper could pull that off. How he wraps his hand around the sling to make it nice and tight, that is perfect. You never really see that in movies. They teach you that in sniper school. Yeah, that was really fast and really good. Look at that. Wrap over the top, nice and tight. Boom, that's perfect. Let's say 70% of my shots overseas were from the knee. And at that distance with that rifle, that's not a hard shot. That's definitely not a hard shot. He's got to be less than 100 yards away. That's a 10. That's a 10. I cannot argue with this whatsoever. Before I was a sniper, I was a machine gunner with a 50 cal. That round is devastating. Where she uses that little laser finder, probably not going to happen ever. That's a very, fine object to point. The sniper in the window should have known where the elevator was at or where she was going to be shooting at anyways, but people don't look like that when they get hit with the 50 cal.
They blow up.
It's usually just a puff of moisture and mist. The guys returning fire from the inside essentially just killed or injured a bunch of civilians on the street. I do like the use of the sniper how she's using the bed frame and not like out the window like you see in most movies. And yeah, she's backed away. So yeah, I would have used that.
I mean, he's right. It's you're a cloud at that point, dude. That shit is. That's not for that's not for human being targets.
Same tactic. As long as that rifle's not hanging out the window, she should be fine, and she's not shooting through glass. I'd give it a 3. Not happening. There was a shot like that back in the 90s. It was a police SWAT sniper. Less than it was 98 yards away, where he shot the pistol out of the guy's hand. But at this distance, that wind, you gotta think you're on top of mountains, and a true sniper would never take that, no matter how good you are. If you look at her hair's not blowing that much. So there's obviously not a lot of wind on target. I give that a good 3, 4, 5 mile an hour wind. You wouldn't dare take that shot. I would debate even taking a headshot at that distance. At that distance, through a real scope, you wouldn't be able to see, you'd be able to see maybe a black toothpick. By the time you put your crosshairs on whatever you think was the shotgun, the crosshair itself would probably cover up the shotgun. If you go back and you can see where the scope is, not covered in the front portion, you see that black hole there. Any good counter sniper would have picked out all this white terrain, and then boom, there's this black circle there. Mark would have been hit a long time ago if I were on that other end. Prior to this going off, him shooting the gun out the guy's hand, I'd give it a 5.5. With that, I give it a 2.
Wait, what is it? What?
The sniper who's on that team, the mercenary team, has a large 50 cal. That gun weighs about 38 pounds. And the guy soaking wet was maybe 150 pounds. And he's moving miles and miles and miles at a high rate of speed with this rifle. I wouldn't do it. What they would do is separate it into 2 pieces. So one guy would have the upper portion, the other guy would have the lower portion of the rifle, kind of distributes the weight. It's about as tall as I am. I've had to jump out of a plane.
Nah, dude, you don't understand, bro. I need it for home defense.
With it one time, portion of it, and it's a extremely uncomfortable gun to carry. I would give that a 2. I'd give that a 2. They could be sleeping in your attic and you wouldn't even know it. That's what special operations is like. That's what I can think about. Being a ninja. It's like being a ninja.
Why are you biting your nails? Learned that from me, Fiona? Over here biting her nails. No more content. No. Did he inspire you to go join military? No. Why the fuck would I do that, dude? Why in the fuck would I ever join? Okay, it's time. Folks, listen. There comes a time in everybody's life. How did you come up with the name Fiona for your dog? She's not my dog, she's my brother's dog.
No wonder you paused that video for months. That was awful.
I had fun with that video. We learned so much. A fuckload of chatters found out about how Chris Kyle is a lying piece of shit, about how all those like Navy SEALs that come out and write tell-all books are oftentimes notorious liars. Not only are they notorious liars, but also like other Navy SEALs don't even like them. Don't worry about the attic ninjas, Mr. FBI is just keeping watch over you. What do you mean attic ninjas, dude? Oh, why do you keep saying that? MSNBC whistleblower confirmed she was told to ignore Andrew Yang's election campaign. Wait, what? Everybody thinks when I say it's time, it's okay buddy time, but in fact, it's actually gaming time. So sorry, okay buddy friends, but it's time for some gaming. Okay, this is back. Dude, what is happening? This keeps happening. I know the audio is fucky. Stop. It happened yesterday too. Turn on PlayStation.
Let's go. Oh, has buff gaming, has buff.
Has buff gaming. Cyberpunk news for streamers. Are you going to tell me about how Cyberpunk has a streamer DMCA free streamer mode? Because if that's what you're about to tell me, I fucking know. Belle Delphine's what? Twitter puppies. There are physical copies of Cyberpunk circulating. Beware of spoilers. Dude, stop saying bug snacks, dude. I'm already contemplating ending early today. Don't make me fucking end it right now before I even play a lick of gaming today. The end of COD was some of the best streaming I've ever seen, by the way. Thank you. Wait, what? Is this because of the update now? That they're like... Someone with copies of the game streamed it, so beware of spoilers. Got it. I am proud of you. Oh, thanks, man. I'm proud of me too. Damn, those things are big. I did finish COD, yes. Oh, God, that scares me. Oh, yeah, I gotta go out here. Wait, how did... Ooh. It was easy. You know what I haven't seen at all that surprises me? Patches. Isn't there supposed to be a patches in this game? What? I totally ripped through that. That was a ripperoni. It's a massive soul farm, dude. Holy crap, the soul farm is open, boys. Is it really loud? Why do you know about patches? Cheating. Patches is in every fucking... patches in the other games that I've played from software, or a form of patches. How the fuck is that cheating? Beware of challenges ahead. Is it not loud? Checker jeans, mine has a bunch of patches. Volume is fine. You find patches in 2.2? Well, too late for me then. GG for me then, because I certainly did not. Oh, fuck, I don't have the regenerator ring on. You literally have the best sound mix out of any streamer, on God. Hey, thank you, man. I try. I actually do really try my best. That Mr... Is that John Souls? Is that Mr. Souls? Doesn't Mr. Souls wear that hat? Oh! Oh! Dude, I'm about to have full fucking black. Like, no meme. Dude, if one more motherfucker says change category, I'm ending it. I'm just ending it right now, actually. I think. If you keep saying it. Like, why? Why do you care? Like, it'll get changed. Eventually. Why do you care? Like, what do you think is the problem? Like, do you think if it stays on Like, category frogs are the fucking weirdest people on this platform. I can't believe I just got owned by the easiest part of this fucking process. Come on. Why am I locked? Dude, what is going on? Ah! Oh, I'm still alive. How the fuck am I still alive? Okay, 1 health. I'm so mad. Fucking ruined everything for no reason. Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is going on? This is nothing triggers me more than like easily preventable deaths in this fucking game, where like it's something that I've done already a bunch of times, but for some fucking reason I just can't do it, like because of RNG, and I just can't like I have the gracefulness of a ballerina half the time moving through these segments. Oh fuck, he's still alive. Go farm for 5 minutes, 2 big guys and 1 3. Oh, to get like more health. Attack. How do I open that hidden door? I did attack it. That didn't work. This part is so bad, dude. Oh, yeah. Top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break. There you go. Just to get back up when you go down hole. Oh, okay. Got it. Several chatters are saying you need to go down the hole. Yeah, it's probably the hole is very likely a wait. I don't want to go down. How do I deal with the scullies there? I know how to go. I don't want to. It's most likely a trap. Oh, come on. No! No, I don't have any arrows. I do have a bow, but no arrows. Chill. Dude, come on, dude. One fucking health. Of. Allah belanı vermesin ya. Just jump off the top? I'm gonna die if I jump off the top. Dude, this is so bad. Can't wait to fucking go over there. Oh. Dude, I should probably go back, honestly. Oh, never mind. That's a sign. Oh shit. Come on. They made this really good. Like they made this map really good. I love how well made this map is. They mathematically made it so that like it's literally just like, these aren't hard enemies to kill. I have the right weapons. I have everything else going for me. But they're like, hey, we're going to put a bunch of projectile throwing warriors in your pathway. We're also going to add, we're going to put a bunch of projectile throwing warriors in a path. Okay? Oh, come on. I hate this game. I hate this game so much. No, it's really bad. I can't play this anymore. I just can't. I'm getting so triggered. It's like the easiest fucking, it's the easiest death. I'm dying in the easiest ways. Is this your first Souls game? No, it's the first time I fucked your mom after playing Souls. No, I've played all the Souls games. Losing my mind. Really? Seems like my first. Yeah, no, it really does seem like my first Souls game. Because, you know, I can't fucking play through annoyingly cancerous camera angles. So you're right, it must be my first Souls game because I can't. Real first Souls game, I'm done. I'm literally done. I'm done. Have a good night, everybody. I'm gonna go hang out with my family. There's no way. I'm getting brain cancer. Bye, everybody.